Good gavel.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you, planning commissioners and city staff, for your participation today. My name is John Carson. I'm the chair of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. Welcome to the March 11th informal session of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. Call this meeting to order. First off, I want to thank everybody for last month's Planning Commission hearing, especially to members of staff. I want to thank you for all that you do to make all of this stuff work. I appreciate you.
Thank you, all of you.
I will now ask the planning administrator, Ms. Caitlin Alcott, for comments and to review our procedures for today's meeting.
And just one quick comment for those of you who are not aware, the city council earlier this month, on March 3rd, did change the attendance policy for all city council appointed boards and commissions. And so I've got a copy, I can provide a copy to any of you, but essentially what it does is allow any board appointee to miss up to 50% of any of the scheduled meetings for a calendar year. It gets rid of the excused and unexcused absences. So we can provide a copy to you if you want this, but they're also, Tori's going to go over because the state code provision specific to planning commission will still apply. So she'll do a refresher on that. I know it's been a while since we've talked about it.
Yes, so just for clarification, for almost all of the other boards and commissions, they serve at the pleasure of council. But for planning commission, council could remove a commissioner if they miss 3 consecutive meetings or 4 meetings per year under the state code. So the city council attendance policy provides for automatic removal after missing half of the meetings. The council retains the discretion to act based on the state law provisions when applicable.
The only other quick comment that I will make is we will have a closed session following formal. I know the chair already has the language for that, just to cover a security briefing for the commission. And it is my understanding that Commissioner Hippen will not be here for informal, but it is her intent to participate virtually during the formal hearing.
Can we move on to the agenda?
Absolutely.
Everybody's being so reverent.
All right. Good morning, planning commissioners.
Morning.
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 All right. So very excited to be here this morning. This project is the culmination of thousands of survey responses, dozens of public meetings, and over 100 public input opportunities. The staff final draft was presented to the public at 2 public meetings in September of 2025, and public comment was accepted until October 30th. After the comment window closed, staff reviewed the 600 plus comments that were received and updated the plan accordingly. A workshop was held in January where the Planning Commission finalized guidance for staff to make final edits to the draft of the plan. So staff and the consultant implemented those commission's comments and posted the draft on February 18th. The plan consists of 7 chapters, which provide guidance for the 4 different context areas, as well as design guidelines for the different place types throughout the city. The plan promotes infill and redevelopment as a practice, focusing on the 8 SGAs, aging strip shopping centers, and along major transportation corridors north of the Green Line. This provides the opportunity for more attainable housing, reduces sprawl, and promotes responsible growth by utilizing existing infrastructure. Single-family neighborhoods are protected with buffer requirements for new developments adjacent to existing neighborhoods. The plan proposes to maintain the Green Line in its original location, marking the beginning of the transition from suburban to rural land uses and character, protecting the agricultural land south of the Blue Line, or the rural area boundary. The Blue Line has historically been used by the Public Utilities Department to indicate where water and sewer infrastructure end and the use of wells and septic systems begin, and has been formally recognized in this plan to better differentiate the Green Line context area and the rural context area. The plan increases mobility options for residents of Virginia Beach, including public transit. However, public transit is not a requirement of the system to function. Transit-oriented development only refers to the integration of transportation and land use to make areas more walkable and accessible. This can lead to reduced traffic congestion, reduced greenhouse gas and vehicle emissions, better public health outcomes, economic development, and increased land values and property tax revenue. So that being said, staff is recommending adoption of the Imagine VB 2040 comprehensive plan, which will supersede the current comprehensive plan from 2016. And I can stand by for questions.
Commissioner Camp?
Thank you, Hank. Thank you for all of the work that brought us to this point. It is no small undertaking. I know this is the first time you have undertaken a comprehensive plan, and you started with the largest city in Virginia, so that's quite a first. I have 2 questions for you. In your presentation just now, and in the staff report on page 2 from which you were quoting, you were speaking about transit-oriented development. I believe it would be more accurate to say that rather than just more walkable, it's actually more walkable and bikeable was the intent. Would you be willing to take that into consideration in your presentation of that term in the future?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you so much. Second, at our prior meeting, we discussed the master transportation plan, which has also undergone an update and revision concurrent with the comprehensive plan. At our prior meeting, it was discussed that that would be voted upon separately and first ahead of the comp plan so that it would be done and then incorporated. That is not the agenda we see today. That the agenda we have today treats the master transportation plan update as part of the entire vote on the comp plan. And so there really isn't a separate comment window on that. I believe we'll see if this goes on consent or whether there is a hearing, but I would like to at least acknowledge here and get your acknowledgement that the master transportation plan is not in a finished state, that at this time we're awaiting data from the Regional Transportation Agency, which will be used to update this plan, we think, later this year. That a decision was made by the planning department to take other updates that are acknowledged by staff as desirable to be put in this plan and hold them until that later update is undertaken. Whether or not they relate to the traffic analysis, it was a manpower allocation decision on doing those additional steps later. Is my summary generally correct?
Yes. So just for the record, the HRTPO, Transportation Planning Organization, is updating their 2050 long-range transportation plan. So we'll be using the data that comes out of that regional project to update our traffic demand model locally. Until that data becomes available, we can't do that. So we've done a slight updating kind of demographic information, roadway construction projects that have been completed. So we've done a miniature update, I would say, to the master transportation plan, with the knowing full well that we will be doing a major update once we get that data from the Regional Transportation Organization.
So when this planning commission is asked on these agenda items to certify to City Council that we have fulfilled state law on updating these plans, that while at I'll say a minimum level, we have done that with the MTP, that it is with the full knowledge we're going to come back and touch that plan again soon to complete the process. And our recommendation to council, I believe, should include that acknowledgement somewhere that this is not done, finished, and will come back, let's say, in 5 years.
That would be fine. We have full intention to update it as soon as we have the data available.
So lastly, in my opinion, the type of presentation that you just did to introduce this to us ahead of our vote would be improved, more transparent, if you have the opportunity to give a similar presentation to council, if it included this acknowledgement about the status of the MPP.
Okay, yes. So we're not the only city. There are a lot of cities in the region that are doing the same strategy that we are. Yes. When it was approved by VDOT, the MTP draft that is being voted on was approved by VDOT, and they recognized that we will be updating it once the other data becomes available.
Yes, of course.
Good morning, Planning Commission, and I just wanted to add a couple of comments to that. We also provide City Council with a full City Council staff report prior to their agenda items. So we'll include all of those details in that as well, and we'll include the additional language in that presentation.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you again for all your work on this. I'm just in talking about different plans such as the Shore Drive Corridor Plan. Is there a process in place, like within the planning department, so that once that plan, because I know it's kind of like on the horizon to be updated, that we then, once that's approved, will incorporate into our comprehensive plan? It's my understanding in our conversations that, you know, this plan is nimble by design, but also has opportunity for like the improvements when some of our other plans that are supplemental to the comprehensive plan. Can you just speak to that for me a little bit and how that works?
Sure. So we have the comprehensive plan, of course, and then we have all of our subsidiary plans that we adopt by reference. So when we do it update to a plan like the Shore Drive plan, it would be kind of a similar process as this, but it would just be adopted by reference into the comprehensive plan. So same kind of deal. It would supersede the old version with the updated version.
And does it come to the planning commission
ma'am,
for
it
that?
does.
Okay, thank you.
We all received a letter that we will entertain some discussion on this during the formal session in regards to the request that we received.
I believe this is a matter we need to have heard, so I assume we're going to be having hearing. That's where we should be making our comments probably there.
All right. So this is just the resolution, the accompanying resolution to it's a couple, so we'd be voting on items 1 and 2 at the same time. And then we're also proposing to amend a few sections of the zoning ordinance. This is really a cleanup because these reference sections of the the 2016 comprehensive plan. So we are updating it so it matches up with the guidance in the comp plan. And same deal, cleaning up the city code to reflect the updated comprehensive plan. And recommending approval of all of these, of course.
Hank, could you just clarify for me just on the words? So, agenda item 1 and 2, one is an ordinance to adopt the comprehensive plan, and then the second is a resolution.
Yes.
Could you just clarify that, or Tori?
That's Tori's.
So the state code specifies that for the process of the comprehensive plan to be adopted, it's adopted by ordinance by city council, and since it's an ordinance pertaining to your subject matter, you will also be making a recommendation on it, but the state code explicitly states that the planning commission must make a resolution to recommend adoption and certify the plan to city council, so that's what that separate document does. It's just letting them know what the recommendation is and certifying that it meets all of the state code requirements.
And so if there's any decision to change any elements to this comprehensive plan, is that considered part of the ordinance or the resolution?
It will be both. So the ordinance would come forward just like any other ordinances that you make a recommendation on to city council with that recommendation. And then the resolution, the wording would change slightly in it. I anticipate if there's any changes, it will have some sort of language that says with the addendum or attached recommendations that were made at the March 11th, 2026 Planning Commission hearing. It will be slightly tweaked just to encompass any recommendations that come out of today's hearing.
Thank you.
Questions? We'll hear this.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you all for your time and attention to this project. It's been a good project, so I think I'm happy with it.
If I can ask for one point of clarification, I know items 1 and 2, we will hear the text amendments that update the references to the comp plan. So items 3 and 4, are we hearing those? Are those on consent?
I think they should be heard together. I mean,
Yeah, I
both
agree.
things should be.
one hearing, 4 separate votes for items 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Item 5 is an ordinance to remove a GPIN parcel and a portion of a GPIN parcel from the Nimmo Church Historic and Cultural District, and to amend the official zoning map of the city of Virginia Beach to eliminate the Nimmo Church Historic Cultural District. See the district here in pink. It was established in 1980 and expanded in 1986, located at the intersection of General Booth Boulevard and Princess Anne Road. The Historic and Cultural District is 9.9 acres in size. 6.7 acres of the 9.25 Nimmo Church parcel has the Historic Cultural District zoning overlay, and all 3.25 acres of the Royal Farms parcel has the Historic and Cultural District zoning overlay. Here you can see outlined is the Nimmo Church parcel, and you can see that the development around it is not extensive. Some condos across the General Booth Boulevard to the northwest, and the Royal Farms to the west are the closest development. The Nimmo Church was originally constructed in 1791. It was expanded in the 1840s, and the tower and steeple that you see there was built in the 1890s. It has several additions to it. Many of you did a site visit and saw the extensive footprint that it has. All those additions were built in the 20th century. There's also a cemetery on site and a good amount of open space. The Royal Farms is a convenience store, car wash, and gas station. It was constructed in 2023 and did go to the Historical Review Board. They recommended numerous changes to design and materials, and the applicant made all of those requested changes. So with the ordinance, you have received 1 letter of support and 3 letters of opposition for this ordinance. And we've been here before, December as well as January, deferred in December for 30 days, in January for 60 days. So another deferral would make it go to City Council with a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission. I'm here to answer any questions you may have today.
I received a text stating that staff are not introducing themselves at the beginning of their remarks. Would you please just introduce yourself, Mr. Reed?
Certainly. I'm Mark Reed. I'm the Historic Preservation Planner in Planning and Community Development.
Thank you, sir.
And there are 8 speakers signed up for this item, so we will need to hear it.
When we visited the site, it was brought up that perhaps that the new part of the church built in the 20th century could use modern-day materials versus the historic part of the church would have to adhere to original materials. Is that on the table?
Yes, sir. Within the context of the design guidelines that the Historical Review Board has adopted, those 20th century additions are all identified as non-contributing resources in the district, and typically non-contributing resources can be considered for modern materials. I cannot speak for the Historical Review Board, but staff certainly would consider that as appropriate. In particular, with a situation like this, where you have the historic building and then you have a lot of additions attached to it, it is typically a good practice to have different materials on those newer additions to help differentiate it from the historic part of the building.
Hear it, so.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am Hannah Sabo, zoning administrator for the City of Virginia Beach. This is ordinance to add section 208.1 to the city zoning ordinance for the regulation of roll-off containers. This body first heard this amendment proposed in November of last year, where it was deferred, and we worked with stakeholders to come to an agreement on what we think will be a more beneficial amendment for both homeowners, neighbors of homeowners who are working on projects, and contractors. So this amendment looks at roll-off containers. We just have a couple of examples here. They are the heavy-duty trash containers that are used for large cleanup projects or construction projects. Currently, there's no time limit as to when they can be on residential properties. And so what this amendment does is it looks at those roll-off containers, and specifically for residential districts, it limits it to no more than 30 days in a 60-day or a 6-month period, so 30 days every 6 months, except during permitted construction activity, at which point that roll-off container can be there for the duration of the permitted construction activity. And so we discussed with the Coastal Virginia Building Industry Association, CVBIA, and during their meeting, their February 18th meeting of this year, they did voice support for this updated amendment. Previously, it was 16 days every 6 months, and they said that was not enough time, even for smaller projects that didn't require permitting. But the 30 days every 6 months, they were supportive of. We discussed that there are some projects that may take longer and that don't necessarily need construction permits. The discussion there was that it's very difficult for staff to be able to tell when a property is under construction if there's no permit associated with it, if there's no building permit associated. So really the only way for us to be able to enforce that is to tie it to that construction permit. But again, if you have a project that is small, that does not need a building construction permit, you still have those 30 days to be able to have the roll-off container on the property. Again, this only applies to residential properties. And I'll just note that the type of construction projects that need permits, anytime you're opening a wall, anytime you're moving an outlet, that requires a building permit. Anytime you're moving plumbing, that all requires a building permit. So for the most part, we do believe that any construction work that's going to take a while will likely need a building permit. And so it would fall under that exemption for permitted construction activity. So staff does support this amendment or this new ordinance to be added. The CVBIA provided support for this amendment during their February meeting. And again, this amendment allows for the enforcement of those roll-off containers by the zoning division. And I'm available if you have any questions. Yes.
Is there an opportunity for the homeowner or user of the roll-off to request an extension of the 30 days if there is an unpermitted need for it?
No, there is not. Now, if staff always works with homeowners, so what would happen is staff would go out if we got a complaint, it's there for 30 days, we would work with the homeowner. The homeowner says, we need 2 more days, we're finishing this project, then we would be able to allow them to have that for the extra couple of days. And then I'll just note that our violation process, when we issue a notice of violation, it does take 30 days before they have 30 days to comply before we would issue a summons and going to that next step. But our staff does work with homeowners with any type of violation.
And thank you for this. Kind of extending that period a little bit. I think that makes it a little bit more comfortable. When it comes to enforcement, is that So we have people that are out there and they may see it and take note of it, but generally it's probably going to come from a complaint or something. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the date of, I guess, when their time period for that 30 days starts, does that start with the date of complaint?
It will most likely, if we have some evidence or something we can bring to court to show that it was there at a certain date, but most of the time the judges want to see our inspectors being able to confirm it was there on this date and then it was through the 30 days.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for reworking this ordinance and for working with the industry group. There's a second industry that has a large stake in this type of unit. That is those who run rental properties. And at tenant turnover, they may require this type of service, even though they're not doing construction activities. So my question is, in a residential district where we have a multifamily dwelling, multiple apartments on one parcel, and the landlord has turnover, needs to do a clean out, brings in a dumpster, roll off here, and then a second unit opens up and they have a similar need. How is that handled if they are only permitted one of these roll-offs within that time period?
For a lot of commercial sites, they will have commercial dumpsters that are a part of their site plan. If it is a residentially zoned property and they need additional roll-off containers, they have that 30 days. So if they have one weekend where it's a turnaround, and then that would be a 30 days, and they were to come back a few weeks later for a couple of days, they could have another roll-off container. But it is not. There is no exception for multifamily in a residential district.
So the 30 days is not the question. It's the part of the ordinance that says in any consecutive 6-month period, if you had 2 apartments turn over in the same 6-month period, you're saying that that landlord would only be able to bring a roll-off onto the property one time?
They could have it for no longer than 30 days. So if they had 10 days and then 10 days and another 10 days, the ordinance does not preclude that from happening.
So it's a 30-day allowance there's 30 allowed days, and they can use them in 2 separate bunches of days? Is that what this means?
That is my reading. That is, yes, that it would not be allowed, that the dumpster would be allowed for a period not exceeding a total of 30 days. So it could be a whatever grouping of 30 days, of whatever grouping of days, as long as it is no more than a total of 30 days within a 6-month period. So yes, they could have it for 10 days and then 10 days and then 10 days.
And have you vetted that with our rental stakeholders here?
We brought this went through the standard public hearing and advertisements, and then it was briefed to the CVBIA.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe to dig a little deeper from Walter's comments, when you give a notice of violation, that goes to a specific address, correct? So whatever work they're doing, and maybe this might help, whatever work they're doing, it would go to the address of whatever it is, but unit 3. And then would unit 5 have that same opportunity to, it would all just be a part of the same address?
It would be part of the same address. We would look at that as a whole. But again, I will note that a lot of these multifamily units, the ones that are large, that have a large apartment complexes, they have their own trash pickup services, and they have their own industrial dumpsters where that are picked up on a more regular basis. So they are accounting for that.
The understanding is if they're going through a large-scale renovation on the inside, they're probably going to be using these types of dumpsters, which most likely would require a permit.
Yes, they will have their own large-scale dumpsters in the area on their site that is designated for dumpsters to be located, with dumpster enclosures and that are picked up on a more regular basis, and they can have their private refuse companies come pick those up more often.
I may speak to Commissioners Camp and Mosh. I will say that I, for many years, was a party to a 120-unit apartment complex. We had our own dumpsters, and when we had to move out, we asked for special pickups. So I might say I need a special pickup twice this week, and you just turn them over more often. Or I could say, I usually have a so many cubic foot unit, but next week I'm gonna need a larger one. It goes in the same spot, it doesn't require a permit, and you handle it that way. But you're already in charge of your own trash disposal because the city's, you're not having 120 units putting trash cans out for the city to pick up. You're already handling your own disposal. I don't see this as a problem personally. And I appreciate the work that Commissioner Anderson did on this to get it to something that's agreeable to all stakeholders.
So when it says any person who violates, if there's a tenant who's ordered the can, is the homeowner ultimately responsible for this violation, or is the lease tenant who controls the property?
For zoning violations, we can issue a violation to either the tenant or the property owner. We will usually issue it to the tenant, the person that is doing the violation. But at the end of the day, the property owner is responsible for any activity that occurs on their property. So we could issue a violation to both.
For both. And then this is not to be a criminal offense ultimately, and it states that the procedure in cases of violation shall be specified in 217B of that ordinance. Have we been provided that language that's going to be in 217B?
That is an existing section of the ordinance.
So in other words, is this going to go word for word into 217B or these specific violations?
I believe that Tori is pulling that up, but that is the civil violation section that applies to.
Right, I just didn't know if it was going to, it says the procedure in cases of violation shall be specified, shall be as specified in 217B. So it remains non-criminal even when it's placed in 217B. That's really what I'm asking about, but I didn't know if we're going to be shown that language.
Yes, I believe. I do not have that for you, but I believe that Tori is double checking that.
You can keep going.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, the intention is for it to, for the violations for this section to be the same process as any other civil violation within the zoning ordinance. And the vast majority of these do come into compliance. I mean, the intention here is these are temporary units that are there during a period. Even if there is a violation, and even if we end up having to take them to court, the likelihood that will remain a violation is very low. These things are meant to be removed. So I don't see it needing to go very much farther than that. Okay.
I'm okay. I would be fine with consent if there's no other.
I'd ask that it be heard, just so that we can have a hearing, we can ask questions, people can hear it during the formal proceeding. And I do want to be updated on the procedure, how this is to be handled, because it states on what we're being presented that it's non-criminal. Things are non-criminal until you start disobeying a judge if you've been ordered to remove it, And so that has its own connotation under the law. But I'd like to see what the procedure is before I vote on it, and so I'd ask that it be heard.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. The next item is item number 7, And this is a request by VA OPC Land LLC for a modification of proffers associated with a 2018 conditional rezoning request, which rezoned the property from R5D residential to conditional B2 community business district. The vacant 20-acre property is located at the intersection of Northampton Boulevard and Premium Outlet Boulevard and is within the Burton Station SGA. In June of 2018, City Council approved a rezoning request to rezone the property to conditional B2 to develop the site with a 250,000 square foot shopping center. The project was never developed and the site currently remains vacant. The applicant is now seeking a modification of proffers to remove proffers 1 through 8 and replace with 5 new proffers to develop the northern portion of the site with an approximately 243,000 square foot VA outpatient treatment facility. The facility will employ approximately 622 full-time employees and will be the regional facility serving Southampton Roads veterans. As depicted on the conceptual plan, the proffered conceptual plan, a 15-foot wide Category 4 buffer is provided along the northern and eastern residential property lines, satisfying the buffer requirements of the zoning ordinance. As recommended by the Active Transportation Plan, a minimum 8-foot wide side path along Premium Outlet Boulevard is provided. Additionally, a 8-foot wide multi-use path along the eastern and northern property lines connecting to Lake Wright Linear Park is also proposed, as well as a 10-foot wide multi-use path along the proposed Tolliver Road extension. Parking is met on site with 1,250 parking spaces. Of the 903 spaces that are required by the ordinance, they are exceeding the parking requirement by 347 spaces. The proposed building will consist of materials that include aluminum paneling, glass, and brick veneer. Per section 904 of the zoning ordinance, a portion of the proposed building within 100 feet of the adjacent residential properties would be limited to a maximum height of 35 feet. The applicant is proposing a building height of 64 feet and 5 inches. As such, a deviation is being requested through the provisions of section 107I of the zoning ordinance. This is a delay in this. Okay. Staff supports this request because the building is set back from the residential district and is approximately 325 feet from the nearest single-family dwelling, and the design incorporates architectural treatments and landscaping that help buffer visual impacts on adjacent residences. A traffic impact analysis was submitted to the Department of Public Works Traffic Engineering for review, which indicated that the development is expected to generate approximately 11,000 daily trips, which is lower than the 2018 approved retail development in terms of daily traffic, morning and afternoon. However, morning and afternoon peak hour traffic will be higher. The TIA indicates that modifications may be needed to the southbound Tolliver Road extended approach at Northampton Boulevard. A new traffic signal is proposed at that intersection. Staff does not anticipate any significant changes needed to the proposed layout of the plan. There are recommendations from the TIA that will be conditional on City of Norfolk's agreement to participate in the retiming of the Northampton Boulevard corridor, including 2 signals in Norfolk, and 2 of those signals will be in Virginia Beach, as well as an approval of 1 full access point on Premium Outlets Boulevard at the northern edge of the site. The TIA is still under review with ongoing coordination with the City of Norfolk. It is intended that the TIA will most likely be finalized prior to move forward to City Council. Staff is recommending approval subject to the proffers listed in the staff report. We don't have any registered speakers. No one has signed up in opposition. We've heard no opposition for this request, and we are recommending approval. Happy to stand by for questions.
Thank you so much, Marshall.
Sure.
When you did the traffic study, I wonder if you considered the air traffic from the airport that's right there?
I'm not sure that we did consider the air. I'm not sure that we did. I would say no.
Okay, I just hope there's no problem with light aircraft. I know we're closing that 3-2 runway, so it's not indirect, but just hope there's no problem because we're going up on the height. And
Sure.
I wonder if the airport air traffic controllers are even aware that this is happening, if they're going to be surprised to see this big building going up beside the runway.
Great question. We can notify them just to see if they have any additional questions. This is.
Well,
Michelle, I have just a question in reference to the timing on this application.
Sure.
I remember, and I double checked, I looked it up in the news, in December, there was an announcement for this property that it was going to be built, and, you know, now we're a few months later addressing the proffers, but is it, you know, standard practice that a project would be announced prior to coming to the planning commission?
So you mean like in the news? It was in the news?
It was in the news.
So that we don't, of course, we don't regulate that. So they can, you know, announce any kind of story. That does not mean that it's going to get approved. Of course, it's up to city council. But, you know, we can't control. And then I don't believe they wait on the city to have their news media.
But back when the rezoning happened to B2,
Oh, when the shopping center.
right, for the shopping center, so then this usage for a medical clinic is allowable under the.
Yes, there's a by right use in the
by right
B2.
use. Okay, thank you.
Since it's subject to proffers. this
Right.
is subject to
The
come back
proffers.
Because this was not included on that proffer.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Marshall.
Good morning.
On this application, I note that the staff analysis suggested 903 parking spaces were required,
Yes.
and the plan proposes to build 1,250 parking spaces.
Yes.
I'm much more familiar with applications where they want to build fewer spaces than we think are needed, than one that wants to build maybe 30% more than our analysis suggests. This is hundreds more parking spaces.
Sure.
Could you please speak to that? That is an unusual amount of pavement and just an atypical type of thing. What's going on with all the parking?
So the applicant may be able to speak more to that, but with our zoning ordinance, in the B2, you're allowed to have 50% above what is required. So they're below what that is. So they are still meeting the requirement, even though it's more than what's required. The applicant may be able to speak to why they need 1,200 instead of the 903, based on their.
I understand. The reason I'm asking here in the informal is if this affords us an opportunity to look at the standards we use and potentially recalibrate if they are or not on point with what the market is telling us. That's the reason I'm asking it here. I know I can ask them for their motivation. I'm asking you about, are we off here on what we think is the standard?
Sure. And that might be more of a zoning question.
And I do think once we get through the comp plan, it is the intention to do the zoning ordinance update, and absolutely parking standards will be a part of that discussion.
Thank you. My other question on this, with regard to, I'll call it the path that is running along from this depiction, the northern border of the parcel, is that part of this application or is this part of agenda item number 8?
So the northern part is part of this application. The southern part is the retail that's closer to Northampton Boulevard.
Okay, because in our staff report, the description of that pathway over there is in agenda item number 8.
Okay.
So
I just put it in both senses, the entire parcel.
all right, then I'll ask my questions here at this agenda point.
Okay.
There are 2 questions with regard to that path. One, it states that the material proposed is crush and run. Is that ADA compliant?
That's a great question. We would need to look into that and see.
So when it says that it'll be built with regard to the site plan, and it is so specific, it's listing a type of material that there may be a question whether it meets a requirement that we know we have to meet. I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay.
The second item is, if that type of material is permitted to go forward, that is unlike asphalt, which has a 25 to 50-year life. This type of material needs ongoing care to maintain a surface that is appropriate and safe. who is responsible for the ongoing care and maintenance of the proposed path on this site?
I'd assume it would be the applicant or the owner of the property, but we can double check and see.
It is not being dedicated to the city as a public path
Now that I'm-
and therefore put on the taxpayers to maintain that type of service.
Are you talking about the multi-use paths? And
I'm talking about the one that is not adjacent to a street, the one that is running.
interior to the site?
Yes,
Yes, it would be the property owner's responsibility to maintain that.
All right, thank you for those
Sure.
answers.
I went to the site and I had some post-traumatic stress triggered delivering my children to school and going through that intersection for 12 straight years. And I couldn't imagine that the school was not going to weigh in on this application and present its thoughts. And I was like, am I going to call them? Am I going to stir the pot? And I really was so stressed and tied up with so many things that I didn't have a chance. I was rethinking whether I wanted to do it anyway. So I'm a little surprised that I've not received outreach, knowing severe failure of that intersection and the addition of this traffic and what it would mean for the people delivering their children to school and people trying to get to college and trying to reach the interstate and all those things. So I would really like to hear from the traffic folks on this project and what they have figured out. You know, I'm sure we advertised it properly and we did all those things, but no one's reached out to me about it. So I'd feel more comfortable if we heard it and then we consider it on its merits when it comes before us in the formal.
I'll just say that when I became aware that this project was coming more than a year ago, long before I was even on the planning commission, I called President Miller of the school and let him know it was coming. So they were aware, but I too am surprised and I support hearing it.
One more question. Marshall, what you mentioned the traffic count? Or was there a traffic count with the proposed shopping center?
There was. It was 13,000 average daily trips, about 13,000 average daily trips for that proposal. It's reduced since they're reducing the shopping center and putting the outpatient facility in.
Well, in other words, with application 7 and 8 together, the other part of the land is going to be
Retail.
retail.
Yes.
Okay, is there a new proposed or imagined traffic count for the two together?
Yes. What's in your staff report is them together.
Okay.
And Rick is like he's coming to address it.
If I may, I'd like to read a comment from Commissioner Hippen that is watching virtually because she's sick, and she says that she's watching us on Cox 48 right now. Traffic will be an issue, not the airport. The property is located on the other side of the apartment complex we approved previously, and Brian is right.
Congratulations.
I have one fan out there.
I could speak to the trip generation because that was included in the old study that was done in 2018 and the new study that was done now. So originally it was 250,000 square feet of retail. That was what it was approved by council in 2018. And that would generate about 13,000, a little bit over 13,000 trips a day. Just like a shopping center would. Retail is one of your higher trip generators of all the land uses. So with this, it's now 240,000 square foot-ish of medical use and still 83,000 square feet or 81,000 square feet of retail. So they kept some of the retail trip generation in there, but they also replaced, 170,000 square foot of retail with the medical office. So like Marshall said, the new proposal, this is the retail and the hospital, or the outpatient hospital, will be about 11,000 trips a day. And as she said, it means that there's going to be more trips concentrated in the morning and afternoon peak hours than there would be if the whole thing was retail, because retail is you come and go all day long.
Right.
But with the medical office, people tend to come and go at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, and then again at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. But that's all been taken. I mean, that's been taken into account in the traffic impact study that was done for both the original and the proposed development. So if you have questions about the traffic impact study, I mean, I can certainly answer those.
Rick, I have to disagree with you. In my business, I'm at the VA hospital a lot in Hampton and in Richmond at McGuire, and there is no timeline for the VA patients. They are constantly from 6 to 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock at night, constantly all day long, worse than retail. And that brings me back to what they were Walter was discussing about the parking. And I think that's why that, because of the amount of people that are going and getting transferred and getting people to drive them, that's why the developers ask for more parking, is because of the lack of parking and, knowing that we need more because there's not just one vehicle there. So that part, I think the extra parking will work well. But as far as the in the morning and the afternoon traffic for the VA hospital, I disagree. It's all day long. And that creates a lot of problems, because coming down Northampton Boulevard from the beach side is a nightmare all day long as well.
And I didn't mean to say that there wouldn't be any traffic during the day. It wasn't just peaked. I mean, it just peaked in the morning and the afternoon. So the medical office building is the land use that
Standard medical office building. This is not standard. This is completely different than your regular doctor visit office building. This is, I see it 3-4 times. I do a lot of stuff over there, and I'm driving through. Hampton they're old buildings, and the parking's not the best in the roads, but you can see the influx of people all day long, and it's, to me, I mean, this is just my personal opinion, of course. It is an all-day affair.
Okay.
A quick question, is this an overnight patient facility? Because if it's just day, I assume that all the employees and staff are coming in the morning and leaving in the afternoon, and then the patients are all throughout the day, as Commissioner Anderson said. Is that why you think that the bulk are going to be morning and evening?
Correct. And again, we're using trip generation data that's combined from all over the country, where they survey sites where they do medical office, and there is a hospital portion put into the trip generation for this facility as well, because there is an ambulatory center that's associated with it. So the hospital portion of it is only 61,000 square feet, and then the medical office is more of the 183,000 feet. But that's one of the reasons why the daily trips aren't as high, because with retail centers, you'll get the 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and even 9 o'clock hours, for your shopping areas, and that traffic won't exist with the VA, because once the VA closes for the day, you're not going to have that carryover into the evenings. So that's a little bit why the daily trips are less.
Thank you.
Sure.
If for some reason there is a problem after it's built with traffic, are there things we can do to alleviate it at that point?
Well, what I can tell you is that as far as looking at that site plan, you'll see that the only access to premium outlets, so really the impact to the Wesleyan Premium Outlets Northampton intersection, it's going to be mostly through trips, because the way the study's been written and the way that we've shown it, or we anticipate it, is that people really aren't going to use Premium Outlets Boulevard to get to this development. They're going to use the new main entrance there at Tolliver and Northampton, where there's a traffic signal going to be there. So, the study even says this. It's counterintuitive. You put another signal, you think you're going to get, you think that your travel times through the corridor are going to increase because you just added a new signal. In this case, it's not, because the alternative to adding that new signal is now all this traffic that's going to this development, and it will be going to the development if you approve it, will be either going in Premium Outlets. We've already heard that intersection is a nightmare, or it'll be going to Burton Station, which is completely underbuilt for the level of this type of traffic to be used as the main entrance. You've seen the Burton Station intersection. It's not built out for a lot of traffic as it's built out. So the majority of the traffic is going to be coming in there on Northampton at Tolliver Extended. So Tolliver Extended and that signal there will relieve congestion in the corridor, associated with this new development. In the background, don't know if there's any projects in the works, because half of it's in Norfolk, half of it's in Virginia Beach in the Northampton corridor. I do know there's a VDOT project coming, I won't say soon, because soon in their world is different than soon in our world, but it's coming soon. I think it's phase 3 of the I-264-64 interchange improvements, but phase 3 includes some improvements to that interchange, which is really the issue.
Mr. Bowman, when you reference the traffic study, there's another way that traffic will be coming here, which is on foot and on bike, like from Wesleyan, that they're already moving through these intersections across Northampton to the existing restaurants, retail, and here in the next application, we're going to have even more things to attract folks to come who may not be driving a car. Did the traffic study take into account on the southwest corner of where it's the northeast corner where Premium Outlet Boulevard meets Northampton, that corner, the movement of pedestrians and non-automotive traffic through there?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any questions? Here or?
One of them heard.
Susan said he's right.
While we're hearing everything, this is going to be a long day.
I've got one for consent. Maybe 2.
We'll see. You might get lucky, you never know.
Do my part.
Okay, your next item is item number 8, and this is a request by Northampton Development LLC for a modification of proffers associated with the 2018 conditional rezoning request. This is the same parcel, vacant 20-acre site, which is located in the Burton Station SGA. As I mentioned with the previous application, the VA facility will be proposed. The original 2018 approved plan was to develop this entire site with 250,000 square foot of shopping center, which was never constructed. The applicant is proposing this was the original plan that was approved in 2008. As you can see, this was all going to be retail. The applicant is proposing to modify the proffers to develop the site with the southern portion of the site with an 81,000 square foot shopping center consistent with the original zoning intent, while the northern portion will accommodate the VA outpatient facility, both of which are considered by right permitted uses in the B2, but they're coming back before you because they're seeking to modify the proffers and the conceptual layout. Now, this clicker is not working today, so could you just move to the next slide? Parking is met on site with 325 spaces required for the retail. 416 spaces are provided, exceeding the parking requirement for the retail use by 91 spaces. The active transportation plan, as I mentioned before, requires the construction of a minimum 10-foot wide shared use path along Northampton Boulevard. However, the applicant instead is as you show on the plan, has provided a 5-foot, but I believe there's been some conversation to increase that number through conversations, and the applicant will speak to that at the hearing. The proffered renderings for the retail development are proffered, and they have not changed. We'll just flip through some of those slides so you can see what the development will look like. As I mentioned previously, and we've kind of talked about the TIA, it was associated with the entire site, so we don't have to go further into that. Staff is recommending approval subject to the proffers listed in the staff report, and if you have any questions, be happy to answer them.
Your consent.
Oh,
Did you say both?
Yeah, I think we're going to have a.
Said hear or consent.
Mr. Chairman, some of the references that we were just discussing in the prior application also relate to this one. For example, my question about the path, about these other things, and we have an item that the staff planner has said that the applicant needs to speak to clarify. I don't think this is an extensive hearing, but I think we need to hear it just so those things get on the table clearly. It goes with the prior one.
All right, the next items is items number 9 and 10. Items 9 and 10 is request by Jeff Berkowitz for a rezoning from AG2 Agricultural District to B2 Community Business, and B2 Community Business to I1 Light Industrial, as well as a conditional use permit for a bulk storage yard. The vacant 3.8 acres site is split zone currently. It's a vacant field and is located on the corner of London Bridge Road and Hornet Drive and is within the greater than 75. It is subject to a Navy restrictive easement and it is located in the Sega 2 West Oceana. The applicant is seeking to develop the site with a bulk storage yard comprised of 26 fenced storage lots, ranging in size from 2,400 square feet to about 4,900 square feet. The storage lots will be leased to local businesses with no buildings or on-site employees proposed. All the storage lots will be divided by a proposed 6-foot tall solid fence. The only exception will be designated for ingress and egress for each lot, which will have a chain link gate as shown on the landscape plan. The chain link gates will not be visible from the public right-of-way. The public storage yard will be fully gated with security cameras and lighting not to exceed 14 feet in height and will be shielded and directed away from adjacent properties. As required by the zoning ordinance, the landscape screening is proposed with a 6-foot tall solid privacy fence. However, a deviation is requested to utilize the existing wooded buffer along the northern and western property lines in lieu of installing plantings on the proposed parcel. Staff is agreeable to this request, but has recommended a condition that should that existing buffer, which is over a public drainage there, if it's ever to be removed, that they would have to put the plantings on their parcel to meet the requirements of the buffering for the zoning ordinance. Since there's no buildings being proposed, they would be able to do that. They would just have to shift the lots that they're proposing on that northern property line. The site is within the Southern Rivers watershed, and a preliminary drainage analysis was submitted to our Development Services Center that was considered to comply with all the regulations of the stormwater strategy. While not on this conceptual plan, a condition also has been added to ensure that curb and gutter, along with a 1 foot of roadway widening along London Bridge, be installed. The applicant is amenable to that, but that is a requirement of the Public Works Design Standards, and that will be required during site plan review. Staff is recommending approval of these requests as we believe the proposed storage yard is consistent with the comprehensive plan's land use policies for this area, as the majority of the land in this vicinity is zoned industrial, and the uses are compatible with Navy flight operations. Staff is unaware of any opposition, and we are recommending approval of this request. Happy to answer any questions. Yes.
Mr. Blunt.
Hi there.
So I see that VHB did a stormwater analysis, and we think this retention pond or BMP is sufficient for all on site. I mean, this is taking the site from, 3.89 acres of open space to 3.25 acres of impervious surface. And we think that our intake, public intake from the outfall there is sufficient to deal with this water and to manage it properly all the way through the system. You know, and I haven't seen the specific plan for this, but it does turn south into West Neck Creek and flow down there. And we don't see any problems with that.
During the review, we did not see any problems, and we indicated that it would be their strategy would successfully comply with all stormwater regulations. Of course, more review would be occurring during further review, but there's no issue according to our Development Services Center.
Questions?
Say that I support putting this on the consent agenda because this is an industrial use north of the Green Line, next to a military base in an industrial area, that this is the right kind of place for this kind of thing in our city. And if that is the will of the district commissioner and the commission, I certainly support it.
Schoonover, is this your district?
Ma'am?
Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Agenda items 11 and 12 are a request for a conditional rezoning from R40 Residential District to Conditional B2 Community Business District, and a conditional use permit for an indoor recreational facility to expand the parking lot serving the adjacent existing gymnastics facility. The existing gymnastics facility, known as Gym Strata, has been in operation on the neighboring site, 5644 Parliament Drive, since 1973. At the time of its founding, the site's use as an indoor recreational facility was permitted by right in the B1 Neighborhood Business District. In 1993, when the zoning ordinance was updated, indoor recreational facilities were then prohibited in the B1 Neighborhood Business District, making the use a legal nonconformity. The existing facility is currently served by approximately 60 parking spaces, which is less than is required by the zoning ordinance today. The applicant has expressed having issues with parking, especially during transitions between sets of classes or practices. The proposal would expand the available parking to 111 spaces, which would exceed the minimum requirement and meet the applicant's needs. The site will be improved with landscaping and a defined access point to the adjacent Virginia Beach Trail. While the applicant is not currently proposing any landscaping between the parking lot and the adjacent residential property, the applicant is the owner of the adjacent residential property, and the applicant has provided a proffer that should the applicant transfer ownership of the residential property, a Category 4 vegetated buffer would be installed and maintained along the eastern edge of the parking lot. Otherwise, new parking area would meet current standards with street trees and shrubs along Parliament Drive frontage and landscaping islands within the parking lot. In staff's opinions, these requests are acceptable. The site is located within the suburban area, a guiding principle of which is to create great neighborhoods and support them through complementary non-residential uses, which the indoor recreational facility would be considered. As stated previously, the proposal will increase the number of parking spaces to meet current standards for the neighboring non-conforming indoor recreational facility, Gym Strata. Additionally, the site will be improved with landscaping along the Virginia Beach Trail and Parliament Drive, as well as standard right-of-way improvements to include curb and gutter and the installation of a sidewalk. Staff has not received any opposition to the request, and there are no speakers signed up at this time. And again, staff is recommending approval based on the proffers and conditions listed in the staff report. And I will state what's been passed around. There is a proposed revised exhibit to do some relocation of the proposed entrance to better align with the sidewalk on the southern side of Parliament Drive. In speaking with the applicant's representative, they are open to adding that as a condition of the conditional use permit and then have the intention of revising the exhibit between Planning Commission and City Council. And I will be on standby should there be any questions.
Mr. Camp.
So this is my district, and I appreciate what the applicant and the representative has done here, that they have graciously created an on and off ramp to the Virginia Beach Trail crossing their property. But as you stated in looking at it, the initial proposed location of that would strand pedestrians at Parliament Drive with nowhere to go. And talking with them, I have requested that they consider moving that aisle over to the eastern side of the property where it's going to be partitioned, which would be to the right of the parking lot you see displayed up here. What that will do is allow people crossing their property from the Virginia Beach Trail at the top to Parliament Drive to then come across to an existing sidewalk, which the city, at an expense of $7 million, is about to expand this year all the way to Point of View Elementary through the adjoining neighborhood. So what we will have created here is not just for the benefit of the applicant, but also for the entire community to create a continuous walkway that is safe from the churches, the schools, the homes, to the business district here. In order to accomplish that change, do we need to hear it and impose a condition, or can we put this on consent and the applicant will make the modification to the site plan on its way to council, which is the correct procedure?
You can put it on consent if you'd like, if you want to add the condition to the use permit during the consent agenda. I think that's fine as well. And the applicant's already stated that they're amenable to that and do plan to make that change to their site plan exhibit in between planning commission and council.
So, Mr. Chairman, with the kind assistance of staff to help on the wording, my intent would be to move that this go on to the consent agenda with a necessary condition to relocate the aisle across the property near the eastern partition line of the parcel to be improved.
Plumlee.
Being on the set, as long as the conditions are added, there are two also. We've got the access point to Parliament in addition to the walking access, or am I getting that, are they combined?
The only change proposed here would be for pedestrians. If you look at the displayed diagram, it's currently depicted with hash marks down the center of the parcel. That feature would be moved to the right where there is currently a blank white, that's the only change.
So it doesn't require them to expand the footprint? Okay.
They're moving one feature within the site plan to a different place within that same site plan.
They really made a mistake with this application. I went to the site. They provided you a picture of an empty parking lot. That is not what you'll find. You'll find an overstacked parking lot with no way in and out of it, and they're in desperate need of this expansion for parking. So I think that's a little deceptive to give us the empty parking lot photo. I have no objection to this being on consent to capture that.
And I will just say that Parks and Rec was correct in noting that users traversing or running along Parliament Drive ideally would like a continuous sidewalk all the way to Princess Anne, and piece by piece we're getting there. But for the moment with this local business, to move this one aisle seems like a minimal imposition that the applicant is agreeable to at least get us a little closer to that goal.
I had one follow-up question for staff on this, if I could. So this says the 1920s home is historic, but it's not listed. Is the idea that if this, help me understand what happens if this use is no longer required? That's what I'm really trying to understand. What does the condition require?
So the neighboring R40 piece will remain R40. They're not proposing to rezone it. The piece that would be used for the parking lot expansion would be subdivided off, and then the R40 would remain as is per my conversation with the applicant's representative. The applicant has no plans currently to make any changes to that neighboring R40 piece, and it will remain R40.
Thank you.
Consent?
Yes.
And Commissioner Camp will read that. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
And that's for 11 and 12.
Yes, 11 and 12,
With the amended condition.
which staff will help me with in time. I took 3 of them.
Oh, that would be the girl.
The next item is item number 13, Rama TC LLC, and they're requesting a conditional rezoning from B3 Central Business District to conditional B4 Mixed Use District with Workforce Housing Overlay. They're requesting a 30-day deferral to your April Planning Commission hearing. They will be in attendance today to formally ask you for that request, but they're refining their proposal and their traffic impact analysis is still under review. So they're hoping to come back before you in April. Sorry, our clicker is not working for some reason. Yeah, I think it's just probably something with it. All right, the next item is items 14 and 15. You may remember this application. This was before you last month, and they requested a 30-day deferral. The request is for a conditional rezoning from conditional O1 office to conditional B2 community business, as well as a conditional use permit for a mini warehouse. The 1.86 acre parcel along South Rosemont Road falls partially within the 65 to 70 sub area 3 and the 70 to 75 noise zone of the ACUS. While the site is affected by these noise zones contours, the proposed storage use is considered a compatible use in the ACUS. The property was rezoned to conditional O1 in 2015 for a medical office, but the building was never constructed, leaving the site vacant. The applicant now seeks to rezone the property to conditional B2 to construct and operate a 3-story climate-controlled self-storage facility. Access will be right in, right out, only due to the future Rosemont Road Phase 5 CIP project, which will widen the road to a 4-lane divided roadway. A raised median and entrance have been provided. Curb and gutter installation is required in accordance with the Public Works Design Standards Manual and will be a requirement of site plan review unless a variance is proposed. Staff has recommended, as you'll see in your staff report, and as we discussed last month, that we have added a condition that curb and gutter be installed. I believe the applicant is now amenable to that change, and so we don't have to discuss that portion of it. As I noted earlier, based on further coordination between the applicant and Public Works staff, it was determined that a reservation may be needed, so they revised the plans to show that 6.6 foot right-of-way reservation to accommodate the CIP project. So that was one of the main reasons why the deferral was requested, and they've adjusted all the plans to show that. 6 parking spaces are provided, meeting the requirements of the zoning ordinance, as 1 space per employee on a maximum working shift is required. They anticipate 4 to 6 employees at a time, so they are meeting the parking requirement for this use. The proposed 35-foot building complies with the height limits near residential properties. The building will have a building footprint of approximately 18,000 square feet with a total floor area of 56,000 square feet. As depicted on the proffered renderings and elevations, the exterior materials will consist of EIFS red brick veneer with a metal canopy at the main entrance. The parcel is triangular in shape and is constrained by a 66-foot Dominion Virginia Power easement along South Rosemont Road and a 15-foot public utility easement, limiting the buildable area of the site. As depicted on the proffered conceptual landscape plan, required building foundation, parking lot, and street frontage landscaping are provided. The applicant has proffered that the existing fencing abutting lots 9 through 14 will be replaced to match the 8-foot tall solid cedar fence. The applicant is also proposing a black aluminum fence to enclose the building from the rear of the site. A 15-foot wide Category 4 buffer is proposed adjacent to the residential zoning to the north, and then adjacent to the O1 parcel along the eastern property line, a 10-foot wide buffer is required and has been provided, as you can see on this plan. Due to the Dominion Virginia Power easement along the southeastern portion of the site and the proposed stormwater BMP proposed along the northwestern portion of the site, the applicant is requesting to deviate from the required landscape buffer in those areas. Due to site constraints associated with the 60-foot wide Dominion Virginia Power easement and the need to provide space for access and maintenance around the BMP, staff is amenable to the deviation request. The site is located in the Southern Rivers watershed. A preliminary drainage study was provided and reviewed by staff and found capable of meeting all stormwater requirements. The project is expected to generate approximately 72 average daily trips, which is less than a regular B2 property, say if it was constructed with retail, would provide. There is an existing public 24-inch water transmission that extends across this parcel within a public utility easement. Public Utilities recommended that the building construction be prohibited within 25 feet of the existing main. However, this is not a requirement, and due to site constraints and the existing easements on the property, the applicant was not able to stay within that 25 feet of the existing main. The applicant held a public outreach meeting in November of last year and hand-delivered notices to abutting joining property owners, invited them to discuss the proposal. Staff is recommending approval of the request, and we received one letter of opposition stating concerns regarding traffic and safety, stormwater runoff, the loss of trees, building massing, noise, and lighting. At this time, we don't have any registered speakers on this item, but we are recommending approval, and I'll be happy to stand by for any comments or questions.
Thank you, Marshall. I would like to use the opportunity to thank some staff members who aren't always thanked, and they should be. In realizing a month ago that there was going to be a right-of-way problem that was going to impact the city and our taxpayers, I have to say that counsel for the applicant listened to these concerns and were willing to take it offline. Staff from Parks and Rec and staff from Public Works Transportation communicated with me on the weekend, on days off, in an effort to try to pull this together in a quick and constructive fashion to not overly delay the process, but to look out for the interests of the city. This was a real example of staff members who are rarely recognized stepping up to make something happen in a way that benefited everyone, and I'm really appreciative of that. In the letter that we received of concern, one of the items that I had not previously heard addressed was about wall pack lighting. And this is an adjoining property owner concerned with lights, I assume, coming to their house. Could you just speak briefly to that one item of concern?
So I don't believe, and the applicant, there's no lighting proposed on the back of the building. So there should not be an issue with the residential property.
That was my impression reading
Yes.
the plan, that the lights would be cast on other faces of the building.
Correct.
Thank you so much. I would
get
certainly.
that clarification from the applicant during formal. I think there is, but it would just be wall pack lighting. Hannah, I don't know if that would still be like if we have coverage with the lighting ordinance.
Have you shielded down?
Yes, there should be, the light ordinance will apply.
The wall pack lighting is obviously tight to the building and directed more downward. It's not like, the pole lighting, which does have more chance to spill over, but.
That's fine. I don't object to consent if that's where the commission wants to go. I just wanted to flush out that new item.
I also do not object to consent, and I would just say that many warehouses have morphed. They're not what they used to be. And I think this is something that needs to be considered when we look at our zoning changes in the future and whether or not it's appropriate for industrial or business, or how it should be classified going forward, because it's an animal of a totally different shape than it used to be. Thank you.
All right, consent? Wait a minute, Commissioner.
Sorry. Marshall,
Yes.
again, we're draining into the upper West Neck Creek with this project. It's going to the same place as the previous one we discussed. We're taking offline about an acre of open space. It states that there will be the BMP. We know that in this one side.
Yes.
But there may be necessity for underground chambers to be constructed to further manage the water on site. Is that something that, I know it's going through Public Works, and they're looking at that, and they will make sure that there's no offsite volume.
Sure.
To the degree they're capable of doing that. But when you have storm events, and now this is lost in open space, I just want to make sure we're putting a lot of water into this system. We feel comfortable in looking at this plan with the other plans that have come before us, that we're able
Sure.
Feel good about it?
I'm not an engineer, so I don't review the stormwater, but it,
And we look at that.
yes.
I can speak to it a little bit for you. When we review the preliminary stormwater analysis, it comes to us in a narrative-based form, and we're assessing, and our engineers review it in Development Services Center. We're assessing that the size of the facilities is adequate based on their preliminary calculations to support the new impervious area added. This project will require stormwater modeling because of the amount of impervious added. It is expected that they will have to do some underground detention in their driveway facility or parking areas to support the pond that is shown on the, I guess, western side of the property. But yes, we're comfortable with what's been proposed so far, and then they'll go through the fine-tooth comb evaluation when they get to the site plan process.
Thank you very much. I don't have an objection to being on consent.
Commissioner Marjani?
Yes.
Will you read that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Photometric.
I just saw the owners.
Part of the
Good morning, Commissioners. Item 16 is a request for conditional use permit for a home-based wildlife rehabilitation facility. The parcel is located at 1212 Candlewood Drive, Zone R20 Residential District. The applicant is requesting to operate a wildlife rehab within her home to look after small mammals, which include squirrels, possums, and rabbits. They'll be working under their Category 2 rehabilitator sponsor and will be applying for their Category 1 wildlife rehabilitator license pending approval of this application. The animals will be kept within a 120 square foot room directly behind her garage as seen in the site and floor plans. Animals will be released off-site once rehabbed. Animals will be transported by the applicant and her home will not be open to the public. The applicant currently does not intend to look after more than 5 animals at a time. The applicant is not proposing any new signage. Staff received 1 letter of support from an adjacent neighbor and 1 letter of opposition stating that they believe the home-based rehabilitation facility is not necessary within the neighborhood, but staff is recommending approval of this request subject to conditions in the staff report.
Thank you. This is my district, and I've spent some time speaking with you and also with the applicant about this. I'm very comfortable with what is proposed, and it's, to me, different than some of the other wildlife rehab proposals we've seen in residential areas. In this case, the applicant is limiting to 5 or fewer small animals. In fact, babies, baby squirrels, baby bunnies, these are little animals. The houses here are brick and they're on 20,000 square foot lots. They're spaced widely apart. The animals are only going to be inside. There's no outdoor like some of the bird rehab areas. So in terms of noise, odors, the kinds of things we might be concerned about, that's not going to be a factor here. These are native animals, no foreign or exotic species. Again, going through all of the items here, I'm very comfortable that this is an appropriate use for this particular site. And I would propose putting it on to consent for that reason.
Just have one question. Does this run with the land, this approval, or is it limited to the applicant?
It runs with the land.
It runs with the land, okay. I don't have objection to the consent.
Thank you.
Consent, somebody read it.
I do.
Stars. Nope, I think stars on.
Really quick.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. Agenda item number 17 is a request for a conditional use permit by the Runnymede Corporation to develop a 160-unit multifamily apartment community at the properties located throughout the southwest corner of the North Witchduck Road and Cleveland Street intersection. The property is within the Pembroke SGA, currently zoned I-1 Light Industrial, and located in the Western Campus Overlay District, which is an opt-in overlay district, meaning that properties may choose to use the overlay district classification in addition to and not in lieu of the underlying zoning district classification. The current property has an office building, I believe a church office building, a communications tower, and like a light industrial flex warehouse office building. The entire development area is approximately 4.7 acres and will consist of 3 53-foot tall garden-style apartment buildings along North Witchduck Road and Cleveland Street. The main parking areas are placed directly behind the apartment buildings, and on-site amenities will include an outdoor swimming pool, club room, fitness area, communal rooftop terrace, indoor bicycle storage, a dog wash area, and multiple outdoor courtyard spaces that are shown throughout this concept plan. An internal sidewalk network provides continuous pedestrian access throughout the site and provides connection points to sidewalks along North Witchduck Road and Cleveland Street. And it's not in your staff report, but I do want to note that the VB Trail will route pedestrians directly along Witchduck Road north to the intersection where they'll be able to cross Witchduck Road and then continue on the VB Trail. So I don't believe the trail is shown on the plan, but it is to the south. The building facades display a mixture of building materials with a predominantly neutral color palette that is comprised of gray and white fiber cement siding, wood and brick masonry veneers, and dark metal accents, and balconies with aluminum railings and glass infill panels. The proposed layout and building designs do require some deviations to the Western Campus Overlay District, specifically to the parking setback, build-to zone, and ground floor transparency requirements, and these deviations are detailed in the staff report. The total deviations are minimal and acceptable by staff, as the parking setback and build-to deviations are mitigated by existing and proposed landscaping, and the reduced ground floor transparency provides privacy to the residents on the ground floor. And although not located in the CBC district, the referenced design guidelines that are applicable to the Western Campus Overlay are the CBC design guidelines. And the proposed layout and building design are in substantial conformance with the guidelines related to streets, buildings, and outdoor amenities. And although it's a recommendation by the design guidelines to place building entrances on building corners facing the street, the applicant has intentionally oriented the main entrance to face the interior parking area to provide a more private means of access for employees and residents. And in place of a street-facing entrance, the units at the North Witchduck Road and Cleveland Street corner have floor-to-ceiling windows and balconies with large exterior living spaces to encourage outdoor resident activity in place of a main building entrance. And so those units are displayed in the rendering to the left, and then the main parking area is what's shown to the right. The applicant is pursuing a parking reduction allowance permitted through the opt-in Western Campus Overlay to achieve a parking ratio of 1.6 spaces per unit, resulting in a total requirement of 256 parking spaces. This parking reduction request is acceptable by staff due to the site's proximity to multiple public bus routes, on-site indoor bicycle storage, and a condition that will require 20 exterior bicycle parking spaces to remain on site. Staff has also included a condition that will require an earth-toned privacy fence with a height of 6 feet to be installed in between the subject property and the neighboring I-1 light industrial property, and that's shown in the concept plan in orange to the left. And then lastly, condition number 6 has been included to address traffic engineering concerns related to the entrance and exit on Cleveland Street. The applicant's designer is currently working with the city's traffic engineering team to decide on the best design possible to discourage improper turning from Cleveland Street onto the subject property for people going westbound trying to make improper turns into a right-in only entrance. So they're working on the best design possible to discourage that, which would cause a potential need to revise the entrance designs during the site plan approval process. And I will say the applicant's representative have requested that we add language to that condition that just clarifies that it's talking about the entrance on Cleveland Street. So the condition would read, the final entrance design on Cleveland Street shall be subject to the review and approval of the Virginia Beach City traffic engineer or their designee as part of the site plan review process. And we're agreeable to that, but just to clarify, all vehicular entrances will have to be reviewed and approved during the site plan process. And so due to the site's proximity to schools, transportation options, and the urban core of town center, the site is well suited for multifamily residential development, as the proposal is in the Western Campus Overlay District standards is in line with the Western Campus Overlay District standards for mid-rise redevelopment that serves as a transitional area from the CBC development pattern, and staff finds the requests acceptable and is recommending approval to the application subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
This is my district, and I just want to say I haven't heard any objection. I also haven't heard any support. I personally am excited about seeing the future coming. So it's a mixed-use building. It complies with everything that we want for the Western Campus, and it takes advantage of the opportunities that the VB Trail will be bringing. I certainly support this personally, and I haven't heard any objections. I think it's right for consent agenda.
I'd certainly like to second that. This is the most exciting project to possibly accompany adoption of the comp plan. This is what it's about. Redevelopment in the northern part of the city alongside an on-ramp to an interstate that takes advantage of a more walkable, bikeable environment in a strategic growth area with the Western Campus overlay, where we've tried to incentivize these kinds of renewal efforts. City Council has invested tens of millions of dollars to do this, and here you see part of the economic development that is spurred by that investment. I think this is tremendously exciting, and it's exactly the kind of thing that we had hoped would happen, and we hope that there'll be more of in these kinds of locations. I wholeheartedly endorse consent on this.
Read it for us.
I got a question about the ingress and egress. Trying to remember if I didn't hear something. The only access is off of Cleveland, or is the back access expressway court, is that not an entrance?
It is an entrance.
Okay, because it just it almost looks like there's landscaping that covers the entrance. It's just very blurred.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that it just doesn't show it very well as an entrance.
Okay, yep, and that will have to meet all the standards required by traffic engineering for.
That's what I was thinking. I just want to clarify.
I'm going to have to abstain from this item for a reason that'll be set forth in a letter with the city attorney's office.
Commissioner Marsh, could you read it?
I'd be happy to.
Agenda item 18 is a request for a conditional use permit for motor vehicle sales and rentals to rent and sell low-speed vehicles. The subject site currently contains 2 suites, one occupied by a dental office and the other by the proposed low-speed vehicle sale and rental business. The applicant is an authorized E-Z-GO dealer of low-speed vehicles, also known as street-legal golf carts, which can be operated on roads with a speed limit of 35 miles per hour or below. The proposed low-speed vehicle sales and rental business will require 3 parking spaces, and the existing dental office requires 7 for a combined total of 10 parking spaces. There are a total of 22 existing parking spaces on the site, 4 of which will be used for the display area of the proposed use, leaving 18 spaces to satisfy the parking requirement for both uses. The request for a conditional use permit for motor vehicle sales and rentals for low-speed vehicles is, in staff's opinion, acceptable. The applicant is requesting a deviation to the minimum lot area through the provisions of the zoning ordinance. In staff's view, the requested deviation to the minimum is acceptable given that the vehicles used or vehicles proposed for sale and rental are low-speed vehicles rather than traditional automobiles. They are ordered and reserved online with delivery to be provided by the applicant. Additionally, the applicant intends to operate within an existing building with no changes proposed to the site. And per section 5A4 of the site plan ordinance, it requires a minimum of 12% of the display area, or approximately 24 square feet, to be planted. Due to the amount of existing impervious cover on the site and the applicant's intention to use the site as is, the applicant has proposed to satisfy the requirement by providing approximately 84 square feet of landscaping in the form of planters along the frontage of the site. Since this property is located within the Shore Drive Corridor Overlay District, the applicant appeared before the Bayfront Advisory Commission to brief the commission on the proposal, which they found to be consistent with the surrounded area and voted to support the proposal. Staff has received one letter of opposition to the request, citing concerns with potential impacts to traffic and character of the surrounding area. Again, staff is recommending approval of the request based on the conditions in the staff report, and I will be on standby if you have any questions.
This is my area, and I've heard nothing bad about it. Bayfront Advisory, I believe.
Yes.
I'm okay with consent. Everybody else here?
No short-term rentals? Just surprised.
Foreshadowing for the,
No,
for the next one too.
no tattoos, no.
No tattoos.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Car washes.
No car wash.
People like clean cars.
Good morning, Commissioners. Agenda item 19 is a request for alternative compliance for 21st Street Properties LLC at the intersection of Pacific Avenue and 21st and 22nd Streets. This property is within the Oceanfront Resort District, the resort area SGA, the ACU's 65 to 70 decibel noise zone, and is governed by the Oceanfront Resort Form-Based Code. Please forgive the quality of this image, but the height map in the form-based code establishes the prescribed maximum height of the property as 75 feet, and the use table states that dwelling units may not be permitted on the ground floor of a mixed-use building. The form-based code also outlines the process by which the City Council may deviate from the proposed height and use standards of the form-based code through alternative compliance. I've included this image because on the site visits, there were questions about the height restrictions for the adjacent properties. As you can see, the surrounding blocks are 75-foot building height or 75-foot podium and 35-foot tower. A height deviation may only be granted if the following criteria are met: that the applicant demonstrates to the satisfaction of the City Council that no increase in density will result from the additional height in excess of the maximum shown on the height map, and that in no event shall an increase to a height in excess of that allowed by Section 202B of the City Zoning Ordinance be allowed. The applicant has prepared a density study, which has been exhibited to the Navy via the Joint Review Process Committee. This proposal will deviate from the prescribed form height requirements by 35 feet for a proposed 110-foot maximum structure. The applicant proposes to construct a 9-story mixed-use building with retail and restaurant uses on the lower 2 stories and 131 condominium units. 6 of these units will be townhouse style, located on the ground story of 22nd Street, able to be accessed from the sidewalk and from the interior parking garage. The uppermost story will be loft space for 14 loft units. No rooftop access is proposed. The project features internal structured parking with 253 spaces provided, as well as exterior and interior bicycle parking. The total required parking for this proposal is 233 automobile spaces. The parking garage will have 2 vehicle entrances, one each on 21st and 22nd Street. The required 15% outdoor amenity space for a mixed-use building will be accommodated with a landscaped 4th-floor courtyard to include a swimming pool, yoga lawn, and cooking area. Staff finds the proposed height deviation to be in proportion to the mid-rise development permitted through the prescribed form of the area, and the ground-story dwelling uses to be compatible with the neighboring residential uses. Staff also finds this project to be in substantial conformance with the Oceanfront Resort District design guidelines. The project will be constructed with brick veneer on the ground stories, which is an encouraged material. The proposed building has a clearly defined base, body, and cap, which is encouraged by the design guidelines, and will exceed the prescribed 30% minimum ground story transparency requirement. Given these considerations, staff is recommending approval for the proposed alternative compliance, subject to the conditions in the staff report. Staff have received one letter of opposition from the adjacent property owner along 22nd Street, who noted concerns about construction and noise impacts, as well as the reduction of privacy for the adjacent residential dwellings. I'm available should the Commission have any questions about this proposal.
I've just seen the one opposition, but there's no one signed to speak on this item, but I think I prefer to have this heard, particularly because of the height. I want people to be aware of the intended density. This is right in line with what we're talking about, same hearing. So we may as well air it out. My thoughts about the project, I'll let everyone know at the hearing, but I think it's important that we go ahead and have it heard. Tolerate another hearing, I appreciate it.
Okay, we'll hear it.
Ask a technical question? With no objection to the hearing, Commissioner Plumlee, just the two staff technical questions. During the site visit, a question was posed to you. This is one of the first buildings I recall where there is explicit proposal to have indoor storage, sheltered storage of bicycles, which these days would include e-bikes with their lithium batteries. And a question was asked about the fire department's opinion on that particular provision in this building about indoor storage of lithium batteries. Could you tell us what they told you about it?
Sure. I've reached out to the fire department for additional comments and have received none. When they did their initial review of this project, it included mention of the indoor bicycle storage, and I've received no objections from the fire department for that portion of this proposal.
Thank you for checking on that. If I could ask you to flick back to page 90, the map depiction showing the form-based code. To Commissioner Plumlee's point, if we look along the main entrance to the resort area, what we see is a progression emerging of these green-colored blocks, which would be the highest height, that has not quite reached the oceanfront line that's parallel to the beach, but you can see almost the T emerging. And we've listened to City Council talk about the triangular parcel that is currently, I'll say, a lavender color there, as the proposed site for a very large parking garage serving the convention center. And I would anticipate that would also be at a greater height than is depicted here. So it seems to me that we're evolving a line of taller buildings here. And to Commissioner Plumlee's point, acknowledging that in the hearing, teasing it out, and then setting it up for the planning staff as we go into the zoning revamp and reconsidering some of these things. Do we want to reconsider this particular row of blocks in a different way, given how it's emerging? I think that that's fully appropriate to put that out on the table. Thank you.
Commissioner Hippen asked if there will be a restriction on short-term rentals in these units.
Is that question coming from you?
No,
It's not
Commissioner.
appropriate for Commissioner Hippen to ask questions when she's not participating.
Okay, well, I would like to respond to Commissioner Hippen, so I will ask, is this available for short-term rentals or is there a restriction on it?
This property is located within the short-term rental overlay. That being said, the proposed parking ratio, which is permitted by right, they're using 1.3 spaces per dwelling unit. So that's the number of automobile spaces provided for these units. The majority of these units are going to be 2-bedroom. So the required parking would be 2 spaces. It would be difficult to accommodate that parking on site. As we all know, you're allowed to lease off-site spaces. So with those considerations noted, it is permitted in the overlay district. In my conversations with the applicant's representative, they have mentioned that in their private condominium documents, they are proposing a prohibition on condominium unit or short-term rentals.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, I apologize. Is it correct in my reading of the site plan that the sidewalk is only 5 foot wide on Pacific?
There is, per conversations with Parks and Rec, the recommendation for the pedestrian area in this portion of the city is 8 feet, which is accommodated on all sides. Pacific Avenue will have 12 feet of open pedestrian space.
12 feet.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Much better.
All right, consent. That's it. Vice Chair to tell us what's going to be on the agenda for today.
Please correct me if I made any errors. There were no applications for withdrawal. There's one application, agenda item 13, for a deferral. There are 9 items on the consent agenda, and those would be agenda items 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. There are 9 items to be heard, and those would be agenda items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
And 19.
And 19.
And the consent agenda with the minutes.
And we haven't dealt with the minutes yet, so presumably that would be on the consent agenda also.
I'd like to, I know I can't move, but respectfully, I'd like to suggest addition to the consent agenda of our minutes to review with the commission. There are 3 sets of minutes for the informal and formal hearings that were held on February 11th with all commissioners present. And then for the site visit on March 5th, 2026. And I am going to assume that we'll be noting abstentions from Commissioners Hippen and Plumley, neither of whom were present at that site visit.
If I may, on the consent agenda, if item 11 and 12, we placed it on the consent agenda with the additional condition, just noting that additional condition.
Which I
request I'd like the group to consider, if you have a minute for me. Now a good time. I think that we should consider having items 1 through 4, which are the comp plan items, moved to the end of our hearing process, so that we can get to the applicants who are here and the people that are here present to speak on items. It's not critical, but I think might be a good accommodation to give us, so we're not sitting there feeling, as long as we talk about the comp plan, there are people sitting there, waiting for their opportunity to have their item heard, since it's our business of the board. So I don't know if that's well received as a request, but I'd ask for that.
Are there speakers on the comp plan?
One speaker signed up for items 1 and 2 in support.
Let's put it to the end. Put it at the end. Sure.
Put it at the end?
Yeah.
Agree. So that'll take a motion. Informal.
Okay.
And while we're, on the topic of motions for formal session, we're also gonna need a motion before we begin anything to re-adopt the remote participation policy, because the last adoption was done in February of 2025, and it has to be re-adopted annually. And since we have a commissioner seeking to participate in that manner today, we'll need to do that first so that she can join. I will have a printed copy of the updated, nothing will have changed except for the date of re-adoption, but I'll have that printed for you for formal session. So that will need to be the first motion made. There will need to be a motion made to reorder the agenda as well. So there will be a motion to be made to add the remote participation policy to the agenda, and then a formal motion or a formal vote on whether to re-adopt. Then there will need to be a motion to reorder the agenda if you're seeking to move the comprehensive plan items to the end.
Pardon?
You're gonna do both?
Yeah, I can do those. That's fine.
Yes.
Quick question on the remote participation policy. Since we have updated, or council had updated the attendance policy, if you are now a remote participant, does that still fall in line with the same, as long as there's a quorum, it's considered present?
Yes.
Okay.
That hasn't changed. While we're on the topic of the comprehensive plan and motions being made, I don't know if y'all saw at your seat, there was a handout that Hank had given you that has a couple of things highlighted.
The changes.
So that's just to better align with state code requirements for just what all has to be contained in the comprehensive plan. It didn't make it into the supplement, so that will need to be included in a motion. Whenever you're making your recommendations on the comprehensive plan, I would suggest that you make those additions. So that will have to be in the form of a motion. And then lastly, I will have printed copies of the roll-off container ordinance for you as well, because as Commissioner Coleman pointed out, the code section was incorrect. It must have been updated since, because it was taken straight from the ordinance, but it now refers back to an incorrect section. So it will be updated to reflect section 104B. So if that motion could be made to update that as well when the time comes. And all of that will be printed and ready for you in formal session.
Amen. Thank you, Vice Chair. Public hearing will begin at noon. Oh, pledge. Sure. March.
You're going to take reports about committees?
Yeah,
Liaisons?
I guess we do. Any liaisons want to provide any reports?
I can give a very brief update on ATAC. There are a lot of volunteer opportunities, and they're doing some really good work. There's a bike rodeo coming up, a bike safety and a bike maintenance, Tuesday, April 7th. If anyone wants to volunteer, they would appreciate inclusion in that. There was recognition of school crossing guards, which was very well received at City Council, and so that was wonderful. And they continue to be involved with proposed regulations for e-bikes, e-bike regulations, e-bike safety issues. And Walter's a member of ATAC. Did I miss something important, Walter?
I think you've covered the high points. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we have a new member of ATAC, not a member, a liaison. City Council member Hutchison is now actively involved in it and surprised me by saying that he's a passionate bicyclist and wants to be really involved. So that's kind of exciting. Thank you.
Admin item when we're done with reports.
I'm just thinking, do we have anything from Dave Brown?
It would be after liaison reports. I'm just looking for.
Okay, so Chair Costin, you circulated a draft letter among the commission with regard to liaisons to some of these other agencies. And I had given you a little bit of feedback about that. I don't know if you want to tell the commission whatever it is that you want to do with that letter.
Actually, I'm supposed to sign it and send it. I just wanted to make sure that we hadn't missed anybody who was on to something that was not, or that was not included.
So for anyone who might not have read my reply, that I took some exception to the comment that ATAC, which is this being modeled on, had asked City Council to change it to avoid compliance with the attendance policy. That was not the purpose of ATAC asking City Council to modify their membership. And as long as that's understood, I have no problem with the letter.
My only question was about the stormwater flag committee. I don't know, Mike, is that still?
I believe once they gave their recommendation, they dissolved.
They're dissolved, okay.
Yeah. Question for staff, because even though it was deferred, we have a workforce housing overlay district. I think it might be nice to be able to get the definition of workforce housing. So when we have it, we can read that. And also that brought up another thought is recently we've had a few applications that have come in front of us that have affordable housing in their application. And I guess the question is do we verify whether it's affordable housing, or do we just place it in the application because it's being told that it's going to be that way?
So typically, the affordable housing component, there, we have conversations with our housing and neighborhood preservation staff and the group that handles housing, and they kind of have those conversations. So planning staff is on the periphery of that, but we are making sure that that coordination is happening and that they're meeting the whatever requirements for whatever type of housing that they're proposing.
And then lastly, as I've said at each of the past few meetings, that I recognize this is a busy agenda today, but we still need to have that briefing on data centers.
Scheduled for April.
Wonderful. As in the interim, a number of the commissioners have been exchanging stories about other localities really struggling with that topic. And so I'm hopeful that the briefing reviews for us our current regulatory scheme and then offers examples of other localities in Virginia and the differences that they have encountered as they have dealt with this topic. It's not a pro or con data center issue. It's about understanding the land use issues that this type of use brings. And lastly, we've talked since our retreat about reasonable notice to the commissioners, the applicants, and the public with the various documents we get prior to these meetings and these hearings. And we keep looking for some response from staff on that timing issue and whether we need to contemplate moving these meetings to the third Wednesday if staff has done everything that it can do. At our minutes from the prior meeting, it said it was going to be this meeting. I get this is a busy meeting, but at some point we really need to bring some closure to this.
Good morning again. So yes, we have met several times, actually staff has, looking at the calendar. And any modification to our current schedule would mean a modification to the end user, which in this case is the applicant, the developer, because this 1 week of change for the Planning Commission adds at least 2 weeks to the City Council schedule. So if someone was scheduled to be heard in March at the Planning Commission with your schedule now, and then at City Council in April, that would change, and likely it would be City Council in May because of all of the notice requirements and such. We are happy to provide a detailed presentation to you. I know that one of our concerns would be that the development community would be adverse to this because of the length of time it would add to the process. But we're happy to walk you through the calendars. And we also keep in mind too that our staff is working 4 months at a time on applications that are coming in, Planning Commission for the next month, City Council for the next month, and that's cyclical, and that continues every 4 months. So every month we're working on 4 different months of applications.
Thank you for that information. I can tell you that as a volunteer member of this commission, when I am getting hundreds of pages of new information in the night before a hearing or a few days before a hearing, which encompasses a weekend when actually I can't ask questions, there is a problem. And finding a solution that affords us the better ability to fulfill our state mandate of making informed recommendations, which would involve getting this pertinent material earlier, other than public input, which may arrive at the last minute, we get that, but certainly staff materials not at the last minute. And I'll just give you an example. Last night, Cox Communications had an internet outage in my part of the city. I know that staff sent documents last night. I had no internet. I couldn't read them. When you wait till the last minute, we run that risk. And I try and I want very hard to give my informed advice in these hearings. So I just say we need to find some way to get some of these materials to us earlier.
Well, I would like to look into that because my understanding is that documents that are coming to you last minute are coming to us last minute, and they're not substantive changes. So if it's different than that, I'd like to know that, but we would never want to put the Planning Commission in a situation where you're getting substantive changes the night before the hearing. And we wouldn't want that to happen to city council as well.
It's not just substantive changes. I'll just say that, for example, on that Laskin Road project that we heard a month or two ago, the parking study, I believe, was in hand in November, and we get it the night before, and it's 75 pages long. That's an example of something that I'd like to do better on.
Absolutely, and I believe there are certain attachments that we don't typically provide unless they're requested, because that's at the staff level where we review all of those documents, but we're happy to look at that too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Schoonover.
I understand the concern, but I think the nature of what we're doing here is it's going to result in a significant amount of lost information regardless of when this happens, just because everybody is going to then be aware of these deadlines and the time in between. I know we'd like to do it differently. I generally don't think that it's possible. And I'm not so sure about pressuring the staff to make changes. I don't think that they're actually going to be able to accomplish this. So I think it sounds like they're doing the best they can so far, and we're just going to have to adjust to it, because if it's not available, it's not available.
I think Walter's comments are excellent. I think he works very hard to understand the application. I think what we need to be mindful of is when one of us has a request for a deferral, so that we can be refreshed with information, that we do our best to try to honor one another's request. Particularly, I like to go back to my favorite battery example. I felt as though, quite honestly, I was dealing with an applicant online. A lot of information was being processed at once. I requested a 30-day deferral. It was not picked up by the group. That's my tough luck. That's fine. But it has a lot to do with our time to process information and make a thoughtful consideration and to get our questions answered. And so I'm just pointing it out because we have the tool to deal with last-minute information. It's already in our capacity to say we need to defer this item because one or more of us feels as though they need additional time to understand what they're dealing with. So we have the tool to deal with those items. I just want to point that out. It's right there. And I think there's a reason why we're given this 90-day or 100-day limit. It's use it. Use the deferral, but don't use it forever. Don't take too long. Process it with some alacrity, but so it's there in that sense to deal with those situations when things arise. And we just have to be mindful and respectful of one another's need to process the information to the best of our ability. I'm just put that out there on the table.
I hear exactly what you are saying, and I appreciate your point. I can tell you that if we continue to receive material information at the last minute, I will be far more open to those deferral requests because it is important that we fulfill our state duty of making informed recommendations.
Any other discussions?
I have one quick thing. When we bring your lunches, they did not deliver water, but they are on the way back with water, so water will be coming.
Thank you.
Okay, informal session by adjourned. Welcome to all. I would like to call to order the March 11th meeting of the Planning Council, public hearing. My name is John Costin. I'm the chair of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. Commissioner Hippen will be participating online. She is not here today. Before we get started, I've asked Commissioner March to lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we will introduce the planning commissioners, beginning with our city attorney, followed by the planning administrator, Ms. Caitlin Alcock, who will introduce members of staff.
Tori Eisenberg, Deputy City Attorney.
Michael Mach, I have the pleasure of serving the public as the at-large representative.
Walter Camp, representing District 1, Kempsville.
John Cromwell, District 2, Pungo and Blackwater.
Hi, good afternoon. Mike Anderson, District 3.
Good afternoon. Catherine Byler, District 4, which includes vibrant Virginia Beach Town Center, Burton Station, and all the way up to the Norfolk line.
John Costin, representing District 9.
Holly Cuellar, District 8.
Catherine Schoonover, District 5.
Brian Plumley, representing beautiful District 6 from historic SeaTac to the north end of Virginia Beach.
Nina Morjani, District 10.
Caitlin Alcock, Planning Administrator. Clerking to my left, we have Briatney Harrison and Grace Smith. In the audience, we have Planning Director Kathy Warren, Deputy Director Carrie Buckle. With our Planning Administration team, we have Marshall Coleman, Alexis Bailey, and Kristen Bauer. We have our Zoning Administrator, Hannah Sabo, Comprehensive Planning Administrator, Hank Morrison, Comprehensive Transportation Planner, Jameek Alexander.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please describe the rules and order of business for today's meeting?
Yes, Chair Costin. The Virginia Beach Planning Commission takes pride in being fair and courteous to all parties in attendance. It is important that all involved understand how the commission normally conducts its meetings. It is equally important that everyone treat each other and the members of the commission with respect and civility. We request that cell phones be put on silent during this meeting. This is an abbreviated explanation of the rules. The complete set of rules is located in the front of the Planning Commission agenda. Following is the order of business for this public hearing. Withdrawals and deferrals. The chairperson will ask if there are any requests to withdraw or defer an item on the agenda. Consideration of these requests will be made first. Consent agenda. The second order of business is the consideration of the consent agenda, which are those items that the Planning Commission believe are unopposed and which have favorable staff recommendation. Regular agenda. The commission will then proceed with the remaining items on the agenda. When an agenda item has been called, we will recognize the applicant or their representative first. Following the applicant or their representative, in-person speakers will be called next, and then the speakers participating via WebEx. Speakers in support or opposition of an agenda item will have 3 minutes to speak per item, unless they are solely representing a large group, such as a civic league or homeowners association, in which case they will have 10 minutes per item. If a speaker does not respond or if a technical issue occurs which renders the comments unintelligible, we will move on to the next speaker or the next order of business. Please note that the actions taken by the commission today are in the form of a recommendation to the Virginia Beach City Council. The final decision to approve or disapprove an application will be made by the City Council. The commission thanks you for your attendance, and we hope that your experience here today leaves you feeling that you have been heard and treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we move to the agenda, we'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the Virginia Beach Planning Commission remote participation policy.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have 3 motions for us to entertain as housekeeping matters. The first is a motion to amend our agenda to add to the agenda the remote participation policy renewal that we discussed at our informal. So the first motion is to simply add it to our agenda. So I will make a motion that it be added to our agenda.
I second it.
Has been moved by Commissioner Plumley and seconded by Commissioner Anderson to accept the Virginia Beach Planning Commission remote participation policy. Ready for the vote?
The vote is open. One second, we're having technical difficulties. vote is open. Commissioner Hippen, your vote, please.
I think she has to wait until we pass this on our own.
Okay.
So she'll not be able to vote remote yet.
Okay. So by recorded vote of 10-0, the motion to add the remote participation policy to the agenda has been approved.
Then the second motion is to actually pass the remote participation policy to renew it for another year. And so I make that motion.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Plumlee and seconded by Commissioner Anderson to accept this policy. We ready for the vote?
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 10-0, the motion to adopt the commission's remote participation policy has been approved.
So I have one final housekeeping motion to make, and that is to reorder our agenda so that the current items 1 through 4, which involve our comprehensive plan, are moved to the end of our proceeding. And I believe now that Commissioner Hippen may vote on this item. And so I'll make that motion.
She should be led into the meeting and let everyone know for the record why she's not attending.
Can you hear us, Susan?
Yes, I can. Thank you. I have a cold and a cough, and I didn't want to share my germs with anyone. But I am here representing District 7 from the Centerville area.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion to change the agenda, as I've stated, moving items 1 through 4 to the end of our.
I second.
Great.
Are we ready for the vote?
The vote is open. Commissioner Hippen, your vote, please.
I vote yes.
By a recorded vote of 11-0, the motion to rearrange the agenda has been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The next order of business is for withdrawals and deferrals. Are there any withdrawals? Seeing none. Are there any deferrals?
Good afternoon, Chair, Planning Commission. My name is Josh Moto with Rama TC LLC. We are application number 13, I believe, on the agenda, and we'd like to request a 30-day deferral.
Thank you. You may be seated.
I'll make a motion to defer item 13 for 30 days.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Plumlee and seconded by Commissioner Anderson that this item be added to the deferral list for today.
The vote is open. Commissioner Hippen, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Chair Costin, can we get your vote?
I thought I did already.
By a recorded vote of 11-0, item 13, Rima TC LLC has been recommended for a 30-day deferral.
Thank you. Our next order of business is the consent agenda, and I'm going to turn that over to the Vice Chair to run that portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Chair Costin. Today we have approval of minutes plus 9 items on the consent agenda. These are applications that are recommended for approval by staff and the Planning Commission concurred, and there are no speakers signed up in opposition. The first items for consideration today are several sets of Planning Commission minutes, and I've asked Commissioner Camp to read these into the record.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. This portion of the consent agenda consists of a motion to approve draft minutes as amended by the Commission for 3 Planning Commission meetings, specifically the informal and formal hearings held on February 11th, 2026, with all commissioners present, and the site visit minutes the site visit held on March 5th, 2026, noting abstentions by Commissioners Hippen and Plumley, who were not present. That completes this item.
Thank you for reading that into the record, Commissioner Camp.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Camp. The next item on our agenda is item number 9. Is there a representative here today to speak on this item? Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. For the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney, representing the applicant who's here, Jeff Berkowitz. Is 9 and 10 correct?
Well, they are both on the consent agenda, but I don't know if we want them heard together or separately. Together will be fine.
Yeah, they're the same application. Again, for the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney. Appreciate all the assistance from staff, Marshall Coleman especially. The 8 conditions all are acceptable and accepted, one with a caveat. Condition number 6 about recording a plat, that arose 11th hour because of a concern that the property may be an illegal subdivision by deed, which it's not, but I haven't been able to get all the deeds to prove that at this point. So your approval with that condition is fine. I just want to put it on the record that we're going to have that taken care of before it gets to City Council.
Thank you. You may be seated. Is there any opposition to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I have asked Commissioner Schoonover to read these items into the record.
The applicant, Jeff Berkowitz, is requesting rezoning and a conditional use permit for a bulk storage yard at the northwest corner of London Bridge Road and Hornet Drive. This is a reasonable request and without objection is in place on the consent agenda.
Thank you. The next 2 items are items 11 and 12. Is there a representative here today to speak on these items? Welcome. Please state your name again for the record.
Thank you, Madam Byler. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney, representing the applicant and Nick Tolley, whose family has owned this Jim Strata since 1973, is in attendance. We greatly appreciate the work of Alexis Bailey and appreciate being on the consent agenda. The conditions of the use permit are acceptable with the added condition that District Representative Walter Camp will read into the record, and we'll also revise the plan for the proffer when it gets to council to show the same movement of the access to the beach trail from Parliament Drive.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Is there any opposition to these items being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I have asked Commissioner Camp to read these into the record.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Items 11 and 12 relate to property at 5644 Parliament Drive in District 1. The applicant is requesting a conditional rezoning from R40 to conditional B2 to expand the parking lot for the commercial facility known as Jim Strata. This is a reasonable request and without objection, and we are adding a condition to move the internal connection from the Parliament Drive right-of-way to the Virginia Beach Trail right-of-way shall be located on the east side of the proposed parking lot. And this is for the reason that it will not strand pedestrians in a place where they would not be able to move.
Thank you, Commissioner Camp. The next item is item 14. Is there a representative here today to speak on this item? Welcome back.
Would you want to do 14 and 15?
Yes.
Okay. Again, Commission members, for the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney representing South Rosemont Storage LLC, and Jonathan Spate, one of the owners, is with us this afternoon. Again, appreciate these items being on the consent agenda. One of the things that came up in the informal, there are pack lights, motion sensor pack lights on the back of the building, and it's in the condition number 3 that describes that fact of the use permit, and they have to be pointed downward and no more than 8 feet in height. So all the conditions are obviously acceptable to us, and appreciate being on the consent agenda, and appreciate the patience of everybody involved so we could get the extra right-of-way dedicated, or reserved, excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Bourdon. You may be seated. Is there any opposition to these items being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I've asked Commissioner Morjani to read this into the record.
The applicant, South Rosemont Storage LLC, is requesting to rezone a parcel of land to build a mini warehouse at 1756 South Rosemont Road in District 10. The three-story climate-controlled self-storage facility will be 35 feet in height and have appropriate barriers to the adjoining neighborhood. I have received no objections to the proposal. This is a reasonable request and has been placed on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Morjani. The next item is agenda item number 16. Is there a representative here to speak on this item? Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ann Sagel.
Thank you. Are the conditions acceptable to you?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Is there any opposition to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I have asked Commissioner Camp to read it into the record.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Applicant Ann Sagel is requesting at the location 1212 Candlewood Drive, her home, a conditional use permit to operate a home-based wildlife rehabilitation facility within one room. Specifically, she's proposing to rehabilitate small mammals, is limiting the number to 5 or fewer. They will be housed in cages. They will be indoors at all times. There are no concerns with odors, noises, and this is an appropriate application, particularly for the setting of large 20,000 square foot lots, well separated from neighboring facilities. With that in mind, the motion is to be on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Camp. The next item is agenda item 17. Is there someone here to speak on this? Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of Planning Commission and staff. For the record, my name is Lisa Murphy, and I'm a local zoning attorney here on behalf of the Runnymede Corporation. We appreciate all of staff's work on this, and especially the kind words from the Vice Chair and from Commissioner Camp. My client, too, thinks that this is a very transformative project, and they're very excited about the prospect. So with regard to the conditions, Lane mentioned condition number 6 was being added, and we just add that would be specific to the Cleveland Street entrance, which is the one that the engineers are still working on to get it right in, right out.
Okay, thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Is there any opposition to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I have asked Commissioner Mosh to read it into the record.
The applicant, the Runnymede Corporation, is pursuing a conditional use permit to develop a 160-unit apartment community on a 4.7 acre parcel for an overall density of 34 units per acre. The development will include approximately 57 one-bedroom units, 75 two-bedroom units, and 28 three-bedroom units. The Western Campus Overlay District is an opt-in overlay, meaning properties may choose whether to utilize the overlay classification in addition to and not in lieu of the underlying zoning district classification. The purpose of the Pembroke Strategic Growth Area is to support the transition of land in the district to a central urban core with a vertical mix of uses, connected pedestrian-friendly streets and multimodal transportation options, enhanced open space, sustainable and resilient buildings, and environmental neighborhood protection. The Western Campus Overlay District of the Pembroke SGA is intended to enhance the economic vitality and walkable character of the Western Campus District. The site is well suited for multifamily residential given its proximity to schools, transportation options, and the urban core of town center. Based on the considerations, staff's recommendation for approval, as well as the Planning Commission, we find it appropriate to place it on the consent agenda. Additionally, this project is most appropriately designed in a manner that is aligned with the vision on what the city had intended when making their significant investment in this area. I move for it to be on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Mosh. The next item on the consent agenda is item number 18. Is there a representative here to speak on this? Welcome back, Attorney Bourdon.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, Chairman, members of the Commission. Again, Eddie Bourdon, Virginia Beach Attorney, representing Outer Banks Beach Buggies, LLC. Mr. Ken Langford, who's the owner, had planned on being here, but had to go out of state because his mother's health is not real good. But the two owners of the property, Martin Welsh and Brian Gilpin, have come down in his stead. The 12 conditions as recommended by staff are acceptable. We appreciate Alexis's work on the application, and thanks for being on the consent agenda.
Thank you. You may be seated. Is there any opposition to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I have asked Commissioner Cuellar to read it into the record.
Thank you. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit for motor vehicle sales and rentals to rent and sell low-speed vehicles on this 12,130 square foot B2 Community Business District zone parcel. There are no known objections. Staff has recommended it for approval, and the Commission is recommending it for the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Cuellar. Chair Costin, that was the last item on the consent agenda. The Planning Commission places the following applications on the consent agenda. 3 records of minutes and items number 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve by consent as read by the Vice Chair?
I move that these items be approved by consent.
If I may just add, I am abstaining from item 17, the running mead, for reasons set forth in a letter filed with the city attorney and the February site visit. With that, I'll second.
Do I have a second for the motion?
He did second.
Okay. It has been moved by Commissioner Vice Chair Byler and seconded by Commissioner Plumlee. Are we ready for the vote?
The vote is open. Commissioner Gibbon, your vote, please.
I vote yes.
By a recorded vote of 11-0, with all aforementioned abstentions, all aforementioned minutes and items 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 have been recommended for approval by consent.
Thank you. If you had an application that was on the consent agenda, your request will now be scheduled in an upcoming city council meeting. Staff will contact you about the date. For those applicants on the consent agenda, thank you for your participation, and you may remain in the meeting either virtually or in person, but you are free to leave. Thank you. The next order of business is a regular agenda. Madam Clerk.
Our first item is item 5, City of Virginia Beach.
Good afternoon, Chair Costin, Vice Chair Byler, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Mark Reed, Historic Preservation Planner and Planning and Community Development. Item 5 is an ordinance to remove GPIN identified parcel and a portion of a GPIN identified parcel from the Nimmo Church Historic and Cultural District, and to amend the official zoning map of the City of Virginia Beach to eliminate the Nimmo Church Historic and Cultural District. The Nimmo Church Historic and Cultural District was established in 1980 and was expanded in 1986. It's located at the intersection of General Booth Boulevard and Princess Anne Road. You can see it here in the pink in the slide. The Historic and Cultural District is 9.95 acres in size. 6.7 acres of the 9.25 Nimmo Church parcel has the Historic and Cultural District zoning overlay. All 3.25 acres of the Royal Farms parcel has the Historic Cultural District zoning overlay. The slide here in blue marks the full parcel for Nimmo Church. The Royal Farms parcel is to the left. It shows the density around the district. It's not a very intensive density here in Virginia Beach. There are condos across General Booth Boulevard from the district, and just 7-Eleven across Princess Anne Road from Royal Farms, and of course Royal Farms is there in the district. The Nimmo United Methodist Church was originally built in 1791. It was expanded in the 1840s, and the tower steeple was added in the 1890s. It has several other additions that were built in the 20th century. It also has a fairly large amount of open space. They have a community garden, there's a cemetery, and it's a lot of open space in their 9.25 acre site. The Royal Farms store, car wash, and gas station was constructed in 2023. Its design and materials did go to the Historical Review Board. The Historical Review Board made several recommendations for changing the design and the materials, and the applicant at that time complied with all of those requests. And finally, you do have one letter of support and 3 letters of opposition for this item. Happy to entertain any questions you have.
Commissioner Cuellar.
Thank you so much. Mr. Reed, I have a question. We received a correspondence from the Historical Review Board, and I'm not as familiar with this, and I'm just pulling it up in front of me. Maybe you can help me better understand this designation. It makes reference in the letter to the City of Virginia Beach earned the designation of certified local government from the National Park Service in 2016. And the letter is referencing that if an overlay is removed, that this could hurt our designation. Can you speak to that a little bit for us, please?
Certainly. So the certified local government designation was established in the 1980s by the National Park Service to recognize local communities that have a strong basis for a good historic preservation program. It is administered through the state Historic Preservation Office, which here in Virginia is the Virginia Department of Historic Resources. A main requirement of being a certified local government, or CLG as it's typically called, is to have a local ordinance that identifies districts within the city and provides some protective instruments to maintain their historic character. So here in Virginia Beach, we do have 16 of those, and I know the concern from the Historical Review Board is that should this request be approved and the zoning overlay be removed, then that would open the door for several of the other districts to do the same. And yes, that could, losing those protections could impact our standing as a certified local government.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, that also, having that designation allows an opportunity to facilitate grant money for historic preservation. Is that correct?
That's correct. The State Historic Preservation Office receives federal grant money from the National Park Service, their Historic Preservation Fund. They are required to provide 10% of that amount of money coming to them from the Historic Preservation Fund to certified local governments. I believe we have 39 in Virginia at this time. City of Virginia Beach has utilized the certified local government grant program quite a bit. I think we've received it either 4 or 5 years in a row here for various projects, including the standards and guidelines that we have for the historic districts, as well as updating several of our older National Register of Historic Places nominations. And we're working on the next grant application right now.
Great, thank you very much.
Commissioner Plumlee.
Mr. Reed, you went through, and I'm sorry to ask you this again, I just want us all sort of on the same sheet of music with this request. The Royal Farms that property had the overlay. It was within the overlay, is that correct?
That is correct. That particular parcel was part of the 1986 expansion to the district. At that time, it was undeveloped.
It was undeveloped at that time. Was it owned by the church or some other party at that time?
It was owned by another party. I think the church owned a little sliver that's part of it now that they conveyed, but it was owned by another party.
But the request for Rural Farms, which is less than historic to me, and I'm maybe not as well educated as others, was approved by the same review board that would be reviewing the request today. Is that fair?
They approved the design and the materials. The Historical Review Board does not review use. In fact, they made an unprecedented step to send a letter to City Council when it went to them saying that if it was up to them, then they would not have approved the use, but they were not charged with that.
But it was, I guess the precedence is that there has been development while the district is preserved. It did not have to be destroyed in order for there to be development within the district. Is that a fair assumption? That's what I'm trying to gather.
Right. So the zoning overlay is not designed to prevent change. It is designed to be able to direct change so it's compatible with the existing district and its characteristics.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schoonover.
Is NEMA receiving any of the grant money that you referenced from the federal government for their property?
Well, the CLG grant that was used to create our standards and guidelines then directly impacts Nimmo Church. The Certified Local Government grant is not designed to be passed through to other historic entities. It's really designed more for planning and education for your local review boards and historic preservation commissions. So directly, no.
Is the city intending to cover the costs of the church in terms of maintaining and repairing the property to the extent that they need to have this money covered?
Well, we've received no request from them to do so. City of Virginia Beach typically has not provided any grant funding to historic buildings for their maintenance and preservation.
Is it your understanding that there will be no funding to the extent that the church needs it in order to cover the costs of repairs and maintenance?
I really can't respond to that because that would probably be a decision of the city council, or budget office, city manager's office, et cetera.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bala.
Thank you. I appreciate all of your comments, and I find this really interesting project. I mean, it was founded just 15 years after we stated our independence from England, so it goes way back, 1791. I understand, of course, that was well before emancipation, back in the days of slavery. And I understood that this church had particular significance regarding the history of African Americans. I wonder if you could address that, please.
Yes, thank you for your question. I mentioned an 1840s expansion, and it's my understanding that as part of that expansion of the building, that they built a balcony, and the balcony was built specifically for members of the African American community, certainly some enslaved members, to attend their services. And then after the Civil War, after emancipation, those members that had been attending, those African-American members, created their own church down the street. I believe it's Zion or Mount Zion Baptist Church. So there is a significant history and association with the church and its support of the religious practices for the African American community.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And as I understand it, the historic building was only the one building and the steeple. It wasn't all those adjacent ones on the right or the left. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
When I toured the church, and I very much appreciated the opportunity to see it in person, I understood that the portion we're addressing today is just the original main building and the steeple, and it is not the newer buildings that were built in the 1900s or the 2000s. Is that correct?
Well, what we're addressing today is the entirety of the historic district. They are requesting the removal of that zoning overlay for the entirety of the nearly 10-acre historic district.
Okay, so it would all be removed then. Wow, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Camp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Reed. I have two questions. As planning commissioners, we receive a staff report that helps us understand the issue and the facts about each of these items that we deal with on our agenda like today. But unlike the other items, when the planning department itself puts forward the item, in this case, a change to a historic district, we don't get the same type of report. We get a very abbreviated version. So I have two questions that we might have seen in a standard report if a different applicant had brought this forward. One is the relationship to our comprehensive plan. City Council has adopted into the, as you well know, adopted into the comprehensive plan a historic preservation plan for the city of Virginia Beach. And I believe you were primary author of that plan as it was readopted recently in 2023, correct?
I managed the project. We had a consultant who did the writing of it.
Very good. So you're familiar with the document, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Is this application before us today consistent with that aspect of our comprehensive plan?
Consistent with the historic preservation plan?
That is the element of the comp plan that most closely pertains, yes, sir. I'm asking this because we don't have that in writing before us. Normally, we would have some relation of the comp plan to the question before us.
Well, the historic preservation plan mentions the existence of the historic and cultural districts several times. The The plan is primarily for the Historic Preservation Commission, which does completely different work from the Historical Review Board. Is not regulatory. They're advocates. They do various projects that enhance the historic nature of the city. But from staff's opinion, if I was to write that into a staff report, I would say that it's not consistent with the Historic Preservation Plan.
All right, thank you for your answer on that. And then my second question, we received written testimony from a member of the public that to me as a planning commissioner was extremely helpful. Mr. Sawyer authored a letter. It was very detailed. It recounted a lot of history about what has happened, including how this historic district came to be in his point of view. Among the things in his written testimony to the commission were statements about the roads nearby the church and how those roads, as we see them today in their modern locations, are not where roads had been in the past near this church. And his written testimony, if I recall it correctly, stated that those roads were routed further away from the church building at some expense to those projects. But it was because, or partially because, of this historic district and the historic nature of this church that it was afforded a greater buffer. We're speaking in generalities. Is that generally your take on it? That the church has benefited from the existence of the district, not just in the specific manner perhaps of grants, but also by denoting a special place that other projects have modified their parameters to take note of?
Yes, the letter mentioned a conversation with a staff person relative to the historic district and a reason for altering the original planned design location of the extension of General Booth Boulevard to Princess Anne Road. Staff has done some research. We did find an advertisement for a public comment meeting it was April of 1982, so it could have been at that meeting that they're referencing that conversation. I was not in attendance. I didn't live in Virginia Beach at the time. So within the context of newspaper articles and city council minutes, from what we can tell, the redirection of the road to what we see now was done at the request of Nimmo Church. They felt that the initial design had it too close to the church, and they did get some, as part of that arrangement, they did get some additional land from the city.
So when roadway projects are proposed, it is customary to see if they will impact historic resources in the path of the project. Is that correct?
Typically, most road projects are going to go through a Section 106 review for impacts or effects on architectural and archaeological resources. In general, they look at all the resources within the physical impact and typically within a visual impact as well. The Section 106 is a federal regulation, so generally the primary thing they're looking at is resources that are eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places or that are listed in the National Register of Historic Places. They may look at the at local designations, but I can't say they do that that's an impact in every instance.
Thank you for your answers to my questions. Sir.
Commissioner March.
Thank you, Mr. Reed, for explaining a lot of this to us. In the summary of request in our report that we received, it said the Nemo Church HCD was established by City Council on August 25th, 1980, with a subsequent expansion of the district approved on April 14th, 1986. How did this district come about? Was it asked from the city to the church? Was the church asked to the city to place this in a designation?
We have not been able to find any definitive documentation that would indicate the direction of travel for that request. The only thing that is documented is it went to City Council from the Planning Commission, which would have been the typical step. But the city of Virginia Beach, especially in that era, and establishing historic districts, did not do it if the property owner did not want it to take place.
Okay, so kind of voluntarily, mutually agreed upon on both sides. And then from the historical district as it was created in 1980, what were the parameters for the expansion?
The extension?
Yeah.
In 1986, that happened because of the road project.
Okay.
So some of you may have grown up here and would know that the Nemo Church was quite a landmark. It was Oceana Boulevard, came right to Nemo Church. If you went to the left, you went to Sandbridge, Bungo. If you went to the right, you went to the courthouse. So it really sat in a triangle of roads. And so if you think of where General Booth Boulevard is now, it's a good distance from where that part of the road that went off to the courthouse is. So that opened up that whole area between the church and the new alignment for General Booth Boulevard and Princess Anne Road. So it was that road project that precipitated the expansion, and the land was transferred accordingly, part to the church and part to a private entity.
Thank you. You may be seated, I think. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers signed up for this item?
Yes, we do. We have, I believe, 8 speakers. Our first speaker is Dan Lear, followed by Mary Lou Barnes.
My name is Daniel Lear, and Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and distinguished members of the Planning Commission, first and foremost, I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. Excuse me. And also like to talk or thank the people that visited our church, I guess it was last week, to look firsthand at the challenges that were faced. And I might add just quickly, for the discussions that I've just heard, with respect to the planning district, the history, et cetera. Why those points are important, we're really here to talk about economics and the survivability of our church. And I want to make that perfectly clear up front, if you will, please. I was the chair of the 2025 Leadership Board at NIMO, and I'm currently the chair of the Stewardship Committee. And one of our functions includes fostering the raising of funds to financially support the church. So I stand before you representing the NIMO United Methodist Church leadership as the designated representative. And with respect to what we put together today, there would be a total of 4 speakers. I heard the clerk say more than 4, but I just want to make the point that the leadership is bringing a total of 4 speakers before you today. As stated during our last meeting, we worked with Councilwoman Henley and members of the city staff to initiate the drafting of the proposed ordinance eliminating the Nimmo Church Historic and Cultural District. And we are once again respectfully asking you to support that proposed ordinance. Simply put, we firmly believe that this ordinance is crucial for the survivability of our church. As you heard earlier today, our church was originally constructed in 1791, and since that time we've undergone numerous maintenance repairs and 2 major 20th century renovations. Our urgent need today is to perform critical repairs to the exterior of our entire facility, not just the historic church and steeple, but our entire facility. And once again, I'm hoping that the people that visited saw the damage that we have. This work includes replacing the deteriorated wood siding and upgrading windows, many of which have wood rot and are unable to be open. We cannot afford the current and future cost of implementing these urgent repairs under the mandate stipulated by the Historic Review Board. These mandates include using same materials as were originally used when the building was constructed in the 18th century, if available, without consideration of cost. If forced to remain in the Nimmo Historic and Cultural District, the cost difference in utilizing mandated custom milled wood siding and repairing existing windows in place will drain our existing financial resources. It will also negatively impact future congregations with an unsustainable maintenance burden. Specifically, the church will experience an immediate $500,000 penalty if we're forced to use custom milled replacement wood siding materials as opposed to identical looking modern siding. Additionally, by not using modern siding, future congregations will also incur an estimated $50,000 maintenance expense every 10 years into the future. And that's essentially recaulking, repainting, and repairing wood as opposed to much more favorable vinyl siding, which basically has, according to the construction people, lifetime warranty, but nonetheless. We do have a follow-on presenter, Mr. J.J. Jeffrey, that can provide more details on this. Based upon previous interaction with the Historic Review Board, it is obvious from our perspective that we do not have a partnership. As such, we are also confident that if plans were submitted to the HRB, we would not receive a Certificate of Appropriateness, COA. We don't have time to go through that process, only be denied a COA, nor can we afford what HRB oversight requires. It should be emphasized that using modern siding and window materials will not change the appearance of the church. The congregation is absolutely committed to maintain the historic look of the church. At this point, I would like to confirm the following points that were made by our speakers at the last Planning Commission meeting, just to make sure that we're all on a sheet of paper. First, as I just mentioned, the Nimmo United Methodist Church congregation is fully committed to preserving the historic character of our historic church. Our church is a living congregation with a spiritual legacy, not just a historic bricks and mortar building. We do not desire to be a museum frozen in time. And this is important. The church is not listed in the National Register, nor is it listed as a National Historic Landmark, nor is it in the Virginia Beach Historic Register of Historic Homes and Buildings. We're in none of those. Nimmo United Methodist Church rarely, if ever, receives inquiries to tour the church. The church receives no financial support from the city of Virginia Beach, as do other historic structures in Virginia Beach, like the Francis Land and Adam Thurgood houses. Those historic buildings are in the Register of Historic Homes and Buildings. Nimmo United Methodist Church also receives no external funding from any outside sources or organizations or entities. We're on our own. The church has enjoyed no protection from development encroachment from being in the historic and cultural district. I know there were some discussions about the city and roads, et cetera. I can't comment on that. It was before my time, but I do believe it was a mutual agreement between the church and the city to help the city change the alignment of the roads. The church didn't want the alignment of the roads. The city needed to put new roads and connectors in. And my understanding in talking to people that had been at the church for a long time, it was very cooperative on the church's part. But the problem we have as far as encroachment is the case in point that was brought up with our friends at the Royal Farms. And, we have a convenience store, a gas station, and a car wash in the district, in the cultural district, and it's continuous to our church cemetery. Contrary to expressed opinions previously, Nimble United Methodist Church has in fact engaged the Virginia Beach Historic Review Board members on this matter as well as other related matters. This includes the proposed pre-COVID church expansion and the more recent replacement of our garden shed. The Historical Review Board has been inflexible on all of these matters. So, members of the Planning Commission, in summary, Nimble United Methodist Church has an urgent need to repair our church exterior. We must be able to use modern, cost-effective materials that will still preserve the historic look of the church. Utilizing custom milled wood siding materials will pose an extreme financial hardship and jeopardize the survivability of the church. We see as our only option is vacating the Nimble United Methodist Church Historic and Cultural District. Given the above, we respectfully request your support of the proposed ordinance. And I thank you for your time and your attention to this matter. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Commissioner Plumlee and then Commissioner Schoonover.
Thank you, Mr. Lear, for your comments and for coming today. This commission continued this matter, deferred it initially, because no one from the church attended, not a single person, on the initial request. We had no information except the information shared by Mr. Reed, and we believed that we should afford you all time to come and to make your case.
And we appreciate that, sir. Yeah.
I apologize for not making the site visit. It's the only site that I did not get to see, and it's the one I most wanted to see. I put it to a day, and then I was going to do it, and my day was taken from me. But anyway, you laid out a financial cause first in your statement that there's a $500,000 budgeting difference, at least the immediate, plus the additional maintenance, to use wood in the fashion that you described as opposed to more modern materials. But where you finished that, you said that you had not taken that to the Historic Review Board to see if they would accommodate you in the fashion they had accommodated the Royal Farms adjacent to you. Now, this is where I come to my moment of concern. Our Historic Review Board has laid their objection out unanimously to this request, and they put down their very existence as a consequence. And here we are hearing from your group, and from what I gather, you're laying down your very existence, that the church can survive the maintenance and the demands. However, is it just something you're intuiting that they will reject your request? Particularly since they've now stated they may no longer exist if we were to grant your request ourselves to remove you from the district? Or is that well-founded information that you would not be approved for these other materials?
Well, that's an excellent question because initially, in order for the project to go forward, we had to get quotes. And the concern was that if we looked at the regulations that were dictated by the Historic Review Board, and it's adamant, there's a flow chart in that document. It's black and white. It basically said, do materials exist today? And if the answer is yes, it goes to another block and it says, do the workmanship or handyman exist today that can make those installations, repairs. And if the answer to that is yes, then you go immediately that has to happen. So, it wasn't, that drove our decision in the sense that, I mean, it's black and white. So what it meant, what you're talking about, sir, is that we'd have to ask for an exception. We'd have to somehow go in and ask for an exception. Well, that requires that we had to go to the contractors and typically try to get, what the costs were. The encounters that we had were from people from the HRB, my understanding, that were talking to us about what was the historical structure and what was not. We have had discussions with some of the folks on site that have basically told us that we had to make similar repairs using similar materials to the outbuildings. And that caused us confusion. And so the assumption was that we would have to, in fact, use modern day, or excuse me, the existing cedar milled planking on everything. And oh, by the way, some of the contractors that we talked about had no access to this material. And so it became very, very difficult. So that's where we were talking about the cross signals. And we were between a rock and a hard place because we needed to have a scope, project scope, specifically so that, we could move forward. So given all that, and given the other examples of the difficulty in working with the HRB, most recently a garden shed. Our garden shed burned down, and we needed to bring a new shed in. And members of the HRB, quite frankly, were dictating to us what we had to do. It ended up where the shed that we put in place was approved with one exception. The black hinges on the doors had to be white. Now, this is an outbuilding, has nothing to do with a historic church. And we were caught and delayed in this particular project. So I hope you can see that, we're not just willy-nilly made this decision that we're not going to try to cooperate with the HRB. Quite the contrary, I think as good business people or whatever, we have, based on the relationships and based on what we've seen from the HRB, it was quite apparent that if we did try to put a request together, that we would reach a problem with the HRB. And as such, time was of the essence. We needed the repairs to be done. And particularly for those of you who have seen some of the outbuildings, I mean, we've got rotten wood exposed that we needed to take actions. Now, unfortunately, even though we want to move this ball down the road quickly, it hasn't happened. So, but here we are today. And quite honestly, if we have to, if the historic and cultural district is preserved, and we have to go back and get our quotes again from our contractors, and if we have to go to the HRB and get see if there can be a modification, whatever, that's going to take time. But I also say, this is why my statement, we don't have a partnership. It's quite clear to the HRB that we're struck between a rock and a hard place. Why haven't they come to us with a compromise and say, hey, we understand, and we'll support you if you put this forward? This, in my opinion, the stance that they've taken is they're just, heels are dug in. It's totally up to us. We've got to.
May I follow up with one more question?
Yes, sir.
You're very informative, and I appreciate you articulating your argument for us. It's very helpful. Are there no recognized protections for the church and its operation as a result of this district that you have been able to identify?
Not me personally, sir.
Okay.
And I've been associated with church 25 years.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Hi. It's my understanding that the church had requested to have their church added or add this overlay to their church in the first place. Is that your understanding? That's what I was told early on.
That was the original question, when the historic
It was my understanding that the church had requested to add this historical overlay. Is that correct?
I honestly don't know. It's,
When I went to the church, I found out that you had received some very substantial quotes and that was just the beginning of the process, as there could be further damage beyond what they could determine just from the outside. Is that correct?
that is correct.
I know originally we had deferred this to buy some time because there were some efforts being made to try to raise money to cover these costs. And I understand that those efforts for the state are probably not going to go through. And that there have been some efforts with the city. With the amount that the city might be able to provide, would that cover your costs in terms of the current requirements for repair and maintenance, and then long-term repair and maintenance?
Well, I think the answer is, Commissioner, if it depends on the amount of money. I mean, the project itself. If my following speaker can address the actual cost, but honestly, if there's a substantial sum of money and it could go in escrow and it could and we had to use the materials, I guess that's what we're alluding to, and it would cover those future costs of every 10 years thereabouts of making those repairs. Then to answer your question, monetarily, it would cover the cost of the project.
When I went to the site and I asked questions about this, it was my understanding that they would not cover the costs. I also was asking further questions about how this process could be addressed to keep you in this overlay without having to use the required products that they are requiring you to use. And it was my understanding that there was only one way out, and that was to go through them, they turn you down, then you go to City Council, and City Council would have to decide if you would be allowed to have an exception. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. I'll just be honest with you,
No,
because
that's okay. That's what I was told. We were looking for a way to keep you in this without having to have you burdened with these problems, and I was told the only way out was that. If you had to go to City Council every time you needed to make some kind of a change, because you'd be turned down to use the particular, I guess, options that that you would need to use, such as vinyl or whatever.
Right.
How problematic would that be if you had to go to them every time, get turned down, and then go to City Council and hope that they approve your request to get this exception?
In my opinion, totally unworkable.
Thank you.
No other questions? Sir, you can be seated.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mary Lou Barnes, followed by Robin Nelson.
Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Lou Barnes, and I am the chairwoman of Nimmo United Methodist Church's Leadership Board, as well as a fourth-generation member. I am here to give you a brief understanding of the history of our church. Nimmo's original building was constructed in 1791 in Princess Anne County, shortly after the land was sold by the Nimmo family to the Methodist Episcopal Church. The church was surrounded by 3 roads and was hence named the Church at the Crossroads. In the 1840s, the balcony and the bell tower were added onto the building. We also had the balcony added on, which served as our slave gallery, and it still survives today as the only remaining structure related to slavery in what was formerly known as Princess Anne County. Early in the Civil War, the church was used to billet Union troops and was utilized as a federal hospital. Following the war, the freed slaves who once attended Nimmo created their own church down the road called Mount Zion African Methodist Episcopal Church. This church is still in use today and does combined services with us on Thanksgiving for the holidays. In 1989, the church had to be lifted and have the foundation completely redone in order to avoid further disrepair to the historic building. During all of these endeavors, the Civil War, the foundation repair, and even COVID, our congregation never stopped worshiping Jesus and serving our community. That is why we are the oldest United Methodist Church in continuous use in Virginia. We are resilient. A brief insight on our history with the Historic Review Board of Virginia Beach. We joined the HRB back in 1980. In 1989, during the foundation change, we had some other changes done as well. Fellowship Hall was added on, outdoor walkways were enclosed, etc. And according to these news articles I have with me from my granny, it didn't seem to go well with the HRB. I would also like to briefly explain how the leadership works in the Methodist Church. Our church has a leadership board made up of 9 people who serve as the board of trustees, the finance team, and so on. In many ways, this structure functions similarly to a city council or a planning commission. We vote on decisions with the responsibility of caring for the church both now and in the future. And as you likely experience as commissioners, decisions made for the good of an organization do not always have unanimous support. In short, our church will never stop being historical, and that is not because we are in a historic district. That is because of the amazing things that the amazing people I have talked about did. This decision, however, is not about our past, and it's not about our history. It is about our future. We have to ensure that we are making the right choice so that our church can continue to grow, serve our community, and worship God. We were historical before Virginia Beach even existed, and we will continue to be historical if the ordinance is dismissed. Thank you for your time and for everything you do for this great city.
Our next speaker is Robin Nelson, followed by James Jeffrey.
Hello, my name is Robin Nelson. I'm a member at NIMO. I'm on the leadership board there. I want to thank the members of the Planning Commission for hearing us today, and especially thank those of you who visited last week, taking your time to consider our requests. In 1791, a community of believers built both a physical and spiritual structure for the purpose of gathering to worship God, share their lives in faith, and share love and service to the surrounding community. They hardly expected a wooden structure built in stormy, humid Virginia to survive termites, fires, and storms for a century. They hoped and prayed their community of faith would live far longer into the future, worshiping, sharing their lives in faith, serving God and neighbors far and near. The church is not a building. The church is the congregation, the people gathered together to worship and serve God and others. As the community evolved, so did our church building. We no longer come to church in horse-drawn wagons. We no longer have slaves. We no longer live in a rural farming community. Princess Anne Road has changed its circuit at least twice, and Oceana Boulevard no longer loops directly around our building. We are no longer the crossroads between the hunt clubs at Back Bay, the courthouse, and the tiny beach village of Virginia Beach. We have lots of neighbors, some in condos, some in big houses, shopping centers, offices, and gas stations. As the community changed, our building changed too. We have indoor plumbing, we have electricity, and even computers. Our shut-ins can worship with us online as we stream Sunday service. Times change, and NIMO Church has changed with them. Yet we honor our past and our building's history and want to maintain it far into the future. Of more importance to us and to the founders of our church, we want to preserve our congregation, living out our faith in situations our ancestors could hardly imagine. We are not a museum showcasing the past. We are a resilient, thriving community of believers. We serve our neighbors through our community garden, our food pantry, hosting scout troops, an active youth group, men's group, women's group, Bible studies, vacation Bible school, caregivers group, and serving with many local groups, Penn Ministries, Judeo-Christian Outreach Center, and more. We have outdoor, dog-friendly, weather permitting service in our pavilion, attracting young families, and traditional Methodist worship too, with liturgy, organ, and bell choir. We are sharing our faith. That is our mission. Even in these divisive times, we are excited to continue answering our call to be a strong, faithful congregation, serving and worshiping together, whatever changes the future brings. Our beautiful historic building is not as important as our mission. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is James Jeffrey, followed by Julian Sawyer.
Good afternoon. My name is James Jeffrey. I've been a member of Nimmo United Methodist Church since 1998. About a decade ago, I was a trustee for 3 years, culminating in its chairmanship. For those who may be unfamiliar with the functions of church leadership, the trustees are responsible for the buildings and grounds, their upkeep and repair. I'm currently the interface between the church and the contractors we have solicited to bid on the repairs. More specifically, replacement of the siding and the oldest of our windows. My first step was to contact an acquaintance who's also a principal at Covington Hendricks Anderson, a prominent and highly respected Virginia Beach architectural firm. My question to him was, who would you recommend to repair historic Nimmo Church? His response was immediate, and he recommended 3 firms. Everything I will say from here on has been provided to us in proposals by those firms he recommended or the manufacturers of the products they chose. I believe it's been said before, but I will say it again. We do not intend to change the general appearance or character of the building. We do, however, wish to use materials that are more durable, more resilient, more energy efficient, and require less periodic maintenance. The contractors recommended vinyl siding to replace the existing beaded cedar siding, and it meets all of our desires. The R factor, a measurement of heat transfer, for insulated vinyl is nearly twice as efficient as beaded cedar, 2.61 versus 1.36. As importantly, the initial cost differential is staggering. $637,500 to replace the siding with beaded cedar, $117,005 for insulated vinyl. Vinyl is low maintenance, cedar is high maintenance, which requires 3 distinct steps: washing, preferably with scrub brushes, caulking all the joints, and repainting every 7 to 10 years. Certainteed vinyl siding is also self-extinguishing in the event of a fire. Cedar is not. We found similar benefits will be reaped by replacing single pane wooden sash windows with dual pane vinyl sash windows. They will appear nearly identical to the existing windows in color, style, grid, and patterns, but will require far less maintenance while providing 18 to 24% reduction in energy consumption. These initial and life cycle savings will enable us to devote more funds to our programming and less to energy consumption and recurring maintenance. In short, more funds for the mission of the congregation and less for the upkeep of the building. We now exist and have for 234 plus years to spread the word of Christ, not to preserve a monument. A church is people, not a building. I thank you all for your attention and consideration.
Our next speaker is Julian Sawyer, followed by Christy Lyons.
Excuse me, sir. We have a question for you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir. Pleasure to see you again. And again, on behalf of the commission, thank you for allowing us to come and see the church in sight a few days ago. That was very helpful. Earlier in today's testimony, I heard a figure roughly of $500,000, which I think correlates to 2 of the figures that you just referenced with regard to outside siding. My question is, because those are the only numbers in the record here today, I'd like to understand one thing about it. When you solicited bids for the siding, did you ask those who were bidding to give you both the modern and historic materials on all of the portions of the church? Or, as we understand it, only a few parts, the steeple, for example, are truly part of the historic designation, that the rest of it, the supporting buildings, are just that, supporting, and that we have heard that there is a greater degree of openness to allowing modern materials on those supporting buildings. Did you bid it with that in mind, that there's no question that on, let's say, the steeple area, you might have to use something original, but that there would be an option to really understand the difference on the rest of the place?
The bids that we solicited were for the entire building, not just the two historic sections. That being said, we don't have a picture to see, but you all have seen the church in the picture. It's about 40% historic and 60% non-contributing, based upon the elevation of the buildings. The sanctuary is 3 stories high, the steeple is higher, and the rest of it is 1 story high, hence the 60-40. But the figures that I gave today are based upon using cedar across the entire building and using vinyl across the entire building.
Thank you, and I appreciate your use of better terminology than I use. Non-contributing is the correct term. Thank you for that. So if I understand this right, in order to make repairs, the church is going to have to pay something. That's not a question. The question is a differential based on maybe using a different material. Using your rough figure of 60% or 40%, it seems to me that instead of the whole $500,000 difference, doing it all one way or all the other, that there's the potential here that 60% of it would be done with a modern material with a blessing of the HRB, and it's the other 40% that you almost certainly would be asked to use original material. Is that basically your understanding?
Hypothetically, yes, but our experience thus far with our new construction project, which we never followed through on because of what happened with COVID, and with the shed that was talked about, the garden shed, some of those areas were non-contributing, and we still had to conform with the HRB's restrictions that were primarily, or should be primarily, associated with the historic structures.
Understand. Where I'm going with this is, had the project been bid in the manner that I mentioned, one might be able to go to a review board and say, we understand that some of this is historic and some is contributing, and we would propose to treat them differently with these different materials at a certain cost difference. I appreciate your clarification of the numbers, sir. Thank you.
I have another. Thank you. Mr. Jeffries? Jeffrey or Jeffries, I'm sorry.
Singular.
Okay. What I would like to know, this district, is it 2.5 acres, or is it full 9 acres? Is the district itself smaller than the overall?
9.95
It's all
acres is on the
9.
staff report.
Within that 9 acres, is there any intent? Well, the church owns quite a bit of that 9 acres. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair to assume.
Okay. And is there any intent to develop that property for other uses or similar uses for that 9 acres?
It has been explored, but not the area adjacent to the church or the cemetery. What has been investigated is that small piece between the new Princess Anne Road and the church's parking lot.
The one to the south. I'm calling it south just because of where it's oriented on this page, but it's set off by itself. That's the piece you're talking about?
The piece that is parallel to Princess Anne Road as it proceeds towards Sandbridge and the church. It's now a wooded area bordered by Princess Anne Road on one side and a sidewalk, and then it comes across where Princess Anne Road used to be to the edge of our parking lot. That area there, and it's only been exploratory in nature, and it wouldn't be commercial because that just goes against our principles. It would be some kind of partnership with another nonprofit that meets our same values, but it's only exploratory, and we haven't committed a great deal of effort to it thus far. But for the point of yes, maybe we would do that, but nothing in front of the church, nothing next to the cemetery.
Right. I was just making note at the beginning of the proceeding that the council has approved development in that district. And it's not necessary for the district itself to go away to take that type of project to the city, particularly to a city that says, we can't help you with funding, and you might make disappear our ability to obtain funding for our other historic sites by removing this district. I'll just lay that out there for now, but I wanted to ask you, is the sentiment to remove the district, is it unanimous among the leadership and the congregants of the church?
It is unanimous among the leadership. It is not unanimous among the congregants.
Thank you very much for answering my questions.
Any further questions?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Byler.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey. I appreciate your detail. When I visited and I was listening as well as I could to all the changes that were anticipated, should this be recommended for approval, I understood the wood would be replaced with vinyl siding and that the windows would be replaced with newer, more energy efficient windows, and in doing so they would lose the arch over the windows and they would become rectangular as is in the newer building.
That is one of the options. We have not decided on that definitively, but it was one of the cost-saving options. There is an arch at the top, or a radius as they call it, at the top, and that could be squared off.
Yeah. Okay, I understand, and I also appreciate your distinction between the congregation and the building, because I think sometimes when we use the word church, people think one or the other, but there is definitely a distinction between the building and the congregation. So thanks for pointing that out.
Commissioner Schoonover? Okay.
Our next speaker is Julian Sawyer, followed by Christy Lyons.
Good afternoon. I'm Julian Sawyer. My wife Beverly and I live at 2237 General Booth Boulevard, some 1,000 feet north of Nimmo Church, where for 64 years I've been able to see the church from my front porch. I'm a retired architect. My wife is a Nimmo Church member, and I attend fairly regularly. Nimmo Church, the oldest surviving Methodist church in continuous use in Virginia, is built on a small triangle of land bounded on three sides by formerly public roads and exists today because of the Nimmo Historic District, which the church asked the city to establish in 1980. Nimmo Historic District has determined the route of two road expansions, General Booth Boulevard and Princess Anne Road, resulting in $500,000 in today's dollars in gifts of public land, parking, drainage, and professional services to Nimmo Church from the city of Virginia Beach, and has caused the city of Virginia Beach to heavily influence the design of three privately owned buildings worth at least $40 million in today's dollars, 7-Eleven, both of them, the Crescent Condominiums, and Royal Farms. Nimmo Historic District has protected Nimmo Church better than could ever have been expected when it was created 45 years ago. Nimmo Church is a quieter, calmer setting than it has ever been. If one stands in the Nimmo churchyard today and takes a 360-degree view of the surroundings, there are only two things one sees that were not there 45 years ago: the condominiums, seen through a screen of trees 600 feet away on the north side of General Booth Boulevard and outside the Nimmo Historic District, and the property fence and upper 7 feet of blank brick wall and metal roof, seen through a screen of trees of the Royal Farms gas station 300 feet away, which is in the Nimmo Historic District. Everything else that one can see was there in 1980, except, of course, the traffic whizzing by the church on all sides. Ironically, Nimmo Church complained about the development around the Nimmo Historic District in their previous presentation to you, blaming the Historic Review Board for not doing more to protect the environment of the Nimmo Historic Church. But later in the same presentation, Nimmo Church volunteered the information they were in discussions with non-Nimmo Church parties to build on a 2.25 acre parcel the church owns south of the existing church building, which would potentially put a building less than 90 feet from Nimmo Church, closer than any building has ever been that is not connected to Nimmo Church itself. Sounds a lot like do as I say, not as I do, which my mother taught me as a young boy was bad behavior. So why are we here? Nimmo Church today consists of two primary contributing structures to the Nimmo Historic District. The 1791 built sanctuary and the 1895 built steeple, and 4 non-contributing structures, offices and wings built in 1961, connectors from wings to steeple built in the 1980s, and a social hall built in 1993. Nimmo Church exterior cladding is wood beaded board siding on all buildings. The species of the wood varies from building to building. The oldest building is most likely heart cypress, because that was the common building material of that time. Unsurprisingly, after decades of use, the exterior of Nimmo Church needs some maintenance. On April 23rd, 2024, members of the city staff from the HRB met on site with members of Nimmo Church at Nimmo Church's request to review the maintenance issues of the building. The notes of this meeting state that after review of the maintenance issues, the city staff told Nimmo Church to have their contractor come and show the materials Nimmo Church wanted to use. Nimmo Church never acted on that request. This was apparently the last contact Nimmo had with the HRB about maintenance to Nimmo Church itself. It should be noted that at this visit, all they are observed a much deteriorated section of wood siding on the north wall of the social hall. To date, that is, more than 20 months later, no attempt to even temporarily repair this deterioration has commenced. Nimmo Church now proposes, as stated in their presentation to you, to replace all the siding on Nimmo Church with modern materials, blaming the HRB for being intractable in their requirements that the siding of all the buildings be replaced with materials matching the existing ones, i.e. wood. A few years ago, Nimmo Church brought forth an addition project to the HRB consisting of 4 parts. 3 were additions to the wings, which apparently, from what I've learned from the HRB, contained modern materials as siding. Those were approved. The 4th addition in front of the existing building and attached to it was not approved. Nimmo Church dropped that project. The question as to what the HRB would allow for siding replacement on existing non-contributing and primary contributing structure of Nimmo Church has never specifically been asked of the HRB. Less than half of the wood siding on all the buildings of the church need replacing due to deterioration or simply need to be scraped and painted and filled. The remaining wood siding is solid. Interestingly, the oldest siding, which is on the sanctuary and steeple, is in the best condition. Replacing or covering with modern materials all the wood siding on Nimmo Church when over 50% of the existing wood siding does not need repair of any type is analogous to repainting your entire car when you only had a small dent in the front bumper. Obviously, the less work done, the lower the cost. Nimmo Church has only costed replacing all siding on all the buildings, primary contributing and non-contributing alike, with 1 modern material, vinyl siding. This cost is unknown to church members. Use of vinyl siding would destroy the architectural character of Nimmo Church because the church's decorative features, cornice brackets, frieze boards, circular vents with coins, and heavy frame wood windows with vaulted and pediment tops are not made in vinyl or any other modern material. And yes, replacement of all windows with vinyl is part of the proposed work too. No other siding repair alternatives have been studied, such as using wood-sided selective replacement on the contributing buildings and possibly on the non-contributing buildings as well. However, Nimmo Church was recently given the raw cost of 2 types of siding and hardy board. What Nimmo Church did with this information is unknown. Nimmo Church is now attempting to sidestep this whole question by application to you to dissolve the Nimmo Historic District Agreement. So Nimmo Church can do whatever they want to the church, stating that they can't wait for another application to and review by the HRB. It should be noted again that to date, 20 months have elapsed between the time the HRB asked to see the church's proposed materials and Nimmo Church's application to dissolve the Nimmo Historic District. So now Nimmo Church is in a hurry? Nimmo Church's most recent financial report to members in February 2025 indicated it was $1.25 million to pay for maintenance work. This would appear to be more than adequate. There is no existential problem at Nimmo Church related to the Nimmo Historic District. The existential problem the Nimmo Church does have is the same as all traditional denomination churches have nationally: a rapidly declining church-going population and a revised federal tax code that makes it disadvantageous for contributions to tax-exempt entities. In summary, after all the benefits to Nimmo Church from the Nimmo Historic District's existence, now Nimmo Church finds it's an absolute necessity to request the dissolution of the Nimmo Historic District because Nimmo Church refuses to engage in dialogue with the HRB. The questions before you today are, do you support the systems of the City of Virginia Beach that they have in place to review requests for work to historic properties? Do you support the continued existence of historic properties under historic district designation? And do you support the volunteer members of the HRB in furtherance of this work? Nimmo Church is the last of the historic churches in Southern Virginia Beach, Old Princess Anne County, in its original exterior condition, on its original site, and under the direct purview of the Planning Commission through the Nimmo Historic District. This is the one, the only opportunity the Planning Commission will ever have to direct that Nimmo Church remain in its original condition. If the primary contributing structures of Nimmo Church are allowed to be covered in modern materials, as Nimmo Church intends, the historic value of Nimmo Church will be irreversibly destroyed, as well as the entire historic district concept. It's really simple, folks. Do you support historic buildings or not? We urge you to deny the application to dissolve the Nimmo Historic District.
Commissioner Plumlee.
Mr. Sawyer, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I really appreciated your presentation. But I have a lot of questions. What is the information upon which you base your statement that the church supported the designation?
I was told that by a leading church member at the time.
Okay.
He's unfortunately no longer with us.
It's been a while back that happened. I can understand that, but I'd just like to know the source, because a lot of facts get presented, and knowing the source is very important.
So you want a name?
That'd be great.
John Wilson.
Thank you.
He was a church sexton for quite some time.
Well, you're very unique because you're an architect, you're a neighbor, and you're a congregant. And you cover a lot, you're wearing a lot of hats. So it's a unique opportunity. Am I accurate in saying that's what you just presented? You are, I'm seeing some heads shake, but you are a congregant. Is that fair?
I attend fairly regularly.
Okay.
I am not a member.
I see. So, are you a member of the HRB?
No.
Okay.
Although I know two of them personally.
Had you attended their meeting where this was considered?
No.
Had they not indicated why they were unwilling to come down and address the issue with us directly?
No one has told me anything. I can suppose.
That's fine. If you don't know, you don't know. I was most persuaded by your description of the materials needed to preserve the historic basing of the building. Can you give us some more detail on that point? Because I want to make sure I understand the specific details that you're talking about.
Okay. The existing sanctuary built in 1791 and then rebuilt, allegedly rebuilt after the Civil War, is balloon framed, not platform framed like houses are built today. Most likely. I don't have x-ray vision, but that's how they built them then. And the wood siding goes from the base to within about 18 inches of the top. There is then a flat board that goes all the way around the building. It's called a frieze board. It's from the Greek, but my architectural history class was over half a century ago. Then there are wood brackets that come off the top trim to support the cornice. These are spaced at intervals of, 4 feet, 6 feet, whatever, around the building. They're spaced much closer on the steeple, which was built, the date I was given is 1897. Those brackets, that frieze board, the width of the trim, corner trim, where the siding runs to the corner, and on the steeple, don't exist in vinyl siding. Or you get a wider variety in hardy board, but if you look at a piece of hardy board next to a piece of real wood siding, it's obviously different. Vinyl siding, it's a piece of vinyl. What has been shown to the church at the meeting I attended was a 12-inch section, non-insulated, looked, kind of nice from me to you, but it's still a thin piece of plastic. And when it comes to corners, when it comes to things that it abuts, there's J beads and C beads and everything to try to keep the water out. If you try to apply vinyl siding over the existing sanctuary, you will have to take all the siding off the sanctuary because you will need to add extra blocking between the studs in order to attach the plywood siding and then the vapor barrier to then apply the vinyl.
You indicated that there was some $4 million available for maintenance. Was that presented?
$1.25 million, yes.
Say that one more time. I want to make sure I heard.
$1.25 million. That's what the information given to the church, the last information that my wife could find, she's a member, which was over a year ago, was $1.25 million for maintenance.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Sawyer Anderson.
Oh.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. To go off of Commissioner Plumlee's discussion, we've had a lot of talk back and forth about the siding and the areas of can they rebuild the exterior of the historic part with not current, but what's there now, and then the 2000s or 1990s buildings with, as they want to use vinyl or hardy board. My question with your history and your knowledge on hardy board, is there a pre-painted, plant-painted white hardy board that would eliminate any future or at least within 5 to 15 years of maintenance for the hardy board, because they would not be painting it after it's installed?
As far as I'm aware, yes, there is a pre-painted hardy board product that comes in essentially a rainbow of colors. The problem with hardy board, just like vinyl siding, is you got to take everything down.
Right.
I mean, you got to take the siding down. I assume there's sheathing underneath the siding on the 1960s buildings and the 1990 building and the 1980s buildings. I'm pretty much assure you there is none on the existing sanctuary and steeple.
But is it the case that if they are denied this application and they do fix the exterior of the church, they would have to take off a tremendous amount of existing siding and put back up as well?
No, not in my opinion. The existing sanctuary and steeple are in the best shape of any of the siding that's out there.
On the historic part.
That's correct. Even on the non-historic parts, my brief circumnavigation of the church and sticking a knife into various pieces of siding, because it's how you determine whether siding is solid or not. As I said, the deteriorating siding is like, I don't know, 20, 25%. You got to pull those boards out and stick a new one in. That can be done. Other parts of it, so you cut out a bad piece and you stick a new one in. You paint it, it's all going to look the same. There's an extra joint here or there, but nobody's going to care because old wood buildings are like that. But nobody has explored, at least as far as I know, having, a contractor do it piecemeal. The way I would approach this, and I have told the church this, you hire one guy, that's a carpenter and a painter, and yeah, he replaces it piece by piece. If he needs scaffolding, he goes get it. The cost of doing that, just in profit and overhead alone, is way less than hiring a large-scale construction company. It might take him a while, but the church has been there for, 270-some years? It's got time.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Camp.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your letter and for your testimony today. Earlier in these proceedings, I asked a question about a number that had been presented, approximately $500,000, and then with one of the other speakers talked about how they arrived at that, comparing two different numbers. My point about the whole thing was, when we see a large number in the record, and we all understand that religious institutions are struggling for membership and their economics are very difficult, that leaves a certain impression. What I wanted to do was understand more clearly if that number was the whole story or there was another way to get numbers that perhaps would look different. I'm asking you, in your expert opinion, as an architect who clearly has knowledge of historic buildings, if one were to ascertain a comparative cost on a structure such as this one, would you just ask for a bid for a single material for the whole thing? Or would you ask perhaps for two bids, one of which is the cost to use historic materials just on the historic primary sites and some alternative on the non-contributing?
The way to obtain bids on any building is you prepare a set of documents with specific requirements that each bidder must respond to.
Yes, several of us are in the construction industry. We get that part. I'm asking just about the pricing. It's fits all or nothing. Generalized, would you approach it that way?
No, you would designate what parts you want done what way. And you would say, let's say the sanctuary is A and the social hall is B. You'd say, give me a price for replacing only the deteriorated boards on the sanctuary with, juniper. That's a line item. On the social hall, B, say, give me a price for replacing the deteriorated siding there with pine, because it was built with pine. And then you would say, C, if you wanted to, you would say, also, I want a price to remove all of the siding and put up hardy board. And you make your list. And you'll have some bidders that say, I'm not going through that. I'm not going to bid your project. You got to start with a large enough list of bidders to allow for people to fall out. But there'll be a number of people that, yeah, this is the price for this, this is the price for this, this is the price for this. It's all a matter of the estimator at the contractors, making some phone calls, just like I did to find out the cost of wood siding.
So if I could summarize, and we'll bring this to a close, there are other approaches to determining a number, and those other approaches may yield a very different number than the single figure we were presented with today as the number.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
I think you can be seated. No more
Thank you.
questions. Before we call the next speaker, I have a request for a 5-minute break.
Mr. Chairman, is there just one more speaker? Is there another speaker?
I think there's 3 more speakers, aren't there?
We have 4 more speakers. Do you want to wait till this agenda item is complete? Yes.
Okay. Then we'll wait till the agenda item is complete then. Carry on.
Our next speaker is Christy Lyons, followed by Jillian Peoples.
Good afternoon.
I'm coming to speak to you as the chair of the Virginia Beach Historic Preservation Commission, and I appreciate you giving me a little time today.
Please speak. Please.
Can you hear me?
Please state your name.
Christy Lyons.
Okay,
thank you. I rise today to respectfully oppose the proposed ordinance to remove the Nimmo United Methodist Church and its associated parcels from the Nimmo Church Historic and Cultural District. I'm sure that's no surprise to you. Nimmo United Methodist Church, built in 1791, is recognized as one of the oldest Methodist churches in continuous use in the United States. You've heard many people speak about its role as a Civil War hospital, the fact that it includes an 1840s balcony where enslaved African Americans once worshiped. This building's not simply a place of worship, it is also a rare and irreplaceable part of Virginia Beach's historical landscape. The zoning overlay exists to ensure that historically significant structures retain their architectural integrity and character so that they can be experienced and understood by future generations. Removing that overlay would remove those protections and place this landmark at risk. There are only 2 reasonable circumstances under which a historic and cultural district designation should be removed. 1, the historic resources have been destroyed, or 2, when they have lost the integrity and significance that justified their designation in the first place. Neither of those conditions apply to this. Nimmo Church remains historically significant and largely intact, just as it was when the district was established 45 years ago, or more than 45 years ago. At a recent Historic Preservation Commission meeting, several of the Nimmo congregants approached me afterwards asking that I speak on their behalf. It appears that the congregation itself is not unanimous in supporting the removal of the historic district designation. Those congregants shared a letter sent to the congregation by church leadership suggesting that the Historic Review Board requirements were the reason for seeking removal from the district. However, to my knowledge, no application has been submitted to the Historic Review Board for these needed repairs. Without submitting an application, there's no way to know what the HRB would actually require in order to issue a certificate of appropriateness. In other words, the board has not had the opportunity to review the project or work collaboratively with the church to find appropriate solutions. The Secretary of the Interior's standards, the national standards for rehabilitation, emphasize repairing historic features with like materials whenever possible and replacing them in kind when necessary. These principles are designed to ensure the repairs maintain the historic character and authenticity of a building. The historic district zoning overlay is the tool that ensures those preservation standards are followed. If that overlay is removed, there will be no mechanism to ensure that changes to the historic portion of the church respect its historic character. In fact, the request to remove these protections demonstrates exactly why they are needed. If the stewards of a landmark of this importance feel compelled to bypass the preservation process entirely, it highlights the importance of maintaining the safeguards that protect the historic character of this site. Approving this ordinance would also set a troubling precedent. I did a lot of research. I could only find three existing examples of this in the country right now of a local district. They call it self-de-designation of a historic district. If a historic district can remove its protection simply to avoid the preservation review process, it opens the door for other historic districts to dismantle their own protections as well. And that would weaken the entire framework of Virginia Beach's historic preservation program, one I'm very proud of. It has been recognized by the state as a model in our Commonwealth and the nation. Nimmo Church has stood for more than 2 centuries. The responsibility to protect it now lies with us. I respectfully urge you to vote no on this ordinance and to preserve the Nimmo Church Historic and Cultural District for generations to come. And I would, after hearing some other speakers, urge you to look back at what the Historic Review Board did deny them. It was a very large modern structure placed smack on the front of the building, obstructing the view of that beautiful historic steeple and entryway. That may be where all of this stemmed from, I don't know, but I appreciate your time and thank you for letting me come up here and speak.
Commissioner Schoonover?
I understand that this is very important to you. Do you all have any plans to raise some funds to help them cover the costs that they're letting us know are going to be a problem for them for these materials?
The Historic Preservation Commission's job is not to raise funds for specific sites. However, if they were to come to one of our meetings, there are a lot of people who are very passionate who may be able to think of some outside of the box ways to help them. We're not saying we couldn't think of something, but that isn't necessarily our job. But that's not a no. It's a possibility if we all put our heads together.
There have been some efforts made to raise some funds in order to help cover these costs. To my knowledge, that has not been completed yet. And it's my understanding that this gentleman here has been letting us know what the...
Which gentleman? I'm sorry.
I forgot his name. Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed, oh yes, my staff.
He has been letting us know what types of materials and so forth would be required. We have been hearing from both parties.
I believe the review board would be the people to speak to about the materials.
Yeah, we've just been told about them.
Right.
So I'm just trying to clarify that while this is very important, but I'm not hearing anybody saying they're going to help them cover these costs. So yes, it's very important in many ways to maintain these properties, but if nobody's going to offer them any money and they're telling us they can't cover it, I just think we need to think about the realities of what we're asking them to do. If you're not going to offer them money, then I think we just need to think about what that means for this church.
I just want to reiterate that we're the Preservation Commission, not the Historical Review Board. So they were totally separate entities. Yeah, okay.
Commissioner Plumley.
Ms. Lyons, thank you for coming in today as the chair of the commission. The review board, and there is a distinction, so we need to make sure we're clear in that. They indicated that the removal of this district threatened the entire system, was what they had put forward. Is that did not come from the commission? That was not specifically found by.
No, but that's a logical statement because their whole entire existence is being a historical review board for these districts. And if there aren't any, which when the Pandora's box opens could happen, they might not ever exist again. So I can see where that logic would fall.
But the logic is, okay, if this is a revolving door where you can simply exit the program as upon your request, we anticipate they're going to be, because of their dealing with the cost on many historic projects across the city, we are going to be getting a multitude of requests to be removed from the district designation in order to save these additional costs. That's the logic that you're putting forward.
And I will point to something, I'm not sure which speaker spoke about the how they didn't get money, but the Francis Land House and the Lynn Haven House, et cetera, those are owned by the city of Virginia Beach. So they are not a private entity, which is why the city pays for them. I just thought maybe you guys would want to know that.
But, so I just want to make sure I understood the logic, because they were saying that it threatened the city's standing as a certified local government, which qualifies the city to receive funding to place into historic preservation programs. I just want to make sure I'm
That's correct.
clear on that thinking. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
One other question, I'm sorry. What was your question? You can go ahead.
Do we know how many properties we have to have listed in order to qualify?
I would like to phone a friend. Mr. Reed, can you speak to that? Because I do not know that specific number.
Thank you for your question. I don't believe there's a magic number for the number of historic districts a certified local government needs to have. I think that if there was removal of this zoning overlay and then additional actions that continued in that direction with other districts, that it would be concerning to the State Historic Preservation Office and to the Certified Local Government Office with the National Park Service, and that they could reconsider our designation.
Are you having a number of these groups coming to you and letting you know that they would want to exit, or are we just anticipating that possibility?
If one happens, then I expect others may take interest. Maybe not the least of which would be the City of Virginia Beach, which Public Works Department, which owns the most properties in our historic districts. Thank you.
Commissioner Camp.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lyons. I appreciate you being here. If I remember, when I read the city's historic preservation plan, which council incorporated into the comprehensive plan in 23, and you all worked during COVID to bring that about. It was a very long and deliberate process, burdened by your inability to meet in person, if I recall right. Am I remembering correctly that somewhere in the back of that plan, it lists a series of goals and objectives that set out sort of a forward-looking game plan for activities that the commission might undertake, one of which incorporated historic tourism. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that a program that I would say is on the near-term burner?
We're actively working on that.
And so earlier when we heard testimony about visitors to the church and that kind of thing, the commission is actively working on exposing our historical heritage and assets to the tourism community for greater appreciation. Is that correct?
Yes. And we've actually had some recent events at NIMO. Recently, the skirmish at Kem's Landing, skirmish at James Plantation commemoration was held there. So there are things that happen there.
Right. And then there's that proposal from the active transportation plan to do the historic bike tour for Virginia Beach. There are a number of ways to that aren't here yet, and the church
Very
hasn't seen
excited about that.
visitation, let alone paid visitation. But your commission is interested in pursuing this.
Very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jillian Peoples, followed by Michael Garcia.
Good morning. My name is Jillian Peoples. Commissioner, planners, thank you so much for hearing my words today. I don't have a formal presentation. I just have a few informal comments. I learned about this meeting yesterday. So I am a resident of the condominiums across from Nemo Church. I own 2 units that directly face the church, and the church makes up the majestic view that greets almost every room in my home. I'm deeply attached to this structure and the continuity and the safety of its existence. I would hope that church leaders would lean in to the historic status of the church and apply and seek help from the city or other entities to maintain the continuity and integrity of this historic structure. I believe it should be in national registries and other registries as well. I was disappointed to learn at this meeting that it's not. A simple Google search that I made yesterday for Virginia grants for historic preservation returned hundreds of results. The Virginia 250 Preservation Fund, the Threatened Sites Grant Program, Emergency Supplemental Historic Preservation Funds, Cost Share Grants, the Community History Fund. There are so many entities that, if approached with the proper applications and work, they could find money to fix this church. And I hope that church leaders would lean into that. After hearing some of the history of the church at this meeting, they would qualify for even more grants to preserve this structure. I believe that our community has a vested interest in the integrity of the church. I believe that the congregation is a living and enduring entity, but I don't believe that that entity should supersede the historical value of this community structure. I believe they're pursuing the wrong solution. The Historic Review Board clearly may or may not approve the recommendations that they're seeking, but I agree with the Historic Review Board if they don't. While I sympathize with the annoyance of all the regulations, I read through the city ordinance. I'm sure it's a process for them to make repairs, to make adjustments to this structure. I mean, it's lengthy. But I agree with the city. I agree with the board. I think all those rules are there for a reason, and I think that we should enforce them. You can't buy a 100-year-old tree at the nursery. We can't recreate a 200-plus year structure in our neighborhood. This is a financial problem that needs a financial solution. So please don't approve their request to remove the historical and cultural district status. It will change our neighborhood. It'll change my property values. It'll change my view. I've already seen what the city council does with our area. We now have a fried chicken gas station across from another gas station next to a historic graveyard. I didn't like that. The Nemo farmhouse is now a Starbucks.
Excuse me, ma'am. Your time has expired.
Thank you so much. Please vote no.
Wait a minute. Does anyone have any questions?
Our next speaker is Michael Garcia, followed by Beverly Sawyer. Our next speaker is Beverly Sawyer.
Hello, my name is Beverly Sawyer. I oppose Nimmo United Methodist Church from being released from the Nimmo Historic District. Several statements have been made as to why Nimmo Church should be released. I would like to address the concern that the congregation has not been a part of the decision-making process to get Nimmo Church out of the Nimmo Historic District. I had requested a withdrawal of the application to give the congregation an opportunity to hear about available options other than leaving the Nimmo Historical Districts. However, I was told that the city attorney would not allow a withdrawal motion. Nimmo Church's last contact with the city's Historical Review Board was when our garden shed burned down in October 2023. The person from Nimmo Church that worked with the Historical Review Board when the church rebuilt the shed has now moved to a new position. However, he has stated that he had no problem working with the Historical Review Board. The Historical Review Board's last site visit was April 2024. No action has been taken since then by Nimmo Church to work with the Historical Review Board. The City of Virginia Beach council person representing Nimmo Church has stated that it should be up to Nimmo Church members whether they should remain in the Nimmo Historical District. However, only a handful of church members have had input into the Nimmo Church applying to have the Nimmo Historical District dissolved. The rest of the remaining members have been given carefully selected information. I believe that if the congregation was fully informed and had been given the opportunity to explore different options, such as the option that Nimmo could be repainted for 100 years for the same price as the vinyl siding, that Nimmo Church, the congregation, would agree that there's no need for Nimmo Church to dissolve the Nimmo Historical District. There's many benefits for being in the historical district, and one of them the church has not taken advantage of. In the back of their design guidelines, we've talked about the economics. If you look in the back of their guidelines, there's all these lists of grants and materials available and all sorts of information in the index that they have right there available for them to use. They also have the expert advice of the Nimmo Review Board at any time. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Any questions?
You may be seated.
Thank you.
That was our final speaker.
All right, y'all ready to discuss this thing? Open the floor for discussion or motion. A rebuttal, I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to address a comment Mr. Plumley made about the Historical Review Board. Our chair of the Historical Review Board did want to be here to speak. However, he was scheduled to take his daughter, who's graduating from William and Mary, on a trip to celebrate that. Thankfully, they did not go on that trip. It was scheduled to be in Jordan. They were advised by the State Department not to take it at this time. So they did take an alternative trip, so he's unable to be here. The deputy chair is unable to speak because of a conflict determined through the city attorney's office. He's an architect. He works for a firm that has had contracts with the Nimmo United Methodist Church. But we do have a member of the Historical Review Board here, Jeff Coleman, if you all have any questions of the Historical Review Board.
Mr. Reed?
Commissioner Camp?
Thank you, sir. Just a quick question. How often does the Historical Review Board meet?
They are scheduled to meet monthly. They meet the third Wednesday of the month.
That's fine.
Occasionally, if they don't have application in their agenda, then they don't meet, but they're scheduled monthly.
So an applicant wishing to bring business before the board, there's a process to do that, to prepare in the way that the board expects to receive an application, but the board is ready every month to hear applications if there are any.
That's correct. An application received by the 10th of the month, if complete, is then placed on the Historical Review Board agenda for the following month.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Schoonover. Okay, is there any discussion?
Do we have a motion on the table before we enter discussion? Is there a motion?
I'm ready to make one as soon as we're ready.
That's why I'm asking. I didn't hear it.
A couple of people, they haven't made it, but they're signaling me that they want to make a motion, but I just want to make sure there was no discussion before we went there.
I'll hold discussion until there's a motion seconded on the table.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Schoonover,
I move that we approve this item.
is there a second?
Can make an alternate motion.
If you would like to.
I'd like to make an alternate motion. I'd like to propose to deny the motion as is.
Do I have a second to deny the motion?
Second. Just for plan clarification, the motion is to deny the ordinance, not to deny a motion, right?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, deny the.
I just wanted to make sure, since we had a motion, then it was confusing. Thank you.
So we have, it has been moved by Commissioner Anderson and seconded by Commissioners Cuellar, that we would deny this item. Are we ready for the vote?
Discussion. May we have some discussion, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Plumley.
And Mr. Camp may be ahead of me in the order of addressing it, but
You've been recognized, sir.
I weigh these things and I hold my vote to the end of a hearing for an important reason. You know, I want to give myself the opportunity to change my position. When I came at this, I asked a lot of questions of Mr. Reed 3 months ago, however long it was, about where was the funding. Are we talking about a situation where we provided funding to this church to maintain and now they want to leave? That didn't happen. But then members of the church didn't come to the presentation. And then we thought there might be additional funding. So we put this off. I think we've had a longer consideration of this process than most of our leaders in Washington take time to consider, quite honestly. And it's important that we do that. I'm troubled by keeping you in, and I'm troubled by letting you out. You know, and I'm really grateful that Ms. Lyons came to speak and to present the information, because I don't want to get into all the factual debates of whether there's maintenance money or whether there's insufficient maintenance money, but what there definitely is terrible communication in this situation. Because if the city council has granted a Royal Farms to be constructed there, I believe you will have a receptive council to allow you to develop a portion of that property if it can help you sustain your existence, particularly if it will help maintain the historic nature of your structure, which you've been entrusted with to care for in your positions. So that's why I have to vote the way that I intend to vote, which is in support of the denial. But of course, you have another body to go to. This is just a recommendation.
Commissioner March, no, wait a minute.
I'll let Mr. Camp go first.
Camp.
Thank you. I also am going to be voting to deny the ordinance for the following reasons. One, it is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, and that is one of our first tests for things that we are to be doing here. Number two, it appears to me from the testimony in my investigation that the church leadership loves their church. They are diligently working toward the mission, future, and fulfillment of that church. But despite that, they have not availed themselves of all of the opportunities that currently exist within our historic district structure and approval process to achieve the things that they want to achieve. I agree with Commissioner Plumley that although it is outside the purview of the decision before us, I can't help but observe, as a person who has been a nonprofit attorney for most of my career and a mediator, that communication could be greatly improved here. We have an architect who has extraordinary knowledge of the specific historic structures and how to go about pricing and contemplating repairs, who attends this church from time to time. And we have a lay board struggling to do just those things. If they were to partner together, I would think that they might be able to achieve more than what they've been able to do separately. But this is just an observation for me as a volunteer, a fellow member of our city looking at what's happening. I don't take a 200-plus-year-old structure for granted, And I think that it bears all of the discussion and contemplation to try to reach the right result. And releasing them from the historic district, in my opinion, is not that right result. Thank you.
Commissioner March.
First, I want to recognize the Historic Review Board and the Historic Preservation volunteers that sit on that have a very specific job, and it's to preserve history and to make it as historically relevant today as it was when it was built. And I appreciate that and how they go about that. I understand sometimes it creates some problems as far as escalating the cost, but it's their job, and they really stick to those guidelines that they're kind of bound to follow. This application, I think, is very strange to me, and I have struggled with this one. One, it was brought to us without any context. It's brought to us by the city, who then is saying that we should deny it, which is confusing in itself. There's a lot of moving pieces to it. You know, the church, I understand the financial constraints, and the only thing that's in this historic district that's historic is the church. One good thing is that the history of that church, whether there's a designation or not, will always be there. I really have a difficult time, as Commissioner Plumlee had said, taking something out of a historical standard, but I also have a tough time telling somebody that they can't do with their property what they want to do in the future, understanding that it was a voluntary, that they had put themselves into this historical district. And it's still difficult for me to figure out how I really want to go with this. I think one thing that's very concerning to me is that we don't have an active application or a true understanding of what the future holds for that church, and what the reasons are that we're bringing it out of a historic designation, besides the fact of escalating costs in the future and current maintenance repair. But nothing has gone into the process in order to say, no, you can't do this, you have to do it a different way. And I think if there was something that had been presented to the Historical Review Board that would have been denied recently, that City Council denied, but then they still had the opportunity to go to the Circuit Court. This would make it much easier for me. So I'm going to deliberate up until I push the button.
Vice Chair.
Thank you so much for all of you who spent your day here with us when you didn't need to. I really do appreciate, and I listened to each one of you. So this building is important to a lot of people beyond just the congregants. I understand they own it and it's very dear to them, but it's dear to our whole city and maybe even our whole country because it holds historical significance. And I understand that it's more economical to put vinyl siding on a building than it is to maintain wood. And it's more economical to put rectangular windows instead of arch windows. But to me, the issue is about more than economics, which is a relatively short-term problem, and history is long-term. And I'm sorry for the hardships of the church. I really am. And I hope they find creative ways. I hope they find grants. I hope the ecotourism boosts them. I hope a lot of good things happen to them. And although it may sound trite, I will hold you in my prayers. So I hope good things happen. And I will support the motion and the second to deny.
Commissioner Schoonover.
This church is right down the street from my home, and I pass it almost every day. I think that we're all proud of the historical nature of this property. As a member of the DAR, I take a great interest in the preservation of historical property. It seems that the church will remain a valuable historical church regardless of any historical overlay, and based on their improvement plans, whether they use the approved materials or not, be dramatically improved. As it is my understanding that the church requested that they be granted historical overlay, it seems reasonable that we approve their request to remove this zoning overlay, as it has become a burden and is preventing their ability to function. Unless the cost of repairs and maintenance are covered, and so far significant figures have not successfully raised those funds, then I don't see how we can require the church to shoulder this burden. I think it should be noted that historical overlay is not the only way to maintain or highlight historical properties in the city. I do not think the concerns of wood versus plastic are more important than the survival of a church.
Any more discussion? I don't know what I'm going to do either. I guess I'm going to make my mind up here in a second. I can remember when, before all of that stuff got changed in the streets and all of that, and the coming to the courthouse as a child. And I understand, because I attend the church regularly, and since COVID, things have died down. Finances have died down, attendance have died down. But I also see the need to keep it as a historical site. If there's no more discussion, are we ready for the vote?
The vote is open. Commissioner Hippen, your vote?
To verify the vote, yes is to deny, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then I vote yes.
By a recorded vote of 8-3, item 5, City of Virginia Beach, has been recommended for denial.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break before I start our next item. So we started here. Madam Clerk, could you call the next item for us?
Our next item is item 6, City of Virginia Beach.
Good afternoon. I'm Hannah Sabo, Zoning Administrator for the City of Virginia Beach. This item is an ordinance to add section 208.1 to the city zoning ordinance pertaining to roll-off containers in residential districts. Roll-off containers are heavy-duty trash containers or large that are used for large cleanup projects or construction projects. This ordinance allows these containers for a period of 30 days, and those 30 days can be broken up into chunks, so 10 days, 10 days, and 10 days, or one 30-day period, in any 6-month period. And then in addition to that, if there is a property that has an active building permit, a roll-off container can be on site for the duration of that period, or for the duration of that permit, and then for 24 hours after and before that permit is issued. So that allows for properties that are under construction to be able to have those roll-off containers while they are under construction. And then if there are projects that are smaller that don't require a building permit, again, they have those 30 days within that 6-month period for that roll-off container. This amendment only applies, or this restriction only applies to residential properties. And any of these roll-off containers have to comply with the rest of the city ordinances, so solid waste and city code, things like that. If you have any questions, I am available to answer them. And for reference, the Coastal Virginia Building Industry Association, CVBIA, did give their recommendation for approval for this update during the February 18th meeting of this year.
Commissioner Camp?
Could you please clarify the 30 days with regard to those not undertaking a construction project? That
Yes.
those who may be landlords who do turnovers, cleanouts, and in a multifamily setting, particularly a small owner with maybe 4 units in their building, how this would apply to them.
Yes. So if for properties that are smaller, if they don't have already a area on site for commercial dumpsters, for those larger residential properties, a lot of times they do already have commercial dumpster areas in their parking lots. And so this would apply to those that don't have that area already designated. So if they have their roll-off container and they're turning over properties, if they have that roll-off container for 5 days, and they just use it for those 5 days, as long as it's gone, they can have a roll-off container come back, and they've only used up those 5 days. So they still have 25 more days left. So those 30 days can be broken up into smaller portions.
Commissioner Plumlee.
Zoning Administrator Szabo, thank you very much for that work. I did want to clarify, we have now been provided a copy of this revised amendment, which reestablishes, I think, the intent of the paragraph. In other words, let me straighten that out. It wasn't advertised to the public that the proper citation of the code is 104B. However, the intent of what's stated in that paragraph is simply being carried out by referring it to 104B. Is that your understanding? I want to make sure everybody's clear on that point.
Yes, there was a typographical error in the ordinance that was handed out initially, and you all have an updated version of that, and that's in line 42. It references the correct section is 104B, and that is just the section that talks about civil penalties in the process for those. It does not substantially change the ordinance at all. It was just a typographical error referencing the incorrect.
And the intent is that there not be criminal prosecution for a violation of this particular, unlike other ordinances within our city, correct?
That's correct. We do have some that are civil and some that are criminal. This one is a civil penalty. If that civil penalty does exceed a total of $5,000, if we keep having to come back, there is an opportunity for that to become criminal, but that is...
But that's just punishment for flaunting the law altogether.
Those are very extreme circumstances that we do not see very often.
And the other point I wanted to make, and I'm just taking advantage of you presenting this to do it, is that the intent is that it be prosecuted against both the homeowner and if there's a renter, also the renter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So homeowners out there should be made aware that if they're going to be entering lease agreements, that their lease agreement should specify if there's zoning violations, who is responsible and how that's to be dealt with, just as a housekeeping issue.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. And that applies to all zoning violations. We can send a notice of violation to the renter and the property owner.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yep, absolutely.
Commissioner March.
I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you from where we started until where we are today. You guys have done a lot of work and really made this into a very proper ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready for the question?
I'll make a motion that we approve, if there's no other speakers, passage. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I would just like to say thanks, Hannah, for working with me and other commissioners on this and working with the construction industry to get this cleaned up. Thank you.
Sorry to speak out of turn. Yeah, I'd make a motion that we go ahead and approve as presented with the modification of the language. I think it was 217, but it's actually 104B, which is contained in 208.1 subsection B. With that, I'd move to approve.
I second the motion.
It has been moved by Commissioner Plumlee and seconded by Commissioner Anderson for approval. We ready for the vote?
The vote is open. Commissioner Hippen?
I vote yes.
Commissioner Coyer?
Thank you.
By a recorded vote of 11-0, item 6, City of Virginia Beach, has been recommended for approval. Our next item is item 7, VAOPC Land LLC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney, representing Virginia OPC Land LLC. That is an entity that will be purchasing the 20-acre portion of the property that you see up there that is 30 acres in size, and their development partner is Mulaski Development, and Matt Conley, an officer with Mulaski Development, has joined us today from their Atlanta office. This is an application for modification of proffers, replacing 9 proffers that were applicable to the entire 30 acres that were approved by City Council in June of 2018, with new proffers applicable to the 20 northern acres of this piece of property. In addition to the proffer modification, there's a height variance application for the structure to 64.5 or 64 feet 5 inches, excuse me, instead of 35 feet for the building that is, staff pointed out in the informal, as Marshall pointed out, is 325 feet away from the nearest building, surrounded by parking. Excuse me. Also with me today, or with us today, is Ken Rodman with VHB. Ken, along with Karen McPherson with VHB, have done a traffic impact assessment study on this project and had previously done one on the existing zoning, but with an extension of not premium outlets, excuse me, Tolliver Lane or Tolliver Road back in 2019 for an application that had been filed by SL Nussbaum for modification to bring in that gateway to the Burton Station SGA with a potential big box retailer. That application resulted in going through the traffic impact assessment. Before any contracts were signed and anything was done on that, Nussbaum was contacted not by this group, but by another group looking for a site for this facility that is one of the largest of its kind that will be built in the United States, and it's a product of the Congress and the PACT Act and taking care of our veterans. That process has gone on to the point that finally, back in October, the VA, late October, VA announced the award of this facility to Mulaski and VA OPC Land is the entity that will be buying the piece of property. But that was a long, arduous process. This site was wound up 5 of the proposals were on this site. There were site in Norfolk, site out in Greenbrier, that were other sites that were reviewed, and this was the one that was the winner. And Virginia Beach is truly a winner with this development. I want to thank, first of all, Director Kathy Warren for her help on this, as well as other city officials, and also certainly Marshall and Rick Lohman and his staff as well. So this is a facility, 243,800 square feet of medical in one building. It is a whole spectrum of care for veterans and their families. It includes ambulatory surgical center, outpatient surgery, expanded access to primary care. There's also an urgent care part of what the services that are provided. Specialty medicines, a lot of specialty medicine in these days. All types of mental health services, dental care, audiology, radiology, PT, physical therapy, physical rehabilitation, lab work, pathology, you name it. The hours of operation will be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week, but there's no overnight. It's not a hospital, it's a healthcare. Virginia Beach VA Healthcare Center or Virginia Beach VA outpatient clinic. The when the award was made back in late October, November, that's likely where the press release that you all asked about in the informal may have originated. This process, as I said, it took over 5 years to get the final award. And what you see in the site plan is almost entirely the basis for it is the VA, Veterans Administration standards and requirements. That is 100% the case with regard to the parking question that was asked this morning. It's what VA requires, and as Commissioner Anderson mentioned, it's fact, and Mulaski's built a number of these facilities, not as large as this one, but what Mr. Anderson said is absolutely right. Parking is in demand the entire day that the facility, hours that the facility is open. Virginia Beach has one of the largest populations of active duty and retired veterans and their families of any city in the country, and our region has, if not the top, one of the top 3 largest populations in the country, in our region, of active and retired veterans and their families. And this facility is really very much needed. When it's operational, there will be the equivalent of 622 full-time employees. The amount of yearly wages for the full-time employees, which that alone will average over $91,000 per employee. Obviously, there'll be a lot of nurses. They won't necessarily be making over $91,000, but to Mr. Camp's comments this morning, the Concord Apartments, which are will be an easy walk from this facility. The average salaries for nurses now are getting close to $60,000, someplace over $60,000, but that's in the neighborhood of what they'll qualify for the workforce housing in that complex, 190 apartments. So that will right in of itself will reduce a lot of traffic, and that's going to coincide with this project, which will be 2 years from breaking ground in opening, and that's break ground is hopefully going to be September of this year. But the annual wages from this facility and the induced jobs that come with that will be $65 million a year. That's on today's dollars. During construction, the 2 years of construction, there'll be $93 million in wages paid for this building this facility and developing the property. Over the course of 20 years, the increase in Virginia Beach's GDP from this project to almost $2.75 billion with a B dollars. This is a very important project to our city and to our region. The traffic impact study is, and these are better questions asked for Ken and your traffic engineer. I'm sorry, drawing a blank now. But then drawing me into that conversation. But it's less traffic, and it is we can't get there any other way because the road, Premium Outlets Boulevard, is in the city of Norfolk, and they told us years ago the only access we could have to Premium Outlets Boulevard on this 30 acres is where it's shown on this plan, and it's basically the backdoor service entrance. We can't access it anywhere else south of that. So that's the way, and that's the way this was all presented. All 5 developers who use this site use the same access and the same where Tolliver extended, gateway into the strategic growth area, and that one entrance on the far northwest corner of the property. We don't have an access to the Burton Station SGA. Burton Station Road is a nice road, but it's not large enough, can't really be made large enough without a lot of condemnation to be such, and it's not designed to be the access into the SGA. And that is what this will be. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. I will mention that Norfolk Academy, very much aware of this, as they were aware of the rezoning in 2018. Same with Virginia Wesleyan. And we've had a town hall meeting with council member Hammond on Monday night, well attended, and nothing but praise.
It's nice of us to share our thoughts during the informal session to get you a little ready for those, right? I said it's good of us to share those thoughts at the informal so you can be prepared, right?
Exactly.
And you're all ready.
After you had to spend the last couple of hours trying to keep this.
Exactly.
Mr. Mulaski's got a plane to catch at 5 something.
Okay, well, he came here for a very special purpose.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so we're here on an important question impacting a lot of people.
And that's exactly.
And if I may ask a question.
Go ahead.
And that is, why are we separating these applications? Is there something purposeful there?
No, I didn't. I didn't want to get in the middle.
I just want to make sure I understood that, because what is up here is 7 and not 7 and 8. I want to make sure I understand. Are we considering this in full or partially?
I think it's a vote on separately, but we can talk about it. If you want.
You can have one hearing and 2 separate votes. It's 2 separate owner operators. So
it was just called up as item 7 and not 7 and 8. So I just want to make sure if we're talking about both, because I'd like to be able to talk about both and discuss them and give them an opportunity.
if the applicant is fine with that, then that's okay.
Yeah, I think it may save some time.
Great.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. And they're 2 separate applications, because the amendment to the proffers on this 20 acres replaces all the proffers, whereas the amended proffers on the 10 acres up front only changed 2 proffers, because all the architecture, all the buildings on the smaller commercial are the same as what was approved in 2018. So that application simply reduces, if we put the plan up there, it's just dealing with the 10 acres out on Northampton Boulevard. Tolliver shows the extension of Tolliver Road coming down from where it currently dead ends a few yards short of the boundary line, but the right-of-way exists to the boundary line, and that would be extended down to Northampton Boulevard to provide access. It'll be a T intersection with signal. The traffic impact studies comments from Rick Lohman and his staff. We will absolutely add the additional left turn lane. That was a recommendation or a requirement from their comments, and that does not create a problem with us whatsoever. So that, and then the retail is along Northampton is really the same retail as we had, and it's shown there in the big picture. And there's one similar to that WPL did from 2018. And it just shows retail everywhere, but along Northampton, it really has minimal change at all, and the architecture remains the same. And the square footage originally was 250,000 of retail overall, and now the retail is down. I believe the number was it 40,000 or 80,000? 80. Okay, 80,000.
81,000.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll save my questions about traffic for Rick. I appreciate this project. I think it's excellent. The biggest concern is obviously traffic at that corner, but I'm sure the administration's taken a careful look at that and has understood the issues that it's coming to, because it's not going to wave a magic wand and make it easier to get in and out of that intersection than what it is. But I guess we'll talk to Rick about traffic, and I'm glad you've combined the 2 applications. I think that was needed.
And like I said, Ken Rodman is here as well, who can also speak to that along with Rick.
And I'm glad the Norfolk Academy community is well aware of it. Thank you.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, we're going to hear from Commissioner Hippen first, and then Commissioner Mulch.
Hi, Mr. Verdon. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you, Ms. Pippin? I hope you're feeling better.
I'm nursing a little bit of a cold and stuff and coughing, so I'm going to talk to you from afar. Being the daughter of a retiree from the VA. I've been around the VA a long time, and a disabled veteran. My concern, first of all, this is a terrific project. I'm so glad to hear about this. I was, in my other life, I was hearing about this coming to Virginia Beach in this location. I think it is an outstanding location. My concern is the fact that I don't know if you've ever been at this intersection here of Wesley Drive and the Outlet Mall trying to get on the freeway, okay? But it is hectic. And I don't know if you have ever been to Hampton and left at closing time. I made the mistake of having a doctor's appointment at the Hampton VA at 3 o'clock, and it took me a half an hour to get out the parking lot. Okay, so this is something that I'd like you to take a real strong look at. I also traverse this way when I go to visit relatives in Jersey and Pennsylvania, because this is the way to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. This is a heavily traveled area. I think Mr. Plumley said that this morning. They wouldn't let me talk this morning, so I'm getting it in now. But this traffic at this stretch of road is what concerns me the most. But I am glad to see another VA clinic coming because I belong to the Battlefield Clinic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pippin. I appreciate it. I will let Mr. Lohman and Mr. Rodman address those points. I will point out that with this extension of Tolliver and the light, it should help the flow through this section of road. The ability exists for those who want to be a little adventurous to go out through the back way and go up Premium Outlets Boulevard and around through the parking lot with its drive aisles and go out to Miller Store Road and avoid it entirely. There's also the ability to go Tolliver to Burton Station Road and go north to Miller Store, and you can go right and go through the industrial park and get to Diamond Springs Road. And obviously, if there were an accident or something here, you could go to the signaled intersection at Burton Station Road. And that same is true the other way around. If there's an accident at Burton Station Road, it's an easy turn to come down the extension of Tolliver. So there are other ways to, if there are problems, to exit the facility and not have to utilize this section of Northampton Boulevard. You can get all the way to Diamond Springs going Miller Store. You do have to take one turn through the industrial park. But there are other avenues when there might be, because of accidents or whatever, a tie-up. It's not a one-way in and one-way out.
Commissioner Camp.
Thank you. I didn't realize that. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Ms. Pippin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bourdon, and I also appreciate joining the discussion here. A couple of questions for you. In the site plan for both of the applications that is displayed before us here, if I understand this right, there have been some changes on some of the widths of the pedestrian walkways. Could we, and I hate doing that at these things because we start pointing and talking about colors and directions, just walk us around in a clockwise fashion, maybe from the corner of Premium Outlets in Northampton. Just do the perimeter and tell us what's the width and what connects.
So I'm gonna try I'm gonna start from the far left top corner, the back way, as I call it, into the
upper left of this picture.
Yeah, the upper left, if you look there, but the back way off of Premium Outlets Boulevard into the back of the medical facility. So on the Virginia Beach side, see the Premium Outlets Boulevard is entirely within the city of Norfolk. None of it is in Virginia Beach. Then that's a long story that I'm not going to get into. The healthcare facility will be providing an 8-foot wide path, lane, whatever the right terminology, and Mr. Camp, you're the expert on that, but which is what was requested of us by Parks and Rec, coming down the entire frontage. There is, again, back to the top corner, there's a path going all the way around the top and all the way down to Tolliver, and that one, I believe, is it 8 also? Yeah, it's 8 feet, and there's also a landscape buffer in there. Then when you run into excess right-of-way that's in Virginia Beach that was not used for Premium Outlets Boulevard, and again, I'm not going to go down that trail. And then along the front of the property along Northampton, the second of the two applications, it shows on here as being 5 feet, but that will be increased to 10 feet along the entire frontage of Northampton. In the Tolliver Road extension, there is a 10-foot trail on the west side of that road going up and, to where it intersects with the existing Tolliver. And there's, as I understand it, room for that to continue on. I don't know what the size is now.
Thank you. I appreciate the tour, and I appreciate your pointing out where a change will be made from the site plan that we have before us on the Northampton frontage. In the informal session, I asked the question with regard to the pathway that is beginning, let's say, at Northampton and curling around the top of the entire parcel. In the staff report, there is a conceptual walkway section of Burton's Crossing diagram, which specifically depicts that as a gravel crush and run path. Now, I have concern that that type of specific material may not be ADA compliant. And I see your colleague shaking his head over there. Maybe we could put this to bed if you could.
It will be a paved surface. Yeah, it'll be paved surface. It'll be paved surface. It will not be crush and run.
So what we have in the packet, the drawings that may then be going on to council, that's not going to be accurate, that we're going to modify that to say that this is a paved path?
May I approach?
Approach? Oh, yeah. It's from you. Oh, yeah, up top. My intent is that whatever we pass up to council is ADA compliant.
It will be ADA compliant. That does say it's to match what's in the Lake Wright Park, but that's not Virginia Beach either. So
right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it will be ADA compliant.
Very good. And then lastly, could you reaffirm that this particular path is not being dedicated to the city and that the ongoing upkeep and care of this path will be privately borne? Is that correct?
Yeah, and that happens with some frequency. What does happen is there's a public pedestrian access easement over it. So it's not dedicated as full right-of-way, but there will be a dedicated public sidewalk easement, I think is the way to
Who has
characterize
the
it.
maintenance responsibility?
That would depend on what the document states.
May I edit?
Yep. Oh, you can.
You know the answer. I don't think you need. Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Kenneth Rodman. I'm with VHB, 4500 Main Street, Suite 400 in Virginia Beach, Virginia, 23462. It's a 6-foot path that circumnavigates the entire site internally that is intended for the rehabilitation of the veterans The path out on Tolliver Road is within the public right-of-way and will be publicly maintained. It's 10 foot on the west side. There's a 5-foot sidewalk on the right side. All that's going to be within public right-of-way and will be publicly owned and maintained with
Very
public
good.
access.
I thank you for clarifying the two
Absolutely.
categories on the site. And that completes my questioning.
Mr. Barton, I'm not sure who can answer this. This is just because we've talked so much about traffic is during construction and when construction starts, how is the construction site going to be accessed? Whether it's, is Tolliver going to be built first so they have, you have construction access coming off of there? Because I'm pretty sure Norfolk's not going to let you come off of Premium Boulevard coming into the site for all the construction vehicles.
Have we? You got-
And I can't imagine that you're going to come off of Northampton Boulevard.
No, we're not going to come off Northampton Boulevard. There will be
So that is just a curious question on
the
because
construction
it's
entrance will
so
be off
much
the
traffic
Tolliver
on
Road
there.
stub that's there today.
So the Tolliver, you'll be coming off of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the Tolliver Road extension will not be dedicated until the healthcare facility is dedicated, till it's open. So it would be the last thing to, one of the last things to get done. But there'll be work being done in it, but in terms of paving and final, it'll be at the end, 2 years.
Commissioner March. I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this forward. I think understanding the economic impacts that it's going to provide the city pales in comparison on what it's going to provide for the community, the veteran community. So this is much needed, and I'm very excited to see it come to fruition. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Commissioner Cromwell. Mr. Bernal, you said at the outset it was 30 acres in total, 7 and 8 together?
Correct. What you saw up there, the big pink, that's the entirety of the property. That shows you the entirety of the property. And when we started, it just had,
Right.
just like in your report, it's 20 acres to the north and 10, to the south.
Okay, because on our paperwork, it says both of them are 20 acres.
It says both of them are 20 acres?
Yes, both are described. It says on agenda item 8, it says site size 20 acres, and on agenda item 7, it says site size 20 acres.
It's a typo. It's a typographical error.
So which one is the VA hospital, the 20 acres?
20 acres.
And then the retail is the 10 acres? Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Any further discussion? Ready for the question?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I would like, if I could, I would like to hear from the traffic engineer on this particular application, because this is going to be headed to council, and I think this information, it's best to be put in public, at the public formal hearing with regards to traffic numbers. Rick, can you tell us what you told us this morning?
That's really not a question. So Rick Lemon, Public Works, City Traffic Engineer. So what's the exact
It is a question.
Well, it's been a while since this morning, so I can't remember exactly.
It may not be a fair question, but it's a question.
Right. Specifically, what?
Well, tell us about the traffic numbers, the retail versus the reduced retail with the Veterans Administration building that's planned.
Okay. So the original 2018 proffered plan was for 250,000 square feet of retail. And that's what Planning Commission and Council approved back in 2018. That would generate just over 13,000 trips per day, new traffic to that site. The newly proposed development would generate 11,000 trips per day. And that is based on about 240,000 square foot of hospital/medical office and 83,000 square foot of retail. on the southernmost part of the property. So the differences are, while it's 2,000 cars less a day, we still do take into account that the medical office kind of generates traffic differently, and it generates more traffic in the morning, peak hour, and then the afternoon peak hour. So that's all been taken into account in the study that VHB is doing for the developer.
And your department found it to be well-suited, given those numbers, and in terms of the intensity and the timing as well. Is that fair?
Yes, the goal of the traffic study is to show how the roadway is going to, or how the improvements are going to mitigate the impacts of the new traffic on the existing system. So they went out and they redid all of the traffic counts, because the original ones we had were back from 2019. And pre-COVID and post-COVID, you can't even compare traffic numbers really, because of the changes, in driver behavior and in how we work and how we live now. So, but they did collect traffic counts in early 2026, and those have all been put into the new study.
You also discussed the traffic light, a new traffic light, and what impact it would have or not have. Can you address that?
Sure. Obviously, without this development, we wouldn't be putting a new traffic signal on Northampton Boulevard, because everybody would agree that a new traffic signal with no new need for it wouldn't be prudent, because traffic does back up from the interstate, which is, just to the west of the Northampton Wesleyan Drive Premium Outlets Boulevard. And like Mr. Bourdon said, that intersection never should have been built that way, but that's the sins of, of past members of Norfolk and City of Virginia Beach. So, but the real problem there, like you said, is in the morning it's westbound traffic heading towards the interstate, and in the afternoon it's in reverse going the other way as people are leaving work and heading back to Virginia Beach. So with that in mind, we still had to, the developer still had to find a way to mitigate the traffic impacts of all that new traffic coming out to Northampton Boulevard. At the new signal at Tolliver, this new traffic doesn't burden Burton Station, and it really doesn't burden Premium Outlets, except for through movements.
And it shouldn't create more stacking at that light.
It shouldn't.
That's troubling. Okay.
It shouldn't.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you addressing that.
One last thing about that is the study does say that, it's been a while since Norfolk and Virginia Beach probably timed the four traffic signals together. And this project will retime Burton Station, Tolliver, Wesleyan, and Premium Outlets, and the off-ramp, the 264 off-ramp that's just to the west of this, to help move traffic through the area.
Thank you.
I just want to add one thing I meant to say.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question of Mr. Lohman?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lohman.
Sure.
We can currently observe the flow of Virginia Wesleyan students, faculty, folks interested from that point of origin south of this, flowing across Northampton to the restaurants, to the services, the shops that are on the left side of Premium Outlets. It's all in Norfolk. But the flow of those pedestrians across Northampton, given the different legs of the intersection, I believe has them crossing to the right side on the south side of Northampton, crossing Northampton at the corner of where this retail will be, and then crossing a third leg heading west toward that current destination. Even more of them are going to come here with additional retail at the shopping center. Are there any proposed changes for pedestrian safety or pedestrian flows that are part of this?
Well, there will be a crosswalk at Northampton and Tolliver. With the new signal, we can add a crosswalk there with this development. So the crosswalk's going to be on the west side of the intersection there, because the pedestrians, if there's a push button, there'll be a push button there. So when they push the button, they'll be able to go while the left turns are coming out from Tolliver Road. You've got to keep the pedestrians with the vehicles moving. Otherwise, you're going to create even more of an issue when one pedestrian comes up, pushes the button, and the whole signal goes dark for 45 to 55 seconds because it's a long crossing.
It's a long
there.
sequence, yes.
Well, it's a long crossing, so you have to time it for the slowest pedestrian that can cross there. So you have to give them that amount of time. So that's why we put it with the left turns there. But we will have one pedestrian crosswalk at the new signal, so people can walk along Northampton Boulevard and cross at Tolliver.
So with regard to walking along Northampton, forgive me, I think I've been on almost every sidewalk in the city, but at the moment I just can't remember. On the south side of Northampton, between Wesleyan and Tolliver, is there a pedestrian facility on the south side?
You have Google Maps.
Well, my point is, if we have a pedestrian crosswalk there, they're going to land on a sidewalk, I hope.
I believe there's a sidewalk there. I'm not 1,000% sure that there's a sidewalk there, but Google Maps would.
I guess my point is, if we're going to deliver, there is. Okay, so we're delivering pedestrians to a place that they're not stranded. They could then move west on the south side of Northampton on a sidewalk to where they're going to go.
Yes, and I believe we just added a sidewalk at Burton Station in Northampton because that was well celebrated in the Northampton community. And we're working on, again, more crossings as you go further east on Northampton as well.
Well, and that is really my overall point. Just as this morning we spoke a little bit about the comprehensive plan, the master transportation plan, the active transportation plan, the Western Campus layover, all of these things come together with projects like this. Here we have a veteran care facility sorely needed in our region and our city. We have a military base mile and a half north of this at Little Creek. We have a lot of multifamily housing, some of which is being programmed for folks ideally to live and work right here nearby these facilities. And the ability to move among these different attractive points without necessarily moving a car around, I think is part of the overall appeal. And so the idea of the pedestrian safety and facilities in this core of multiple destinations, multiple points of origin, I think speaks to how all of this comes together. And I appreciate your involvement in that.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Any more?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick's comments reminded me I was going to say something. I want to thank the officials of the city of Norfolk because they have been cooperative. I've spoken to the planning director, and they have been cooperative throughout this process, and Rick had indicated that they have agreed to work on the timing of those lights, which is a very important aspect of this. So I just want to publicly say on behalf of SL Nussbaum and Molaski, we appreciate their cooperation.
Thank you. Commissioner March.
I just wanted to make a motion for approval for item number 7.
Second.
Second.
Am I able to make a motion for item number 8 as well at the same time?
If we can do it separately, just with the way we have it in the system, that would be preferred.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it has been moved by Commissioner March, seconded by Commissioner Schoonover, that we approve this item. 7. You ready for the vote?
The vote is open. Commissioner Hippen,
Yes.
by a recorded vote of 11-0, item 7, VA OPC Land LLC has been recommended for approval.
If appropriate, I'll make another motion for item number 8. I would move that we approve item number 8 with the understanding that the proposed conceptual walkway section on page 10 of our application, that it makes sure that it's ADA accessible. Make a motion for approval.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner March and seconded by Commissioner Camp that we approve item 8. You ready for the question?
The vote is open. Commissioner Hippen,
Yes.
By a recorded vote of 11-0, item 8, Northampton Development LLC has been recommended for approval. Our next item is item 19, 21st Street Properties LLC.
Taking down the tree out there.
These are handouts that y'all can take with you. But for the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney representing the applicant, 21st Street property, and this is the proposed beach house mixed-use development on Pacific Avenue between 21st Street to the south and 22nd Street to the north on 60,000 square feet of 10 assembled parcels. The requests are for alternative compliance for the height of the building. The building in this OR district on this street frontage has a 75-foot height limit, but a 90-foot limit with the optional form, and we're requesting 110 feet in height. The building itself is, I characterize it as being 8 stories. The units, 14 of the units on the 8th floor have lofts on the 9th floor, but there's no 9th floor access. There's not a, it's a loft, which gives it the height. The other alternative compliance is on 22nd Street, which is a more residential street along there now anyway, and I think that'll probably stay that way pretty much with some of the developments that has occurred on the 22nd Street, a couple blocks west going out. A lot of it's been redeveloped by Miller and companies and some others. So we've got 6 townhomes that are attached. They're part of the building, but they're from the street. They have, walk-ups, and they're 2 stories, and they technically need alternative compliance because of it being residential on the first floor, and it's 2 stories, first and second floor. So that's the alternative compliance. And there's an encroachment application, the 8-foot sidewalk on 22nd Street, the bottom step, because there's 3 feet of difference in grade on this piece of property, just about. And that first step is a number of inches into that 8-foot sidewalk, and that's an encroachment application as well. But those are the alternative compliance requests that are before you on this, again, 1.38 acre piece of property. 131 condominium units for sale. There will be, and it's in the, I think it's in the staff report, there will be in the condominium declaration a prohibition of short-term rentals. This is intended to be for residents. Obviously, you can have leases for long-term leases, but that's what this is all about. The thing that was not mentioned is not in the write-up that I can assure you that the folks in the PDRC and the folks at the oceanfront and city, for that matter, are very happy about. So my client's actually going to be dedicating another lane 15 feet along the entire frontage of Pacific Avenue. So that will help to alleviate the mess that exists during a good deal of the summer, especially late in the afternoons. People being able to get out, will be able to have a dedicated left-hand turn lane on northbound Pacific Avenue, and the southbound will shift over. There'll be two lanes going south as there are now, but there'll be 3 with that additional dedicated turn lane at the light on turning west onto 22nd Street. So that is a dedication of the right-of-way to the city of Virginia Beach. And that's a part of this. And then there'll be a 12-foot sidewalk and verge along Pacific Avenue as well. This is recommended for approval. The other thing I think that's in there that needs to be clear is that the ground floor is, with the exception of the parking garage and the 6 units on 22nd Street, restaurant and retail, and it's basically a loft. It's the first and second floors. There's not a second floor, but they're high ceiling, basically. And realistically, the PDRC was very happy with this, was recommended unanimously, staff's recommendation. I can talk longer, but I don't know that it serves a great deal of purpose when I've always been told when something's sold, sit down and shut up. So unless you all have questions, I'd just soon not talk anymore.
I want to make sure I don't have any conflict of interest, and I'm not saying, is there a list of all these property owners, or is this just the applicant for the construction? Is this a contingent arrangement? I don't know what. I see, I checked for conflicts with 21st Street Properties LLC. There was nothing that came back. Is that the owner of all these parcels?
Yeah, 21st Street will be they own, well, Tony Schmidt, who's here, owns 3 of the properties, and the rest are owned by Mr. Biglia, and it's being land leased for 100 years? 99 years. It's a 99-year land lease for the rest of the property, and loan commitments already in hand. The site plan's ready to go.
Well, so is there an interested party that is not on the disclosure? That's on the disclosure statement. That's my point.
No, there's no one not on the disclosure statement.
Okay, then it cleared my conflict.
The entity is Mr. Schmidt's entity, and he's on the disclosure.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up before I asked you questions. It got further into the muck of it. This Cox design, has this been used at other locations? Because I like this project, but what I know is we're beginning to map this dense area. This design will influence future designs, okay? So I'd kind of like to hear a little bit from them about the choice of design, what they've seen.
And Joshua Lassiter has been here all day, and I neglected to introduce him, and that's on me. I'm going to let Joshua with Cox Cleaver and Gray Mason, along with Josh, are the designers of the building, but Gray's on a spring break trip. But Josh has been involved from day one.
Okay, thank you.
He's better to answer that.
Excuse me. In terms of design.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Josh Lassiter from Cox Cleaver and Company Architecture Firm. So yes, the design, Tony has always been interested in a contemporary, like coastal feel. And so that was the aesthetic approach we took. So you will find this, our material palette and whatnot, very traditional for Virginia Beach. You'll see this all around town in our residential communities, which is what this is as well. So does that answer your question?
Well, have you had this, have you seen this in other communities, other seashore communities? This particular design was really
this particular use group, this model for a condominium complex, yes, parking, retail, yes, it is very popular in some emerging coastal communities.
And the Resort Advisory Commission was presented this design and reviewed it and approved it. Is that fair?
They did.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Cromwell.
What can you tell me about the 4th floor?
The 4th floor has an interior courtyard. We have a pool. You guys probably have it on your handouts, I think, right? Yes, it's on the screen now.
Yeah.
So yeah,
It's got a clubhouse, and it's got a yoga, gymnasium, workout room, and it's got a pool deck, it'll have grills on the, where people can grill out, and lounge chairs. It's an outdoor recreation, outdoor amenity space, better way to put it. Recreation if you're swimming.
Is it, where is it situated? Is it looking west? The back of
The open end.
Yeah, the open end is looking west.
Right.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Commissioner Camp?
I'm also confused on we had just seen a prior picture. Maybe we could display that again. Thank you. Which street is in front of the building here?
That is the view from
22nd Street.
22nd, yes. It's in the smaller print.
So 22nd Street, isn't that a,
Pacific would be to your left and the entrance exit would be to your right.
yes, sir. Isn't 22nd Street a one-way street going west?
Yes.
Then why are the cars turning left the wrong way on the one-way street?
Yeah. Good point.
I mean, this is what confused me. Okay. They're,
They got two-way traffic on that street. Did the graphics.
well, okay, you guys know whoever did the graphics. I'm just a volunteer sitting here looking at this thing.
I know who did it.
All right, thank you. So when it gets to council, maybe we'll have the cars go the right way on the road. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Commissioner Plumley?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Any discussion? Motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the project.
I'll second it, and I wouldn't mind making a statement since this is my district. I just want to pass on my thinking about it, if that's okay. I think there was a real chance that this would have been put on the consent agenda, but this is going to be new to our area. It's going to be a change that's coming, and I want people to know it and to give them an opportunity to see it and to hear us discuss it. I personally like the design and the plan and how it's going forward. I like the density. And I will say, and I will ask Mike if he'll consider this as part of his motion, I want it stated that there will not be short-term rentals at this location. And I want that as part of this. If it's not an express condition, I'd like to have that, if that's possible.
Will you accept that, sir?
I can clarify it. I can clarify my motion, revise it.
Are you seeking to revise with a recommended proffer?
Yes, if that's accepted, because it was offered, and I'd like it just added so it goes to council with it. If it's appropriate.
If I could, I think the way to do it would be, or a way to do it anyway, is that you can add a condition to the alternative compliance that the condominium declaration will include a prohibition of short-term rental usage for any of the units.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Mike's fine with that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Eddie, can you say that slowly? No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
No,
We
he
got it,
can
we got
just amend his motion to accept the change.
All right.
I'd like to amend the motion for approval on the agenda item with the added verbiage of the declarations having the ability of no short-term rentals.
And I'll amend my second.
Okay, it has been moved by Commissioner Anderson and seconded by Commissioner Plumley that we approve item 19.
The vote is open. Commissioner Hippen,
Yes.
by a recorded vote of 10-1, item 19, 21st Street Properties LLC has been recommended for approval. Our next items are items 1 and 2, Imagine 2040 City of Virginia Beach Comprehensive Plan Ordinance and Resolution, item 3, City of Virginia Beach, and item 4, City of Virginia Beach.
All right. Good afternoon. For the record, Hank Morrison, Comprehensive Planning Administrator. I am here to present 4 items, items 1, 2, 3, and 4, to adopt the new comprehensive plan and then make amendments to the zoning ordinance to make sure that it doesn't reference the former comprehensive plan. So I'd like to start off by thanking the Planning Commission for all of the hard work and dedication you guys have provided for this project. It's been very helpful. I also would like to thank our staff that's been very hardworking at this, and also our consultant, Renaissance Planning. So I'll start off with saying this project is the culmination of thousands of survey responses, dozens of public meetings, and over 100 public input opportunities. The staff final draft was presented to the public at 2 meetings in September of 2025, and public comment was accepted until October 30th. After the comment window closed, staff reviewed the 600+ comments that were received and updated the plan accordingly. A workshop was held with the Planning Commission in January, where the commission finalized guidance for staff to make edits to the draft and move forward by putting it on the agenda. So staff and the consultant implemented the commission's comments and posted the draft on February 18th. The plan consists of 7 chapters providing guidance for the 4 different context areas in Virginia Beach, as well as design guidelines for place types throughout the city. The plan promotes infill and redevelopment as a practice, focusing on the 8 SGAs, aging strip shopping centers, and along major transportation corridors north of the Green Line. This provides the opportunity for more attainable housing, reducing sprawl, and promoting responsible growth by utilizing existing infrastructure. Single-family neighborhoods are protected with buffer requirements for new developments adjacent to existing neighborhoods. And the plan proposes to maintain the Green Line in its original location, marking the beginning of the transition from suburban to rural land uses and character, protecting the agricultural land south of the Blue Line. The Blue Line has historically been used by the Public Utilities Department to indicate where water and sewer infrastructure end and the use of wells and septic systems begin, and has been formally recognized in this plan to better differentiate the Green Line context area and the rural context area. The plan increases mobility options for residents of Virginia Beach, including public transit. However, transit's not a requirement of the system to function. Transit-oriented development only refers to the integration of transportation and land use to make areas more walkable and bikeable and accessible. So this can lead to reduced traffic congestion, reduced greenhouse gas and vehicle emissions, better public health outcomes, economic development, and increased land values and property tax revenue. So as a part of this vote, a minor update to the MTP is included, the Master Transportation Plan. But it's being adopted with the understanding that staff will be returning to the Planning Commission in the future with a more fulsome update after the Hampton Roads Transportation Planning Organization wraps up their 2050 long-range transportation plan. And that's expected to be adopted late spring. So this strategy was approved by VDOT and is also being used by several other municipalities in the region. So they're aware of it and they're also okay with it. So staff is recommending approval of the adoption of the comprehensive plan, and I am happy to stand by for any questions.
Hank, you've done a really good job. I appreciate all of your hard work. I really do.
Thank you.
We've been very easy on you, and very patient. But I received from Chris from Renaissance a breakout of the projected populations with regards to the various, pardon?
I just wanted to make sure we're using the term capacities, not population.
Thank you. Right. It's not a current issue. It's a future capacity question for the centers. And I just wanted to make sure, has that document been circulated to everyone?
No, sir, it has not, but it can be. I'd be happy to share.
I think it should be. I kind of assumed it was going to be, and so I hadn't thought to inquire about it because I think those capacities are important to understand. Now, I don't think it changed much of my thinking ultimately, but For instance, and I'd gone back and marked each center and put the number next to it so I could visualize where the growth is projected to be. With regards to capacity, it's not definite. These are ideas, and I understand that there's reasonable variation in them. But I saw that along Princess Anne, I was calculating somewhere around a capacity of around an additional 7,000 residents in that area, which I was kind of surprised to see. So we have been doing this a long time. I've always had an issue with the way the center locations were selected because it wasn't in a manner that I felt that I had much in the way of participation. In other words, I didn't ever present in District 6, here's where I think a regional district should be, here's where I think a city center should be. I didn't ever participate in it. It appeared, and then I said, well, how many people are you proposing we have capacity for? And it's not anyone's in particular's fault because there are so many questions to juggle in such a complex plan. But then the importance of it has struck me for weeks now, months, that these numbers need to be understood, because there's an impression then that we're putting forward that we know the areas that we're selecting to take on the capacity that we see, the growth areas of this city. So I just am sharing that, as an issue that I felt needed to be addressed, and that I've been raising for a while and not saving it to the last. I've tried to do that. However, I do want to add, while there is projection of about 79,000 future residents, because you want to build a buffer into this, or I'm saying we want to build a buffer into this. The University of Virginia is telling us we're looking at about 20,000 residents. Can you explain the necessity for building the buffer into that? Because I want everyone to understand the rationale for it, because I think it's important to understand.
Yes, that's a great question. So the rationale was that while Virginia Beach is not going to expect a massive amount of growth over the next couple of decades, the region still is. And so by providing a future land use that would allow for future redevelopment and additional capacity, it would allow us to kind of take that growth and take advantage of that growth in Virginia Beach.
Thank you. And I wanted to follow up because the Hampton Roads Realtors had provided us comments, very timely, as we stepped up onto the dais. But I think a lot of their concerns have been touched upon in the plan. And with regards to the ADUs, I had addressed this to you. I wasn't sure if it was online or offline, that I felt like the language about ADUs had been softened somewhat throughout the plan. But there is an intent, essentially citywide, except for some select areas, that there be permissive review of these ADUs, and that there's an encouragement in order for us to address the housing crisis that the city is in. Can you talk about that?
Sure. So, I guess I'll start off with saying that there are forms of ADUs that are already allowed and permitted in the zoning ordinance. This comprehensive plan just states that the use of ADUs is a good strategy to fill in for some affordable, more attainable styles of housing.
Okay. And the intent is that it be favorably viewed, these requests, that they're encouraged. And I think that needs to be addressed and spoken of, because, housing attainment is one of the number one features. And I think that's one of the most important tools that we've been able to put into this.
Sure.
And so when the language was modified, I was a little concerned that we were de-emphasizing it. But I'd ask you offline, and I think that was not the intent, and I want to make sure of that.
Correct. No, the intent is that ADUs, we view that as a positive thing, but we're going to have to look that more in depth when the zoning ordinance update comes in to see where ADUs are appropriate, where they're not appropriate, what kind of lot coverage requirements, architectural requirements. There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen before we say that go crazy, you can build ADUs anywhere you want.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Camp?
Thank you, Hank. I began this process sitting out there. I got appointed to be part of the Planning Commission during this project. I was at the initial focus groups as a private citizen. Now I find myself about to push a button on this thing from the other side. So my perspective on this has evolved as my role has evolved. I want to thank you and everyone else on the commission, commissioners who are no longer on the commission, predecessors, staff members, elected officials, and the tremendous involvement of the community through each of the stages of this project. Like most people, I'm not entirely happy with the product, but I didn't set out expecting to be. It is more than even a work of a committee. It is a work of many, many hands, voices, and views. I will say with regard to the master transportation plan, and I want this in the record that goes forward, that it is more than just the traffic data that will be altered in that amendment that is coming, that a decision was made administratively to not proceed with certain changes to that plan that staff has acknowledged or that myself and other members of the commission have brought forward, not to do them now, even if they're not traffic capacity dependent. It's a plan that is sufficient to start, but not complete as a resource decision on where to put manpower. That said, that means we're going to be working with that plan, let us say, for 6 months until it's back here for approval in what I would refer to as a not fully complete status. That is, it meets the bare requirement that state law and VDOT has imposed on it, but it is not the full breadth of ideas and a full working document as we would intend it to be. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So I say that as a cautionary note, and our members of the bar have left, but I hope that they will play this back. If they want to cite to the revised master transportation plan, I would hope they realize that plan has yet to fully evolve and meet its partner plan, the comprehensive plan, and that I will take exception to citations to the MTP in this interim period until it is fully complete. There are things in it that'll stand. There are things that'll be added. It's going to be a materially changed document, correct?
Correct.
And I would hope that the staff would also look to that document and say, we're not going to stand fully on it, knowing that there are these other things pending out there, just as now we have done as this comp plan has evolved. Is that how staff intends to look for that particular piece of the puzzle?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Among the ideas that were presented first, coming from the public, from the consultant, and carrying forward in each subsequent presentation to us and to council, were these big ideas. Among them was the important place that the Green Line holds in the eyes of the public. The Green Line has turned out to be a talking point with just about everyone, and there are many views about that and how it should be embodied. But I am pleased that the plan that has been brought forward, in my opinion, has carried forward the initial spirit that was reported out along the way, the perspective that the public had on this as a valued mechanism for encouraging redevelopment in the northern part of the city, like some of the applications we saw today, that may not have been the desired place to invest capital if the Green Line were changed. We see a conversion of industrial sites to more valuable residential sites. This is what the market is showing us, and that's fine. The plan accommodates that. These ideas in the plan as it stands today, I think, are ready to go from the people forward. If this plan is altered, I think it becomes a question, is it still true to the initial ideas that the people put into it? And for that reason, such alteration should have the benefit of public comment, that it should not be done in a manner that the public is unaware of what is back on the table to be discussed again. So thank you very much.
Any more discussion? Motions?
Yes. I move to amend the draft comprehensive plan to change the Green Line context area back.
Excuse me, Chair, we have speakers.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Phil Kazmarczak, followed by Lisa Murphy.
I'm Phil Kazmarczak. I am the president of the Hampton Roads Realtors Association. Our organization represents thousands of real estate professionals across the region, including realtors, property managers, brokers, housing providers, and others who work every day to help people find homes and invest in our communities. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today regarding the comprehensive plan and the role that housing policy, property rights, and responsible development play in the future of Virginia Beach. First and foremost, I want to be clear. Realtors strongly support thoughtful planning. Long-range planning is essential to the health of any city, and the Virginia Beach Comprehensive Plan plays an important role in guiding how Virginia Beach grows and evolves over time. In reviewing the comprehensive plan, we see a great deal of alignment between its goals and the policy positions that the Hampton Roads Realtors Association has adopted over the years. One of the most important areas of alignment is housing attainability, which I know we spoke about briefly earlier. Home ownership has long been considered the foundation of American dream. We know that owning a home gives people a stake in their community. It allows families to build stability and generational wealth. It strengthens neighborhoods and helps create a sense of pride and investment that makes communities thrive. But unfortunately, housing attainability has become one of the most pressing challenges facing communities across the country, including here in Virginia Beach, where the median home price is now around $400,000. With an FHA loan and a 6% interest rate, which is what we're seeing today, that's about $3,000 a month, including taxes and insurance. A rule of thumb is that housing should be no more than 28% of your gross income. That means to be able to comfortably afford the median home in Virginia Beach, the household income needs to be about $125,000 a year. But we know the median household income in Virginia Beach is about $90,000. At $90,000, a household can comfortably afford a $300,000 home, $100,000 less than the median price here in Virginia Beach. That means that many essential members of our workforce, teachers, police, firefighters, nurses, military families, young professionals, are finding it increasingly difficult to afford housing near where they work. Rising construction costs, land constraints, and regulatory barriers have all contributed to this problem. The comprehensive plan acknowledges these challenges and calls for a wider variety of housing options to meet the needs of a growing and changing population. This aligns directly with HURRA's policy commitment to promoting housing diversity and attainable housing options. We believe communities function best when housing opportunities exist for people at all stages in life and across a wide range of income levels. When housing supply is constrained, prices rise, and families are forced to move farther away from employment centers to find attainable housing. That creates a ripple effect across the entire region. Longer commutes increased traffic congestion, we just talked about that, and infrastructure strain. Families spend less time together, workers spend more time on the road, and businesses struggle to recruit and retain employees. That's why Hurrah Smart supports smart growth principles that encourage a diverse housing stock, mixed-use communities, and thoughtful development patterns that place housing closer to jobs and services, much like we talked about the Cleveland Avenue or the Cleveland Street project earlier today. These are not new ideas. They are principles that appear throughout modern planning frameworks, including the comprehensive plan. Another area where our positions align closely with the goals of the comprehensive plan is environmental stewardship. The Realtor community supports reasonable environmental stewardship. We believe protecting wetlands, managing stormwater, and addressing flood mitigation are essential priorities for coastal communities like ours. At the same time, we believe environmental protection and housing availability can and should coexist. Smart growth strategies, such as encouraging development in appropriate areas and making efficient use of existing infrastructure, can reduce sprawl and help protect sensitive environmental areas. Responsible planning can allow communities to grow while preserving the natural resources that make this region so special. Transportation and infrastructure are also central themes in both the comprehensive plan and Hurrah's policy priorities. A balanced transportation system that effectively moves people and goods is critical to the economic viability of the region. Housing patterns and transportation patterns are deeply interconnected. When workers must travel long distances to reach employment centers, traffic congestion increases and quality of life declines. That is why Hurrah supports dedicated long-term funding mechanisms for transportation infrastructure and encourages regional collaboration on transportation planning. Housing and transportation cannot be planned in isolation. They must be considered together. Another area where we see strong alignment between Hurrah's policies and the broader goals of the comprehension plan is housing diversity through tools like ADUs, which we just discussed. ADUs provide flexible housing options within established neighborhoods. They allow seniors to age in place near their families. They provide housing opportunities for young adults just entering the workforce. They allow homeowners to make better use of their existing property. Because ADUs utilize existing infrastructure and land that is already developed, they often represent one of the least disruptive ways to gently increase housing availability within a community. Encouraging a wider range of housing options, including ADUs, mixed-use developments, and mixed-income housing is one of the ways communities across the country are addressing housing attainability while preserving neighborhood character. Finally, I would like to address the topic that has generated significant discussion in many communities, and I know we talked about it briefly earlier as well, and that's short-term rentals. Short-term rentals have grown significantly in recent years as online platforms have made it easier for homeowners to rent their homes or a portion of their homes for periods of less than 30 days. Hurrah recognizes that short-term rentals present both opportunities and challenges, especially at the Planning Commission level. On one hand, they provide homeowners with flexibility in how they use their property. They also support the visitor economy that is so important to Virginia Beach. On the other hand, local governments have legitimate interest in addressing health, safety, and nuisance concerns that can arise when residential properties are used for short-term lodging. Our position is that regulatory framework should seek a balanced and even-handed approach across the entire community. We believe short-term rentals should be by right use, subject to reasonable policies that address legitimate health, safety, and welfare concerns in the least restrictive manner possible. Clear standards such as registration requirements, occupancy limits, parking rules, and local contact requirements can address community concerns while still respecting property rights. It's a good compromise. Predictable rules are important. When property owners understand what is permitted and what standards apply, compliance improves and enforcement becomes more effective. Ultimately, the goal should be to create policies that protect neighborhood quality of life while preserving reasonable flexibility for homeowners. Throughout these discussions, it's important to remember that homeowners, renters, visitors, and businesses are all part of the same community. Policies that balance these interests thoughtfully will produce better outcomes than policies that attempt to address complex issues with overly restrictive measures. The Realtor community wants to be a partner in these conversations. Our members work on the front lines of the housing market. We see firsthand how planning decisions affect housing supply, affordability, neighborhood stability, and economic growth. We believe the goals of the comprehensive plan, protecting neighborhoods, supporting economic viability, preserving environmental resources, and ensuring housing opportunities are goals that we all share. The challenge before all of us is determining how best to implement those goals in ways that support the long-term health and prosperity of Virginia Beach. The Hampton Roads Realtors Association stands ready to collaborate with city leaders, planners, neighborhood groups, and other stakeholders to help achieve that vision. Thank you for your time, for your thoughtful consideration of these issues, and for your service to the residents of Virginia Beach. Are there any questions?
Any questions?
Good. All right. Thank you for your time.
Our final speaker is Lisa Murphy.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Planning Commission. For the record, my name is Lisa Murphy. I am a resident of the city, and I'm also the Chair of the Virginia Beach Development Authority. And I'm really here in those capacities and not in my capacity as a private attorney. I will say I tremendously appreciate all the times I've been put on the consent agenda because you don't understand how long it is to be here and all the work that you all do and the hours and hours of time that you spend. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the work that staff has put into the comprehensive plan and all the work and effort that you all have done. And had I not been here for another matter, I might not have decided to stick around. But I did want to share with you some thoughts on the comprehensive plan. As I often tell my son, words matter. The phraseology that's used to refer to certain areas of the city is important, and it affects public perceptions. There's a tremendous amount of confusion regarding the terms green line and blue line, and I think Commissioner Camp and I may disagree, but I think there's a lot of misunderstanding out in the community about what exactly the green line is, where the green line is, what it means. Where we sit today is south of the green line. Most of the development, the sports complex, the soccer fields, the retail up in that area is all development south of the green line. So there's already a development south of the green line, including, and I know this is a touchstone for some folks, VBDA's Innovation Park. Innovation Park is actually located in a strategic economic growth area. It's in Osage. It's provided the city land for new businesses and existing businesses to expand and to grow, as opposed to leaving our city and bringing their very valuable jobs and tax dollars to other localities in Hampton Roads. I love Norfolk and Chesapeake and Suffolk just as much as the next person, but I'd much prefer to have jobs right here in our home city. And God forbid they leave to go to the Carolinas or elsewhere. I'm here today asking that you change the name of the Green Line context area back to the courthouse context area, and that you rename the Green Line the rural boundary area, which is really what people think of it as, where the rural boundary is in the city. The rural boundary area really is that what the vast majority of citizens consider the line between what's developed and what's not developed, and potentially what shouldn't be developed in the future. We look forward to working with staff as we understand the next step in the process once the comprehensive plan is adopted, is to bring together all the stakeholders and businesses with staff to update the ITA-TIA plan, which, as everybody knows, is very critically important. But we think the phraseology matters, and that changing the phraseology back to what it was helps to preserve that flexibility and certainly the public perception as far as what should happen in those areas. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I tried to keep it brief because I know everybody wants to go home.
Any questions?
Lisa, did you mean to say the blue line, the change on the rural context? 'Cause you
Yes,
said the
sorry.
green line. Just want to
We're okay.
clarify that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Any more discussion or motion?
Yes, I
A
have a
question
motion,
from
please.
staff on rebuttal. Hank Morrison presented this. We've heard speakers. Is he going to come forward so that I can ask him a question in his rebuttal moment? Thank you, Hank.
Sure.
We heard testimony a few minutes ago about Innovation Park being a strategic growth area. Is that correct under the new comprehensive plan?
Under the Imagine VB 2040, Innovation Park is no longer in a special economic growth area.
Thank you very much.
I have a question. Sorry. Could you just provide any additional context on the recommendation for the change for the blue line to go to the rural boundary? Is there?
So we were, as you know, we presented to City Council a week or so ago. And City Council asked that we bring to you their request to modify the Green Line context area back to the courthouse context area. They had additional discussions, and a week later, they conveyed to me that, and you received this email, where they wanted to consider changing the blue line into the rural area boundary, because again, same thing, confusion about what those areas actually were or meant. And they believed that if we change the blue line to rural area boundary, it would be more clear for our citizens.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Yeah, go ahead.
I move to amend the draft comprehensive plan to change the Green Line context area back to its previous designation, the courthouse context area.
Do I have a second?
Motion seconded. Just for clarification, is this a motion to approve the ordinance with just that one name change?
I'm going to have a second change. If you saw the paper that I put on everybody's desk this morning outlining the changes that I intended to make, the two motions, did you see that document?
Yes, but I don't know why there's more than one vote.
I was trying to split it because there may be some divergence of view on each one of these. Some people may support one and not the other. Do you need me to make the motion together? I'm happy to do that.
I think I'd like it that way.
Sure.
Right. I imagine that it would be a motion to approve with certain recommendations.
Sure. Okay. I move to approve the comprehensive plan with the following amendments. To change the Green Line context area back to its previous designation, the courthouse context area, and to amend, or to rename the blue line, the rural area boundary. Is that right?
Can I also ask, is your motion including the additions that were provided to everyone regarding the broadband and Southside Network Authority and manufactured housing changes?
So how do you want me to phrase that? Should I just say to include those items that you have just listed?
That's fine.
I'd like to, yes, thank you. I'd like to include those items that Tori just listed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I have a point of order? I need clarification here. If this motion does not pass, then are we done and it goes forward to City Council as a recommendation not to approve the comp plan? Is that what's now been created here?
That is generally the way that applications work coming from Planning Commission to City Council. I think it would be prudent to have a robust discussion and see where everyone is feeling on these before doing so, meaning taking the vote. You can also suspend your rules of procedure at any time. So you could not have that be the case. You could have another motion made, or in the event that you don't suspend the rules, you could have a substitute motion made.
Well, I'm deeply troubled by this, and I'm just trying to understand it. I did not expect a Frankenstein motion of the only way to approve it is with a bunch of other things in it. I thought we had 4 agenda items, and we were voting on 4 things here. And if someone wants to offer...
There are 4 agenda items, and you are voting on 4 things. There is an ordinance, there is a resolution, and there are 2 text amendments. Those are the 4 items.
All right, thank you for the point of order, Mr. Chairman and Council.
Would it be beneficial for us to suspend the rules and discuss this before we start making these other motions? Because it sounds like it's getting very complicated, which is what we were trying to avoid.
That's fine, but ultimately it will be coming forward as, if it's a motion for approval, it will be a motion to approve with X amount of recommendations included.
Sure. It sounds like it's a little too confusing. Why don't we suspend the rules and have a discussion and then consider how we want to make a motion or motions? What do people think about that?
Mr. Chair, may I address that question? We have a motion before us. As I understand it, it's to approve comprehensive plan with the changes. I know it's been a long day. We've got the change with regards to the context area, the blue line reference, and then these specific references that we were handed out under the regional partnership references that we were shown this morning. I think we can all address the motion and see where it goes. I voted, I think it was a vote, with Holly as our chair on the blue line, green line area, context area. Did we take a vote, or was it it was an informal poll? Thank you.
Straw poll.
It was our straw poll. Thank you. I never know how that goes, if it was a noticed meeting and so we were taking votes or not, but I have come around to the idea that this has some political component to it. And I know Catherine used that, and I scratched my head. I didn't know what she was talking about. And then later I began to think about it. The reference is a place, it's a context area. And it appears that there's more meaning for it to be referred to as the courthouse context area as opposed to the green line area. I think I took the mistaken understanding that it was better recognized as a green line area than it was as the courthouse area. But I have since experienced many opinions from many other people that that was an incorrect assumption. So I'm willing to change this, as Ms. Murphy referred to and as Catherine has done today. And that may deeply trouble some people, and I understand why it might. But this has been a long journey with a complex document. I would like to see us move forward with it. And if those changes will be well received by the body that must put its ultimate stamp on it, then I think I have to support this motion that's been made for that reason. So.
So in reference to Brian's comment in our conversation as a body, I initially thought courthouse context more clearly defined the area. So I am in support of that, but it does not negate the importance or the uniqueness of south of the green line. When it comes to the blue line, I'm thinking that more of rebranding, if you will, for the rule, and I'm supporting that as well for a more recognizable area. And as much as we have heard from so many residents from the south side of the city, many folks where I live in District 8, they keep even asking me, I'm not really sure where the green line is or what exactly is the blue line. Can we go on a field trip? And I'm like, sure, I'll take you down there. And I don't want to as much as words matter to all of us, we've come a long way. And I thought of this process as a community builder, but I also see sometimes where there's been division in our city, and it's only because so many folks are so passionate about where they live. And we have as a commissioner, have a responsibility to look at the city in its entirety. And I really want to thank my fellow commissioners for this process together, because I got to learn about your district through your lens, but I'm also so humbled by your view of our city as a whole. And so I'm grateful for that. And if any of our former commissioners are watching, I want to thank them as well, and Hank and Kathy and the whole team. I know Rachel's not here today, but thanks for putting up with us and providing all the snacks and being patient with everyone in this process. I'm very grateful. So I'm humbled to support this document. And I also want to say that we've heard this document should be nibble. There are going to be future opportunities that we don't even know about yet. And I want to make sure that we're creating room for those.
Commissioner Camp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said earlier, I am deeply troubled by a process that springs upon the public a change that they were not aware was going to happen and does not afford them the opportunity to come and offer comment to this body on. This plan can be amended at City Council. City Council has the power to do that, of course. And if that were the case, there would be notice to the public about that. There was no notice to the public that the document that we had in front of us that was published for the past 30 days would be approved in a different format than what they had come to understand over the 2-year process that they have engaged in and worked on it. That process troubles me. With regard to the content of the proposed change, we do not refer to the coastal area as the Cavalier area, although the Cavalier Hotel is a prominent building there, because the coastal area is a land use description for a part of the city that has special considerations that apply to development and land use in that area. We do not refer to the inland area as the Weston Town Center area, because that whole portion of the city has different land use considerations. And our purpose as a planning commission is to look to the health, safety, welfare, and convenience of the public with regard to these land uses. With regard to the part of the city that is in the rural area, we don't have a limitation on rural uses at what is known as the blue line. There are agricultural districts well north of the blue line. Adopting this change says this is the upper limit. And I don't think we owe our agricultural heritage, our landowners, that entire industry, the third largest industry in our city, a boundary that suggests the things you do don't belong north of here. And that's exactly how I read this proposed change. The transition area and the ITA with it together, what is currently in the plan as the Green Line area, is an area where the different uses come together. We taper out the more urbanized uses there, and we transition to the more rural uses. To suggest that the rural uses don't belong in there, that they're bounded at the blue line, is incorrect. They're part of that blending and transition. With regard to the Green Line, I've lived in this city more than a quarter century. I've attended countless meetings. While I agree with any of our land use documents, the average citizen may not be able to put a pencil to paper and draw a line where it is. They know what it means. And I've been to meeting after meeting where people know exactly what it means. This is not a AAA map or Waze where you're trying to navigate your way around the city. This is a land use document describing areas that have certain rules, policies, and plans. the Green Line context area might as well be part of the inland area if you took away the Green Line. That is what actually distinguishes it from the rest of the inland area. It says there are some special land use rules that apply here, and we deal with them all the time. It's farcical to say that by changing the name, yeah, I'll just strike that. For the reasons of process, as well as introducing confusion, I object to this manner of approving the hard work of so many people over so many years. And I'm left with the choice now of voting no over a document that I primarily support because of this last-minute maneuver depriving the public of comment that is just distasteful to me. I'm sorry that we've come to this moment.
Commissioner March.
I'd like to focus specifically on the Green Line context area and kind of highlight something that Walter did say, that, you know, if there wasn't a Green Line in place, there wouldn't be a separate context area here. The only reason that there is a context area is because of the two demarcation lines of the Green Line and the Blue Line. And for us to change the name from what it's intended to do, which is to transition from rural to suburban and urban, it doesn't sit well with me, and I would not be able to support changing the name. And I don't think that there's been enough consideration for changing the Blue Line name. I just heard about it today for the first time, and to be able to vote on amending something that we've worked on for multiple years would be disingenuous to the public and to myself. So I can't support that.
Commissioner Hippen would like to say something.
Hi there. I'm going to be short so I don't start coughing. This name change, originally when the comp plan came out, this was the name that we had, the name that's proposed now. And we were told none of these areas would have their names changed. And each of you should remember me kicking up a storm when word came out that the name was changed, because none of us were consulted. What's in a name? Okay, we can call it Blue Sky Area. The bottom line is that there are certain areas of this city that have a purpose. And there are certain areas of this city that we should make sure that we maintain to keep our agriculture going, to keep the nature of the city going. And there are other areas that we can develop. And that's what's important, not a name. Thank you. Oh, I'm sure I'll get nasty emails like last time too.
May I ask Susan something?
Yes.
Susan, I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Byler. I'm unsure as to how you prefaced that comment. Were you saying that it was originally called the Green Line and Blue Line, and then it was changed to the courthouse context and then changed back? What was it you were saying?
It was not originally the Green Line, Blue Line area. It was another name at the beginning. Maybe our good person can come back up and tell us what the original name was.
It was a courthouse context. It was a courthouse context.
It was the courthouse context.
Yes, it was.
Originally, yes.
Thank you. That's what it was. What's in a name? Bottom line is, are we going to follow the comp plan or not? That's the important thing.
Commissioner Cromwell.
To just pick up where Susan just left off, if we're going to follow the comp plan, then we're going to leave it like it is. We're going to leave it the Blue Line, and we're going to leave it the Green Line context area. here it is in print. It's already been printed. Why in the world at this day in time would you try to change it? With no public input whatsoever. I'm not in support of this at all.
Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Camp.
I have a motion to amend the motion that is currently on the table. My motion is to approve the comp plan in its current form with the addition of the broadband language that we are given today and stripping out the 2 additional changes that were proposed in the base motion.
I'll second.
Just again, sorry, a point of clarification. Does the substitute motion, though, still include the additions of the broadband and Southside Network Authority and manufactured housing changes?
Yes, ma'am, I acknowledge those.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make
I've got a question for council. So if we accept this motion and it does not pass, does that mean we have not adopted the?
So so there will be did y'all's rules adopt? I don't think you did. So there will be a motion made to make the substitute motion the main motion. If that motion passes, then the motion that you will be voting on will be Commissioner Camp's motion. If that motion is approved, then that's how it would go to City Council. It would be recommendation for approval with just the 2 additions of broadband and manufactured housing. If that motion fails, then the motion on the table would be Commissioner Schoonover's motion, and then there would be a vote on that motion that has 4 additional recommendations.
Okay. All righty then.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just as for the record, last week is when we received the email with the recommendation, the email from our planning director on the recommendation from council for consideration for this name change.
That's correct. Actually, the 5th, yes.
And it should be noted that I have been discussing this issue at length for about a year, so it's not exactly unknown. And it has been in writing on multiple occasions in multiple documents related to the comprehensive plan comments.
Okay, Commissioner Anderson wants to say something.
I guess I want to find out, so if we go to the alternate motion, we cannot vote on the green line, blue line as a separate item. We have to, this has to be as a component of the comp plan, or not at all. So in other words, if we take the alternative, what Commissioner Camp has asked for, we can't come back and vote on changing this because it's in the original documents.
I think I'm confused by your question, but let me try to.
Let me ask it this way.
Okay.
I understand.
If Commissioner Schoonover revises her motion to just vote on this as a change without having to approve the full comp plan, can you do that?
So there's a couple different things that could happen. So there's a motion that was made and seconded by Commissioner Schoonover. So she can either accept a friendly amendment to that motion, or there could be a substitute motion made and seconded, which is what occurred. So again, like I just said, so since there was a substitute motion made and seconded, the next thing that this body will do is make a motion to make the substitute motion the main motion. There will be a vote. If that vote passes, then the vote that will be taken next will be Commissioner Camp's motion for approval, recommendation of approval of the comprehensive plan with just the changes regarding broadband and manufactured housing. If that motion passes, then it would go as a recommendation to City Council as approval of the comprehensive plan with those two additions. If that motion fails, then the motion left on the table will be that of Commissioner Schoonover, which would be a motion to approve the comprehensive plan with the 4 recommendations, including changing the name of the courthouse context area and the rural area boundary, in addition to the broadband and manufactured housing.
Okay, so that means we need to vote to,
So there needs to be a motion made to make the substitute motion the main motion.
okay, do I hear a motion? I think we've had a motion. We've already had a motion in a second, haven't we?
Yeah, I think we already have
We
the
have a
motion,
motion.
which is seconded, which is.
So there was a so there was a main motion made. There was a substitute motion made. So now I believe the chair is entertaining a motion to make the substitute motion the main motion.
So moved.
Second.
The vote is open.
Well, is there discussion?
Discuss?
I haven't even made a comment about my own motion yet.
I think we've made a motion. We've had a substitute motion made. We needed to vote on the substitute motion.
I want to discuss.
So you're right now, the current motion on the table is to make the substitute motion the main motion.
Fine.
You can either have discussion on whether or not you want to have that be the main motion. You don't have to call for the question right now.
Yeah, discussion.
Call for the question.
Thank you, Susan.
Are we ready for the vote?
The vote is open.
To make the substitute motion the main motion.
Commissioner Hippen,
No.
by a recorded vote of 5-6, the motion to make the main motion, the motion to make the sub-motion the main motion has failed.
Now we go back to the main motion. Thank you. I call for the question.
Okay, and I'd like to offer discussion.
Sure.
So I struggled with this more than I did the NEMO application, which was a hard one. I have a lot of problems with this, including procedural, as Commissioner Camp has pointed out. I don't like it that we're making a change that the public has not had an opportunity to weigh in on. My very first meeting as a planning commissioner, it was announced that we were going to start working on a new comp plan, and I was so excited about it. I went immediately to Hank and said, I want to be a part. He said, oh, you will be. And boy, was I. Right from the start with the focus groups, and I've attended countless meetings, every opportunity I possibly could participate in. And I've heard over and over the Green Line. And I disagree that the people who opine don't know what it means. I think they know what it means. They know it means limited development. I think Commissioner Schoonover is correct when she says they don't understand the difference in the blue and the green line. That I really believe. But I do think they understand it means limited development. They may not know exactly where it is, but they know it means limited development. If we were changing the name to something like transition area, that would make perfect sense to me. To call it courthouse complex area does not to me. However, we're just changing titles. We're not changing the content. City Council has asked us to do it. I'd like to be agreeable. I just really hope that, as Commissioner Cuellar mentioned, this is not an attempt to rebrand. I'm concerned that I heard Economic Development Director or Chair say that it's a development area in the ITA, it's an SGA, and then I hear, no, it isn't. I don't think that's what the citizens are expecting, but it's kind of what I've been seeing. The title of the section is not going to change what's going to happen to the city. The citizens have said they want limited development south of the Green Line. I understand the economic impact, and I understand we're short on land. I'm excited about what I've seen in Burton Station and other areas. So for me, it comes down to, I want to see this plan moved on to City Council. They have the authority to change it anyway. They've asked us to. So I will vote in favor of the motion just to get along and move along. I believe in the plan overall. I believe in the content of it. A lot of good people put a lot of hard work in this plan, and now it will be in the hands of City Council to do with it what they will. Thank you.
So I just want to restate the motion, if that's okay, so we know what we're voting on, and maybe the public would know as well. The motion that's on the floor, as I understand it, is approval of the comprehensive plan with the change in the context area as we've discussed, and the additional written changes that were provided to us this morning, and the references to the blue line. So that's the motion that, as I understand it, that is right now, and I call the question.
We ready for the vote?
The vote is open. Commissioner Hippen,
Yes.
by a recorded vote of 8-3, item 1, City of Virginia Beach Comprehensive Plan Ordinance has been recommended for approval.
Madam Clerk, was that our last?
We do still have the votes for items 3 and 4. Those are the text amendments associated with the comp plan. Oh, sorry, in the resolution.
That's why.
All right, I'm back. So item number 2 is a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Virginia Beach approving and certifying the City Council, or to the City Council, the comprehensive plan and all plans incorporated by reference, which will supersede the 2016 plan.
And that will be what we've just voted on,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
As we voted on it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I think. She would know better than I would.
So what I would recommend, if there is a motion to be made, that the resolution read that it would be with the recommended changes that are made here today, so that there will just be a sentence added to reflect the previous motion that was voted on, so that they do align.
Thank you. If the chair is ready, I'll make a motion.
I'm ready.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution with changes to reflect the amendments made to the comp plan today and with the comp plan approval.
Second.
Okay, has been moved by Commissioner Plumlee and seconded by Commissioner Hippen. Are we ready for the vote?
The vote is open. Commissioner Hippen,
Yes.
Who's the second? Oh, she is. Yeah.
I think Commissioner Hippen was the second.
oh,
Sorry, have somebody else do that.
By a recorded vote of 8-3, item 2, City of Virginia Beach Comprehensive Plan Resolution has been recommended for approval.
All right, and so item number 3 is a housekeeping text amendments for the zoning ordinance to reflect the Imagine VB 2040 comprehensive plan.
I have questions. Am I okay to ask them? Okay. Hank, tell me, you're saying what exactly with this housekeeping motion?
So all of those sections currently reference the 2016 comp plan design guidelines. And so
we are not changing the zoning ordinance substantively. We are simply changing a date and a name. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you very much. And I'm ready to make a motion that we move to approve the housekeeping change that has been recommended by city staff with the changes from our initial motion for approval of the comp plan.
Do I have a second? Second. It's been moved by Commissioner Plumley and seconded by Commissioner Anderson that we approve item number 3. Are we ready for the question?
The vote is open. Commissioner Hippen,
Yes.
by a recorded vote of 11-0, item 3, City of Virginia Beach has been recommended for approval.
And then item number 4, same kind of situation, but it's to amend section 1643 of the city code to reflect the Imagine BV 2040 comp plan.
I make a motion to approve this amendment.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Plumley, seconded by Commissioner Anderson, that we approve item number 4. Are we ready for the question?
The vote is open. Commissioner Hippen,
Yes.
by a recorded vote of 11-0, item 4, City of Virginia Beach has been recommended for approval.
Hank, have somebody else drive you home tonight. Get better, Susan.
So are we going?
Thank you.
You're not finished, Brian. What?
Oh, good. What do we have left?
Close.
Thanks to the tech guys.
The chair will entertain a motion to recess into a closed session pursuant to the exemptions from open meetings allowed by section 2.2-371A, Code of Virginia as amended for the following purpose. Security matters, discussion of plans to protect public safety as it relates to terrorist activity or specific cybersecurity threats or vulnerabilities and briefings by staff members, legal counsel, or law enforcement or emergency service officials concerning actions taken to respond to such matters as a related threat to public safety. Discussion of information excluded from this chapter.
I move we recess to closed session for the matter of discussing security.
Second.
And Chair will have to do a verbal vote for that.
It's been moved by
Commissioner
Commissioner
Mouch,
Plumley and seconded by Commissioner Bott.
I moved, he second.
Oh, okay.
Aye.
It's been moved by, oh, okay.
Aye.
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 Wait for the clerk to call your name, please.
I did.
we'll start from the beginning. Commissioner Mouch,
Aye.
Commissioner Camp,
Aye.
Commissioner Cromwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Anderson,
Aye.
Vice Chair Byler,
Aye.
Chair Costin,
Aye.
Commissioner Quaylar, Commissioner Schoonover,
Aye.
Commissioner Plumley,
Aye.
Commissioner Morjani.
I made that motion, but I feel very secure. I'm not insecure.
You forgot one.
with safety measures for our own personal safety while we're in this building. And that has been the extent of what we have talked about.
So if we can do a motion and a second, and then we'll do a verbal vote to certify the closed session.
I move to certify that we only discuss what was presented to the public outside as the topic.
Second.
Commissioner Welch,
Aye.
Commissioner Camp,
Aye.
Commissioner Cromwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Anderson,
Aye.
Vice Chair Byler,
Aye.
Chair Costin,
Aye.
Commissioner Quaylar,
Aye.
Commissioner Schoonover,
Aye.
Commissioner Plumley,
Aye.
Commissioner Morjani.
Aye.
We're done. Let's go.
All right, Mike, I've got time for that